The story begins with the demon dragon telling the boy that 100 years ago, an alien star fell into the demon realm, and its owner, using a strange power, played with this world as he pleased. But now his reign was over. The boy coughed up blood, clutching his stomach as it gushed out. The dragon asked him what his wish was and what he craved. With difficulty speaking, the warrior muttered that he wanted to go home, that he was returning. The dragon remarked that for someone who had risked his life to challenge him, such a wish was rather trivial. And although it was an impossible wish, he definitely knew exactly where to go. The dragon then revealed that the power to return home was contained in the spatial sphere within his heart, which made Siu smile. He asked the dragon if he knew how much he had suffered to find her, claiming to have spent a whole 100 years on this damned alien world. The dragon raised its sharp claw and told him that, if so, he should be grateful because his futile life would end here. However, Su only smiled and replied that he could finally put an end to this. The dragon brought down his claw, but at that moment, Sayu released a blinding light. The dragon was stunned to see his severed paw and demanded to know what this disturbing force was. Then he noticed that Su's wounds were healing at an incredible rate and realized that this was not just healing, but true regeneration. Just a few seconds later, Su, completely healed, approached the dragon and asked if he would take out his heart himself or if he should rip it out for him. The dragon couldn't believe that Su was more than just an ordinary warrior. Before he could even comprehend the situation, Siu gave him 3 seconds to count, but before he could even count to 2, he thrust his hand into the dragon's chest. The dragon coughed up blood and screamed in agony. Siu apologized for moving too fast, but Gigi said that he had already waited long enough. Then he tore out the dragon's heart, allowing his body to fall lifelessly to the ground. Min Siu, a hunter and healer, successfully completed his mission. He was looking at the spatial sphere, but then suddenly an annoyed voice was heard, which grumbled that after 100 years of riding around the worlds, all he got was the damn dragon eggs. Siu told him to shut up, clarifying that these were not eggs, but a spatial sphere. He then threw the sphere into his mouth and swallowed it. A huge magic circle appeared beneath him. He smiled, knowing that he was finally returning home to his students, to his younger brother, and to Earth. A moment later, he was transported to Earth. Slowly opening my eyes, he sat up in shock, looking around. He shouted, "Freeloader!" To which the voice inside his head responded by calling him Provisions and asking why he was calling, complaining that he was too busy vomiting in his stomach from motion sickness. Siu was relieved to see that Pri had also made it safely with him, but he still called him a disgusting bastard and told him to get over it. Pri asked if he was sure about this and warned that the consequences of his digestion would be colossal. Su told Pri to shut up before he threw up again. Then he asked if he was right in assuming this was Earth, which surprised Pri, who sarcastically asked if he couldn't recognize his own house. Su replied that the Earth's landscapes vary greatly depending on location. As he looked around, he noticed that the flow of mana felt as if it was inside the gate. He wondered if they were, in fact, inside the gate. Then Pri called out to him, noticing that he smelled weak. Alarmed, Siu released his mana and panicked, wondering what was wrong with it. Then Pri dramatically announced that he was breaking off relations with him. Su cursed loudly and asked if Pri was at it again. Confused, Pri asked what he meant. Siu explained that it seemed to be a side effect of interdimensional travel, just as when he had traveled from Earth to another world 100 years ago, his abilities were significantly weakened. He realized with disappointment that under these circumstances, his normal state was only about 15, maybe 20%. Pri asks if he's joking when he says his mana is only at 20%, and tells him to recover quickly before he gets kicked out. This infuriates him, and he tells Pri that it is not such a simple problem. He then starts walking, telling Pri that last time it took him decades to fully regain his strength. Pri tells him that decades is grounds for terminating the contract, and that with such a paltry amount of mana, he won't be able to use most of his amazing abilities. He tells Pri that this doesn't mean he can't use them at all. He's then surprised to hear someone running towards him. The woman, out of breath from exhaustion and running, curses, realizing she was so focused on running that she lost all her comrades, and wonders if they are okay. She wonders what the hell the orc is doing here, since they are still on the lower floors. As a huge orc chases her, she screams for help, but then trips over a stone and falls face down on the ground. She looks back in horror, thinking that she is about to die. Luckily, he appears in time and kills the orc with a single hand. He tells her that he wants to ask her something. He then asks her if this is Earth, with a huge smile on his face, which both confuses and surprises her. He asks her again if he's right about this place being Korea, to which she stutters, "It is Korea." He asks her what year it is, and she replies, 2037, still finding it hard to believe that he took out an orc with one blow. He realizes that the moment he was pulled into another dimension was in 2027, and he realizes that 100 years in the demon world is only 10 years here. He then asks the woman who the current president is, and she replies that the current president is Choi Dai-soo. This shocks him, and he asks if she means that muscle guy with one eye, which confuses her even more, and she wonders who the hell he is. He's furious that the president is that bastard Choi Dae-soo, and asks the woman if South Korea really has such a talent shortage, making her wonder if this was some kind of regression story. He then senses that the mana flow is strange, and asks the woman if they are inside the gate, to which she stutters that they are inside the Tower of Learning. He asks her what the Tower of Learning is, and she explains that this place, which suddenly appeared a few years ago, is a kind of gateway for hunters. If the hunter successfully completes it, he can awaken his abilities and even gain skills. She adds that depending on their awakening rank, they can join a good guild, so everyone's goal is to clear it as quickly as possible. He is surprised to hear this and tells her that in his time, they woke up without any such things. She tells him it's a story for first-generation hunters, but he simply asks her if that means he needs to complete the tower, in what time? She replies that if he is outstanding, he can finish in 6 weeks, but usually it takes 8. The record is 3 weeks, set by second-generation hunting prodigy Ryu Ji-hwan. He thinks for a moment. But then, a huge tiger approaches them, shocking the woman. She knows it's a troll tiger and stutters to tell him to run. But he just keeps thinking with his eyes closed and says that 3 weeks is too long. He adds that due to the side effects of interdimensional travel, his mana flow and body movements seem sluggish. As the tiger approaches, the woman asks if he wasn't taught at the academy to always run away when confronted by a troll tiger. Then the tiger rushes and jumps on them, but he remains calm, saying that he has no choice and will have to set himself a more generous term, while the woman in front of him screams in fear. Then he just punches the tiger, sending him flying, knocking out his teeth, which shocks the woman. He then tells her that 5 days should be enough to finish the tower. Meanwhile, at the Empire Guild, the secretary reports to the guild leader Min Se-jun that someone has come out of the training tower. Se-jun replies that it's not bad because he thinks it's been about 8 weeks since they came in, but the secretary tells him that they are not from the original members, which makes him stop writing and ask which party they are from. The secretary replies that they are not on the entry list and that they are currently causing a commotion. Then he hands him the documents. Se-jun is surprised and can't believe his eyes when he looks at the photograph. Sue, his brother. Returning to the training tower, Sue asks the woman how long she plans to pursue him. The woman was shocked as she looked at Sue, not believing that he had actually completed the training tower in just 5 days. He was lost in thought, however, realizing that the battles had definitely helped him recover faster. He estimated he'd regained 25% of his strength. The system's voice then announced that training was complete and that calculation of characteristics and analysis of skill compatibility had begun. However, the system suddenly declared that the measurement was impossible, which made Sue smile. Then the gates opened, and he walked towards them. The woman, surprised, stammered and shouted for him to take her with him. But he just kept walking forward, thinking that he was finally back in Seoul. A moment later, on the other side of the gate, outside the Tower of Learning, a crowd of people were talking when a huge man came up and asked why it was so noisy. One of his subordinates replied that the gate had just opened, but there seemed to be some problem. The man noticed the commotion and asked if they were the ones who opened the gate. He checked the login log and noticed a pretty face on the list. When the man approached, one of the officers recognized him as the commander of the 2nd Detachment. The employee explained that the people had just come out of the gate, but Sue was not on the entry list. The man frowned, thinking this made no sense. How could a guy who claimed to have climbed the tower emerge without a scratch? Then, noticing Siu's sharp gaze, the man thought he looked like a worm and guessed that he must have acquired quite a decent skill. Pushing the employee aside, the man said he would handle it himself. He then asked Sue who the hell he was and why he wasn't on the list. Siu simply replied that it was because he had not entered through the entrance. The irritated man shouted back to ask if he had entered through his mouth and, of course, had come out the other way. Siu, unperturbed, simply replied that it just happened that way. This answer infuriated the man. He yelled that this brat didn't care about his elders. He muttered that this guy must really like to talk nonsense. The man pointed his finger at Siu's head, calling him a newbie, and said that judging by his appearance, he had awakened some kind of disguise skill and was just playing games. He then warned him that if he didn't want to die, he should stop this and quit pretending, but Siu remained silent, simply glaring at him. When Siu still didn't respond, the man yelled at him to stop and asked if he should tear that smug mask off his face himself. Siu just smiled and told him to shut up, calling the man a stinking pile of shit, which left him in shock. The man screamed furiously, asking if Siu had gone crazy. But Siu remained calm and asked if the man had just said something about ripping his face off. He then told him to shut up and fight, but advised him to breathe as little as possible because his breathing was unbearable. This completely drove the man crazy. Enraged, he swore and brought his fist down on Sue. Sue, everything is still calm, reminded him that he had been told to shut up. Smiling, he looked at the man and noticed that he was simply not listening. Later, Sejun and his secretary were shocked. Seeing people lying on the ground, Sejun's secretary loudly asked what the hell happened here. An officer ran up and reported that the man they had mentioned earlier for causing a disturbance had gotten into a fight with the security guards and disappeared. Sejun then asked if there were any CCTV footage that captured this man in detail. The officer quickly played a recording of the moment. The recording showed the men simultaneously attacking Sue. However, Sue remained in place, effortlessly dodging and counterattacking with incredible speed, instantly cutting down all the opponents in front of him. The employee then explained to them that in just a few seconds, Siu had defeated 5 hunters and disappeared. The employee asked if Sue could be a hunter with the invisibility skill, considering he was completely invisible. However, Sejun replied no and told them that Siu was just moving quickly. This caused the employee to ask Sejun what he meant, but Sejun remained silent, confirming to himself that it was indeed his older brother, Siu. Sue looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago. Sejun called his secretary Hilo and shouted out an order to issue a manhunt and mobilize everyone in the Empire Guild to search for Siu. However, they should under no circumstances engage in combat with Sue, but only inform him that they are from Min Se-jun and bring him. Se-jun's men rushed to carry out his orders, leaving him wondering where the hell Sue had been all this time to only show up now. He wondered if Sue had been kidnapped or was on the run, but deep down, Se-jun knew there had to be a reason. If Sue were in Korea, he would have found him by now. Then Se-jun wondered where Sue would go first in such a situation. At this moment, Se-jun woke up from his thoughts when someone appeared in front of him. He immediately recognized her as one of those who had emerged from the Tower of Learning that day. She told him that it wasn't she who had done anything to escape the tower, but that someone else had led them all out. Se-jun replied that he understood and guessed that she must have come out earlier than expected, meaning she had probably acquired a decent skill. However, she replied that she wasn't sure yet whether it was good or not, but at least it was an A-rank skill. This made Se-jun think that the final evaluation had not yet been completed, but getting her support in advance was the best option. He then asked the woman if she would consider signing a contract with the Empire Guild, assuring her that they would work out the best terms for the contract. She couldn't believe it, but at the same time, she was excited. She then asked Se-jun if he was serious and said that if he really proposed, it would be an honor for her and her family. At this moment, someone appeared behind Se-jun and noticed that, despite the fact that he called his guild the Empire, his actions were more like those of a bandit. Se-jun turned around and warned Hunter Ryu Ji-hwan to watch his words, but Ji-hwan teasingly asked if Se-jun was offended by his choice of words. Ryu Ji-hwan, an S-rank hunter and the guild master of the Diamond Guild, then commented that Se-jun was surprisingly sensitive. Another S-rank hunter and White Lion guild master, Choi Sung-gil, then chimed in, saying that it looked like he had gotten ahead of Se-jun. Sung-gil added that the entire security team had been wiped out and asked if this was the work of the unregistered awakened that the association had mentioned. Ji-hwan knelt down to get a closer look at one of the beaten men and laughed, noting that Sue was quite the impressive guy for causing such chaos the moment he stepped out. Sung-gil agreed and noted that they didn't know who Sayu was, but they had better find him quickly. Judging by his strength level, he must have awakened a high-level skill, meaning he has the potential to become an elite fighter. Sung-gil added that he found Sue quite tempting. Ji-hwan laughed and asked Sung-gil if they were saying that whoever found Sue first could have him. He also asked if their unconventional methods would pose a problem. However, Se-jun remained silent and simply stared at Ji-hwan. Sung-gil then suggested that they search separately, noting that none of them had time to waste. Sung-gil then turned to the woman and handed her his business card, telling her to take her time and think it over. Ji-hwan shrugged and told Sung-gil to do as he pleased, adding that he would let them know if he found Sue. However, Se-jun coldly replied to Ji-hwan, "Not at all." Ji-hwan's secretary, Jin-sik, saw him on the street and asked if the conversation went well, but Ji-hwan simply ordered him to gather all the C and D rank members from Kumgang, form squads and send them out to search. Jin-sik asked who they were looking for, to which Ji-hwan chuckled and replied, "Min Se-jun's damn relatives." Meanwhile, in some restaurant, Siu was holding a large, tender, and juicy fried chicken in his hands. Pri incredulously tells him that as soon as he returned to Earth after 100 years, the first place he visited was just some chicken joint. But Sue just tells Pri to try it, and he will understand why he ran here like a dog. Pri screamed that this was madness and that he had wasted his whole life. But when he bit into the fried chicken, Pri screamed at the divine taste. A moment later, having eaten his fill, he goes out into the street, and Pri asks him where they are heading next. But Sue only asks Pri again, where else, and tells him that they are going home. Later they arrived at the house, and Pri asked if it was his house, to which he replied, yes. Then he took hold of the gate handle and went inside. He remembered that in the past, every time he returned, his father asked him if he was home and said that he was a little late. His mother asked if he was hungry and if she should call Sejun so they could eat together, to which his younger self replied, yes, and rushed to hug her father along with her little brother, Sejun, telling her parents that they were home. But all he saw now was a neglected house. There were cobwebs all over the house and a bunch of empty bottles. He looked inside the house and sat down, putting his hands in his pockets. He lay down, annoyed that, as he expected, he did not remember his parents' faces. He remembers that people say that oblivion is a gift from the gods, but for him, it was a curse. He had been in the demon world for 100 years, enduring endless battles on a blood-soaked, unfamiliar planet. His human senses were dulled, his body was frozen in time, and his self was erased. During this terrifyingly long period, he clung desperately to his memory, fearing that the curse of oblivion would swallow him up. Memories of my younger brother. Memories of his students. And so his memories never became just memories. Instead, they became obsessions and regrets. But for him, it was okay, because thanks to them, he survived for 100 years. Pri tells him that his house is lonely, and that the place where they lived in the demon world seems warmer. He is happy for Pri too, and tells him that there was no fried chicken in the demon world, which Pri agrees with and says that you can't argue with that. He then tells Pri that he was only planning on doing a quick look around anyway, so they should go, and that it's time to start looking for the others. He wonders if everything has been okay for everyone for the past 10 years, and hopes that Sejun is okay too. Suddenly, someone shouts to him that they found him and that it was damn hard to find him. Then, more people appeared around him and they surrounded him. Beyond Hawkman, a C-rank hunter from Diamond, asks him if he's right that he's the brat who caused the mess at the tower's exit, and if he has any idea how hard they tried to find him. But Sue simply asks Hawkman again, so what? And wonders if they want him to console them or something. Hawkman asks if he heard him and reminds him that they are from the Diamond Guild. But Sue simply tells Hawkman that he doesn't care whether they're from Diamond or somewhere else and asks what they want. Hawkman then asks if he'd rather be forced to crawl instead of walk, but Sue merely replies that he thinks crawling on all fours would suit his ugly face better. He then says that the world must be a wonderful place for talky gorillas, which infuriates Hawkman. Hawkman activated his power, shouting that the bastard was hopeless and that they would have to deal with Sue before delivering him. Hawkman jumped down and struck with a fist and brass knuckles from behind. But Sayu didn't move and allowed Hawkman to hit him, causing him to be slammed into the wall. Hawkman then teasingly asked who Sue was calling a gorilla. Diamond members told Hawkman that he knocked out Sue before he could take his hands out of his pockets, and egged him on to hit him again. But Sue remained calm, lying on the ground and looking at the system in front of him, which showed that his skill was Lightning Flash, with the effect of temporarily increasing the speed by more than 2 times. He asked Pri what he thought and whether he wanted to try it. Pri replied that it was the first skill he'd absorbed since arriving on Earth, and that he wanted to try it. Sue stood up, answering well, which confused Hawkman. Hawkman was about to speak to him, but before he could, Sue was instantly behind him. Before Hawkman could ask how the hell he did it, Sue slammed him face down into the ground, causing Hawkman to scream in pain, and shocking the rest of the Diamond members. There was silence for a moment, before Sue raised his hand, calling Pri the Predator and telling him to eat. A dark magic circle appeared beneath them, and successfully extracted Hawkman's skill, Lightning Flash. Sue was surprised it worked on Earth, too. Pri told him stealing skills was nice, but it didn't taste as good as fried chicken. Hawkman's team members, seeing him lying helplessly on the ground, they became enraged, and everyone rushed to attack. Siyu calmly told Pri that they should try out the skill they had just acquired, to which Pri replied that he understood. Then Sue used Lightning Flash, to attack the crowd of people around him. One of the men managed to get close and swing his sword at Sue, but he didn't move and simply hit the man in the stomach with his knee. Then he saw that the man's skill was weak point critical hit. Sue told the man that his blade had become completely dull and scolded him that a swordsman should at least sharpen his weapon. Then he lunges at them with a knife. But just before he hits one of them in the neck, Sue stops when someone calls out to him. He looked back and was surprised, seeing Sejun behind him. Sejun called out to him with tears in his eyes, but Sayu remained in shock until I could finally pronounce Sejun's name. 20 years ago, when the gates opened on a peaceful land, the world plunged into chaos. Monsters were rampaging inside the gates, and the first generation of awakened ones appeared, whose abilities manifested simultaneously with the gates, marked the era of savagery, when there was no policy or law to regulate the situation, and everyone was inexperienced. In such a chaotic world, Sue and Sejun, who lost their parents early, had to somehow survive. Sue, a first-generation awakened, dropped out of school to become a hunter and raise Sejun, who was still just a brat at the time. At that time, Sejun asked Sue if he was going to school today, and Sue replied that he no longer went to school because he was going to work. Sejun asked sadly if it was because of him, but Sue patted him on the head and explained that no, he was just a terrible student, so he decided on his career early. Then Sejun asked Sue when he would return and whether he would be late, but Sayu simply told him not to worry because he would be back soon. Back in the present, Sue is at Sejun's house and tells him that his house is absolutely amazing. He then looks around excitedly and asks Sejun if this is the Han River and if he bought all this himself without any loans. But Sejun simply replies that it's nothing and that he earned the money using the skills his brother taught him. His room is here too. However, Sejun still feels like all of this is unreal, and he wonders if this is really his brother, the man who could not be found for 10 years. Sue is shocked to hear that he has a room there too, and tells Sejun that raising his little brother now seems like fun and that he has been through a lot. This makes Sejun grit his teeth to hold back his tears. Looking back, Sejun tells him that he was the one who went through all the hardships, so seeing him joke like that makes him feel like he really is his brother. Sejun then asks if Siyu knows how long he's been looking for him and where the hell he's been all this time. Siyu walks up to Sejun, pats him on the head, and says that they should sit down because he has stories for 100 years. Hours later, after finishing several cans of beer and a few packs of snacks, Sejun asks him if he understood everything correctly. To sum it up, 10 years ago, at the moment when Siyu defeated the 4th Demon King, he was transported to another dimension by an artifact. In another dimension, he met a creature called the Predator, who could extract the skills of others, and Siyu grew stronger, using this ability for 100 years, while searching for a dragon with spatial magic. Eventually, he reached the Dragon King and defeated him, and used the spatial sphere in his heart to return to Earth. The Predator then tells him that the legs are delicious, which causes Sue to remember and tell Sejun that the Predator also came to Earth with him and is now inside his body. Horrified, Sejun asks if it's like a possession, but Siyu replies that it's more like a parasite, causing Pri to threaten the boy with diarrhea. Siyu tells Sejun not to take this too seriously. He knows it sounds crazy, but Sejun needs to believe his older brother isn't crazy. Sejun replies that she believes him because he's the one saying it, and besides, they no longer live in a world where such things sound completely absurd. It's just hard to imagine right away. Sejun then tells him that it is enough that he came back, to which Siyu agrees and tells Sejun that it is his turn now. He then asks Sejun what the hell happened in the country in the last 10 years to allow this Des to become president. Shijun explains that after Siyu's disappearance, Desu shamelessly took credit for defeating the fourth Demon King. He then rose to the presidency with the title of God of War, the greatest hunter of the first generation, and fabricated public support. Disappointed, Sijun then angrily says that he wonders what Desu will do when he finds out that his only rival, Siyu, has returned. He tells Sijun that Desu's intentions are obvious and that the fact that Desu is the only SS rank hunter in South Korea is simply ridiculous. He then asks Sijun if the ones called Diamond who attacked him in their house earlier are Desu's henchmen. Sijun replies no, because Desu's guild is infinite, and explains to him that there are currently 7 major guilds representing South Korea, which together are called the Heptagram, which includes the Diamond, the Immeasurable Legion, the White Lion, the Warrior King, Azure Flower, Ice Soul, and their own guild, Empire. Sijun adds that among them, Diamond is Ryu Ji-hwan's guild, and assures him that he will deal with them himself, which makes Siwoo think that his younger brother has become so cool in 10 years. He then asks Sijun about his students, which surprises Sijun, who tells him that they all went their separate ways, and that a lot of time had passed since they last contacted each other. Sijun adds that Zhao Long has returned to his hometown, and Kang Yan-hwa has joined Desu. Siyu finds this a bit unexpected, and asks about Min-jun, to which Sijun replies that Min-jun was killed. Siyu is shocked and cannot believe that Min-jun is dead. He asks Sijun who killed her, but Sijun replies that the body disappeared, so they couldn't identify the perpetrator. The only people who could kill a hunter were other hunters or unregistered awakened ones. So at that time, HMCS was involved in the investigation, but there were no leads. Siyu clenches his fist in anger and asks Sijun what HMCS is. Sijun replies that it means the Hunter Management and Control Department, an international agency that deals with hunting-related crimes on the front lines. Sijun also tells him that HMCS has the authority to investigate and arrest all awakened criminals. Simply put, it's the Hunter Police. Siyu asks Sijun if he has any connections there. Sijun replies that there is, and asks if Siyu really plans to go there. Sijun then tells him that if he needs information, it would be better to use their guild's scouting team, because it is dangerous to go to such a harsh place without a reason. However, Su replies that everything is fine, and that he needs more than just information. Sijun tells him that hunters are in charge of combat, while HMCS are in charge of crimes like murder, and that it is too early for Su to go to such a place right after returning. But Siyu reminds Sijun that he fought in another dimension for 100 years, and says that he has already done everything he could during these 100 years, which makes Sijun realize that he has forgotten his brother's nickname. Sijun then agrees with him and says that Lee Ye-ji from Ice Soul is a high-ranking official there, so he will contact her, for which Su thanks him. Sijun knows that Su's face is the same, but he notices that Su's aura has changed, which makes him wonder what the hell happened in that other dimension. While he's busy browsing the news online, he recognizes someone. Su asks him who it is and asks him to show her. Sijun then tells him that this is Hwang Jung-gu, the leader of the Gangbok District HMCS team and a 1.5 generation hunter. However, Siwoo is confused upon hearing Jong-gu's name. 2 days later, at HMCS headquarters in the Kanbok command office, Jung-gu furiously runs out of his office, cursing these second-generation hunters in anger. One of the employees asks Jung-gu what happened, and Jung-gu replies that his superiors put a newcomer on his team through connections. He rants that it is no wonder they are called the hothouse generation, because they have rotten brains. Then Jong-gu furiously shouts that in his time it was lawless, and the early days of hunters were a world where strength was everything. They went on missions with wills written. Jung-gu then asks the employee if he ever told him about how he almost died in a raid 10 years ago. The employee wants to answer that Jung-gu has told this story about 768 times, but Jung-gu insists that he listen again and begins to tell it. When he was a rookie, he was fatally wounded during a mission, and their group was on the verge of losing too much power, falling into despair. But at that moment, a healer with incredible abilities appeared and saved him with the help of skills like Hua Tua. And before Jong-gu can finish, Siu suddenly kicks down the door and shouts, "Byung-gu!" Jong-gu and his employee are shocked, but Siwoo simply asks Jong-gu why he changed his beautiful name, saying it's confusing. He then laughingly asks Jong-gu if he remembers him and reminds him that he was his savior, which shocks Jong-gu, who stutters as he asks, "Is he really the hunter Ming-Siu from his story?" Later, Jung-gu introduces Siu to his team as a new recruit joining their team, Kangbuk, hunter Ming-Siu, and tells them that since Siu is new, he doesn't know much here. He orders them to immediately provide any information the Siu need and warns them that, as elders, they should treat the newcomer with due respect. A female team member whispers to a male colleague about whether Jong-gu is contradicting himself and what is going on with the powerful team leader, Jong-gu. The man simply tells her to keep quiet, adding that, judging by their leader's reaction earlier, it seems Siu is no ordinary recruit. Jung-gu then calls out to the woman, Kim Sung, surprising her and causing her to stutter in response. Jung-gu orders her to follow him to the meeting room for a quick rookie briefing. As they walk to the meeting room, the other staff members wonder if a 3-star hunter has joined them as a recruit. Later, in the conference room, Jung-gu asks Siu if he would like coffee, instant or Americano, to which Siu replies that he prefers instant. Then, Jung-gu shows the HMCS uniform and asks Siu's size. Sun, seeing his supervisor's strange behavior, questions Jung-gu, saying that although it is a briefing, she has not received any materials to review. She asks what exactly she should explain to Siu. However, Siu interrupts, telling Sung that he wants her to compile and provide him with data on all the hunters killed over the past 20 years. The Sun is shocked, knowing that the data for 20 years is huge, and tells him that they will also have to submit a report to the Hunters Association. Jung-gu, however, yells at Sung not to make excuses, saying that she has been here long enough to handle this on her own. Handing Siu his instant coffee, Jung-gu assures him not to worry because their data manager will handle everything with complete efficiency. The Sun begins to wonder if Jung-gu has changed without her knowledge. She then checks her tablet and asks Siu if she understood correctly. When he said killed, he meant he was only looking for information on humans. Siu clarifies that he only needs cases officially recognized by HMCS as murders and a list of currently unidentified hunter-killers. He knows that it is almost impossible to kill an awakened one unless the attacker is also awakened. Besides, if someone managed to kill Min Jun, a high-ranking hunter, it means that the culprit is most likely a professional. Even if the criminal was caught or already dead, if they were awakened, the Hunters Association should have a record. Their priority is to find them. The Sun then asks where she should send the requested information, and he replies that I should send it to his phone for now. At that moment, someone knocks and asks Jong-gu if he has a minute. Jong-gu allows the person to enter, who reports that police have requested backup because a turf war has broken out between gangs with awakened members. Jong-gu doubts that the police should handle this themselves, as they are probably just low-ranking thugs. However, the man tells him that one of the groups involved is Cerberus, causing Jong-gu to become angry upon hearing the name again. Siu asks what Cerberus is, and Sun replies that they are on a completely different level than regular gangs. They are involved in arms trafficking, contract killings, and are even suspected of trafficking hunters, making it difficult for the police to deal with them alone. Siu frowns at the mention of the hunter trade and, addressing Jung-gu by his real name, Byung-gu, orders him to be taken along. Jung-gu clears his throat and insists that his name is now Jung-gu because he changed it. However, Siu simply glares at him, causing Jung-gu to sigh and give in. He tells Su that if he insists on calling him by his real name, then so be it, they have to go. Su agrees and stands up, putting on his uniform and noting that even as a rookie, he should at least have some training. Later at the scene, several men are found lying dead on the floor. Some people scoff, saying that the War Reaper's elite forces are not such a big deal. Kang Ho, a Cerberus member and second in command, arrogantly asks if he is right that the elite War Reaper forces are nothing in front of Cerberus's shield. To which his henchmen immediately agree. Ji Kin, Cerberus's third in command, tells Kang Ho that it's unfair since half of the War Reaper's elite forces were cut down by his cleaver. Kang Ho smirks and asks Ji Kin if he feels left out, telling him to defeat him in a fight if he wants more recognition. Ji Kin replies that he should wait because one day he will surpass him. Kang Ho laughs and asks what they would do without him, adding that it's good that he quit being a hunter and joined the organization. One of them asks eagerly if they should now start taking over their territory. Kang Ho smirks and answers yes, declaring that from today on, this place belongs to Cerberus. Kang Ho was about to order his men to turn everything over when something exploded behind him, scattering the others. Ji Chin panicked and shouted, asking if there were any more War Reapers left. He then approached them, asking what company they worked for. Pri told him he had a shitty memory. That's why the main character told them to surrender and raise the thugs if they didn't want to die right here and now. And then the red-haired man got scared. Now they were trapped. But the head of their squad rose up in anger. And with one sharp jerk, he slammed the main character straight into the ground. On the other hand, Ji Kin asked Kang Ho why he just killed him and reminded him that getting involved with HMCS would complicate things. But Kang Ho simply replied that he didn't care and ordered Ji Kin to deal with it. They stopped when Sayu called out to Kang Ho and asked if he was right in saying that he had already killed hunters, judging by the way he spoke. Kang Ho was shocked, and then Siyu, with a menacing smile, told Kang Ho to show what he could do. Everyone was stunned to see Siyu. They remarked that they hadn't seen his face in Gangbok before, and wondered what kind of idiot would come in here alone. Ji Kin called out to Kang Ho, bringing him out of his shock. Kang Ho was sure he just heard the sound of a skull cracking. He asked Su what he meant and said that if he wanted a show, they'd give him one. Then Kang Ho activated his skill, Full Body Armor, rank B. He rushed forward to attack along with Ji Chin and their other members. However, Kang Ho suddenly saw an old man laughing by the river. Confused, he wondered what was going on, knowing he'd been fighting just a second ago. He asked who the old man across the river was, and then recognized him as his grandfather. Kang Ho hesitated, unsure whether his grandfather was inviting him to join him or telling him to stay. Coming closer, he tried to call out to his grandfather, but suddenly woke up with swollen eyes, realizing that his comrades were being beaten. Siyu grabbed Kang Ho by the hair and lifted him up. He told Kang Ho that now it was only him left. He then called upon the Predator to absorb Kang Ho's skill. The Predator did so and commented that Kang Ho's skill was quite tasty. Then Kang Ho nervously insisted that they knew nothing, that they never killed the hunters because they were just pawns. Siyu smiled and told Kang Ho that he already knew that. There was no way they, a bunch of small fry, could have pulled off something like that. Kang Ho, confused, asked why he was doing this. Su replied that he simply wanted to test the skill level of today's awakened criminals. And since they looked like bad news, he decided he might as well eliminate them preemptively, and since they'd lost, he'd finish them off. At this time, the red-haired man came and said that they had already cleared the 4th floor. Jung-gu added that since Siu insisted on going alone, he was very worried. However, his expression turned to pure shock when he saw Cerberus and their entire team lying beaten on the floor. Then, MC stepped on Kangho's head and told Jung-gu that he left one of the bosses alive, just in case. Jung-gu sighed and replied that, technically, arrest should be the priority. However, preemptive strikes are permitted if they attack first. Since HMCS operated in accordance with international law, they were required to wear cameras on their chests. But the redhead was unsure. Was it worth destroying them entirely? He wondered if Sue had always been so ruthless, even though Sue was already known as a mad dog. Sue casually mentioned that he had forgotten about the body camera, but reminded Jung-gu that he was still on probation. He then smirked and asked Jung-gu if he understood correctly that he would cover for him. Jung-gu had no choice but to answer yes, practically crying inside. Siyu then pointed to the blood on his clothes and asked Jung-gu if he could see it, insisting that they had hit him first. Jung-gu stammered, agreeing and saying he believed him. However, he knew the blood on Siyu's clothes belonged to someone else. Unbeknownst to them, one of the Cerberus members managed to hide under a small table and made a call. The man reported that Cerberus had been completely destroyed and that the third in command, Jik Ying, whom they had been ordered to monitor, was dead. On the other end, Gut, an A-rank hunter and member of the Red Lantern Guild from Hong Kong, narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who died?" The next day, Gut, along with 2 members of his guild, arrives at the airport where they are met by people assigned to escort them to the designated location. One of the men introduces himself to Gut as Lee Jun-young from the South Korean Hunters Association and offers his condolences. However, Gut simply asks where his brother is. Jun-young responds that the suspect's body, Jik-in, is currently in the forensic department for hunters. He then informs Gut that they will take him there to identify the body, complete the necessary procedures, and escort him to the designated place of residence. But Gut, angry that Jun-young named his brother as a suspect, demands to know if it is true that the one who killed his brother was from HMCS. Jun-young replies that they cannot provide information on this matter. Gut then asks if it is possible to deviate from the planned plans, to which Jun-young replies that it is not allowed. He must remain at the designated residence until his pre-approved departure. He also warns that if Gut leaves without permission, he will be forcibly deported. He then tells them that they should proceed to the forensic department, which infuriates Gut even more. Frustrated, Gut asks if they are telling him to just burn the incense and leave. He then calls his member, Ryu Young-fung, a B+ rank hunter and a member of the Red Lantern Guild's Shadow Division. Gut orders Young-fung to find him, to which Young-fung replies that he understands. They then follow the officers of the South Korean Hunters Association while Gut mutters to Siyu so that he would wait for him and swears that he would rip out his heart while he was still alive. A week later, at the Empire Guild, Siyu asks Sejun if they took all of Minjun's things. Sejun confirms and explains that about 2 days after Minjun's murder, his entire house was completely cleaned out. Siyu asks if it is true that a hunter's mana is like a fingerprint, capable of revealing his code, affinity, and rank. Sejun nods, stating that investigators at the time believed the perpetrator took everything to erase all traces. Since Minjun was an archaeologist, he had tons of research materials at home, but there was not a single item left that could contain mana. Siyu then asks if Sejun is sure that there was a real criminal behind this and not just a random robbery, which confuses Sejun. Siyu explains that if you look at the list of stolen items, many of them were valuable. Making such a mess actually increases the chance of leaving evidence, meaning that if the goal was to erase traces of mana, setting it on fire would be a much more reliable method. Sejun asks if Siwoo thinks that a random thief took advantage of the empty house after Minjun's murder. Sigyu says he checked the criminal records at HMCS and found more similar cases than he expected. He then starts walking, telling Sejun that they should gather some fences, like black market dealers, and interrogate them. Shocked, Sejun warns that trading stolen goods takes time, and since a year has passed, there's no way Minjun's things are still there. However, Sue insists that they won't know until they check for themselves, and tells Sejun that he will see him in the evening. Later that night, Sue finds himself in the black marketeer's lair, scratching his head in frustration as he remembers the confident words he spoke to his younger brother. Annoyed, he asks why there are so many damn thieves in this tiny country, lamenting that all his week's efforts have been wasted. Pri tells him that he has good intuition sometimes and suggests letting him lead. He then orders Sue to go right, but Sue angrily shouts that it is a dead end, calling Pri useless. Suddenly, he heard a man asking his boss if he had heard the latest rumors. He immediately headed towards where the voice was coming from and saw a man telling his boss that HMCS was conducting a massive crackdown on fences. Just yesterday, the entire Yeongdongpo district was cleared. The boss, shocked, replied that this was nonsense because there were no reports or orders. The man, clearly concerned, told his boss that HMCS had global jurisdiction over all hunters and even the right to execute awakened criminals on the spot. If they resist these guys with badges, they won't just end up in jail, they might become funeral food. But his boss dismissed his concerns, saying HMCS was just a bunch of civil servants. He confidently declared that they simply needed to kill them. The man agreed, knowing that high-ranking hunters could make much more money in guilds and that institutions like HMCS didn't have many high-ranking ones. However, he then warned his boss that the guy who was raiding the buyers this time was not just your average crazy person. Considering that they specialize in stolen goods from hunters, he suggested that they move their warehouse before it was too late. As they walked and talked, Sue heard mention of the hunter's stolen goods and asked where the storehouse was. Both men were shocked and started screaming, demanding to know who was there. Sue simply told them that they were carrying out a warehouse confiscation, effective immediately. Horrified, the man told his boss he thought it was the same HMCS guy who had been raiding the fences. The boss immediately contacted his other men, ordering them to report to Zone 2 immediately due to an emergency. Sue demanded to know where the warehouse was, again. He warned them that he was busy, so if they didn't want to die, they better just tell him. The boss then called a man named Hansen and ordered him to deal with Sue, but Hansen hesitated, replying that he was not the fighting type. At that moment, the boss's men arrived on the scene, asking what was going on, who the hell this guy was, and why the cop was there. Seeing the reinforcements, the boss became more confident and asked Sue if he even knew where he was. He then told his men that even if Sue was from HMCS, all they had to do was encase him in concrete and dump him in the sea. Sue smirked as he activated his power and sarcastically thanked the boss for gathering them all in one place so easily. He then turned to Pri and offered to use the skill, saying he hadn't done so in a while. Pri reminded him that the fee for using the skill was 1 chicken. Sue immediately agreed to the deal, and Pri activated his ability, allowing Sue to unleash his skill. A bright, stunning energy burst out of him, blinding everyone around him. He then released a powerful shockwave, attacking them all at once and causing a massive explosion. Everything around him collapsed, including people who were now groaning in pain and shock. Sue then approached Hansen and asked if he understood correctly that they would now show him where the warehouse was. Hansen, in tears, asked who the hell he was. Sue just smiled and replied that he was simply crazy. A moment later, Sue was inside the warehouse, surrounded by a pile of stolen goods. After tying the men up with ropes, he lifted the book while Pri remarked that his intuition had been correct. Sue said it was just luck. Pri then asked if this was the book he was looking for, and if it was food, as it had a suspiciously scholarly aura about it. Sue confirmed it was the same book, recognizing it immediately. Looking at Minjun's research notes, he noticed a protective spell on them. Looking at the lock more closely, he realized that it was a formula that would not open unless activated by the owner's mana. Pri pointed out that the book wouldn't open and asked if Siyu could read it. Siyu replied that he didn't care about the book itself, he only needed the mana inside. He then called Jonggu, telling him that he had tied up 12 awakened criminals and ordered him to come and pick them up. He also told Jonggu to take the car because they needed to go somewhere. Later, in the neutral combat zone, where forbidden techniques and mysterious abilities are allowed, the market called Black Sky Fall was bustling with life. It was a place where all knowledge about abilities was exchanged. In one of the houses, there was a lady sitting in front of a deck of cards. She carefully selected one and, struck by its meaning, muttered under her breath. The great sorceress and one of the 12 leaders of the Fall of the Black Heavens, Mu Myung, noticed that an interesting guest would soon be coming to visit her. A moment later, Siyu arrived at Black Heaven and noticed that little had changed in 10 years. Pri told him that he was a popular guy because everyone was staring at him, noting that their abilities looked quite impressive. Then Pri added that they should beat someone up and eat. But Siyu disagreed and explained to Pri that this was a neutral combat zone, and if he started a fight here, it would be problematic. Then someone stopped him and said that a lot of time had passed. Myung told him that she had been waiting for him and invited him to her house. When they sat down, Myung asked him if 10 years had passed, and noticed that he hadn't changed at all, to which he replied that she hadn't changed either. She then asked him what had happened in the last 10 years that he had not even given any news about, and he replied that it was a long story, but not very interesting. He then showed her Minjun's book and said that he wanted her to extract the mana stored there. She smiled, saying that he still got straight to the point, and agreed because that was what she liked. She then asked if she understood correctly that he remembered how to do it. Then he took a sharp knife and raised his other hand into the air. He then cut his palm and let the blood run into the wine glass. He knew that it was nearly impossible to take mana that had been materialized through abilities or magic and return it to its original state of raw mana. For example, you could fish out carrots and potatoes from a cooked curry, but it was not possible to return the dissolved curry powder, water, and other ingredients to their original state before cooking. This meant that making the impossible possible was Myung's ability, mana reversal. It was an illegal technique, a force that defied causality, a result that ran counter to the natural order. Such abilities were often associated with crime, so society treated them with caution. Just a few minutes later, Myung told him that everything was ready, and since it had been a long time, she had prepared everything fresh. She then teased that his blood tasted so good that it seemed to dance on her tongue, to which Pri commented with disgust that Myung's ability was disgusting and not at all to his taste. Siyu thanked her for the compliment and, taking her wrist, pulled something out for her, saying it was on the house. He then left after receiving the mana potion, causing her to ask if he was leaving already, to which he replied that he still had things to do and would come back next time. She smiled, thinking to herself that he was full of mysteries. A moment later, on the road, Pri shouted that the Black Heavens were terrible and he didn't want to go back there. To which Siyu asked why he was so picky today. But Pri simply told him that both he and Myung were perverts and absolutely depraved. Siyu asked Pri if he was a pervert just because he had a small cut on his hand, but Pri only asked where they were going and said he wanted to go home. Su replied that they were heading to the Institute of Ancient History and that it was there that Minjun was killed. He then arrived at the Institute of Ancient History and walked inside. Pri warned him that it was trespassing, but he assured Pri that the building belonged to the Empire Guild and that it was good that Sejun had bought and saved it early on. Then he looked ahead and realized that he is not the only one who is having a hard time accepting Minjun's death. Placing his hand on the floor, Gigi said that he needed to use more memories. I asked him if he planned to use it, to which he simply replied, yes. He then activated his mana memory, an ability of unknown rank that manifests the emotions experienced by the owner of the mana in that place. However, the fullness of the manifestation depended on the quality and quantity of mana used as a medium. Mana spread throughout the area, showing Minjun stopping the man in front of him. He watched the scene unfold, but it was blurry, making him wonder if there was hardly any mana left. He then reminded himself that the mana memory only showed emotions, not actual memories. He was sure that Minjun had never been a weak hunter. If someone acted alone and did it so quickly, then the criminal was very skilled. Then, after the movement, he was surprised when I saw Minjun raise his head and speak. Watching his lips closely, he read that he was saying that this was an order from the VIP. The killer looked at Minjun for a second, before responding with his huge fangs, saying that it was someone above the VIPs. This made him wonder what the killer meant by highly regarded VIPs. Could Minjun have been part of another organization besides the research lab? Then Pri asked him if he was okay, which confused him. Pri explained that in the demon realm, he would constantly talk about his younger brother or disciple and would not forget about them for 100 years. As soon as he arrived on Earth, he began searching for the one who had disappeared. And now he watched as his student died right before his eyes. He responded by telling Pri that his vocabulary was improving every day and asked where he learned it anyway. He added that even now, his emotions are so turbulent that he is starting to feel sick, but he does not show anything outwardly. He asked if he was unable to show emotion, but he simply replied that he was fine. After 100 years, it's only natural for things to break. Suddenly, the doors of the Institute of Ancient History opened, and Yanfeng appeared behind him and asked where he had been wandering all day, saying that he had caused him a lot of trouble. He added that Su should go with him quietly because there was someone who was dying to see him. Su simply counted and told Yanfeng that he had brought 6 rats with him, but still acts smug, which surprised Yanfeng. Then Yanfeng told him he was smart, but this would simplify matters. He would give him a choice, so he should choose. The first option is to obediently let them tie him up and go with them. The second is to resist and get cut before they drag him away. Xiu folded his arms, choosing the first option, and told Yanfeng that it was better than being cut. Yanfeng then ordered one of his henchmen to tie up Xiu, to which he agreed. He came up with a rope, but before he could get close, Xiu cut him in half with just one hand. He teasingly told the others that he actually preferred to cut, and Pri shouted that it was a trick and called them fools. The remaining men, enraged, rushed together at the Sioux. Yanfeng shouted that he would kill him, but they all stopped when someone spoke. The voice declared that it was enough. Then Gut activated his skill, furiously telling his team that from now on, he would handle it himself. Su was his prey. Siu, unperturbed, simply looked at him with interest and teasingly remarked that he was pretty cool. Gut then asked him if he was Hunter Min Su, an HMCS employee, and wasn't it he who killed his brother Jiken? Pri told him that of all the opponents he had seen so far, Gut was the most decent, and his skills even looked relatively appetizing. Siu then replied that he didn't know and asked Guta if people asked the name of the garbage before throwing it away during cleanup, which made Gut even more angry. Gut, preparing to attack, called him a bastard and rushed closer, screaming that it would break his heart. He hit him with his armored fist, but Sayu immediately healed the hand he'd let Gutu hit. He calmly told Gutu he wasn't bad and asked if he was an A rank. Gut, surprised to see himself healed, wondered if he was a healer. Enraged, Gut attacked again, calling him an arrogant bastard. But Siu effortlessly dodged each of Gut's attacks. Guta's comrades couldn't believe that Su had stopped his attack. The gray-haired man asked the red-haired man why he was just standing there and ordered him to intervene. But before he could react, Sayu appeared in front of the gray-haired man and told them not to interfere. He then used his lightning flash skill, striking everyone around him with incredible speed, before saying that I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Yang Fang couldn't believe that a healer could use acceleration skills, and the others wondered what the hell he was as he lifted one of them up. Gut noticed that Su saw all his escape routes and dodged with the minimum necessary movement. No acceleration-type hunter he had encountered in the gate had ever demonstrated such accuracy. Su, still holding the man, looked at Gut and told him that he seemed to be mistaken about something. He then scolded them, saying that if they had committed a crime, whether it was their brother or their child, they should be punished. If he killed them, it only meant that they were awakened criminals. He asked what was so unfair about this and whether the citizens who had been harmed by Jiken should not feel offended. Gut, even more angry, shouted at him to stop talking nonsense. He asked if Gigi was saying that all criminals should be killed and that he didn't even know what kind of life his brother had lived. Gut added that Su thinks he can wield power as he pleases, but Jiken had no choice but to become a criminal to support him when they were young. Jiken fought desperately in his own way to survive. In a rage, Gut unleashed all his power, shouting that Siu would pay with his life for trampling on Jiken's life. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge it with just one move, Siu told Pri that they should use a skill. Pri, exhausted, complained that Sayu was overloading him and that his mana was now useless. Siu promised that this would be the last time today, and then Pri could rest while he dealt with the rest. Siu then activated his neutralization skill, an ability of unknown rank that analyzed the opponent's skill type and mana level. Then she would enter the enemy's properties into the formula and deploy a magic circle to block it. Thanks to this, he easily dispelled Gut's ultimate skill, leaving Gut in complete shock. Yanfang couldn't believe that Siu had such a high-level skill that could defeat an A-rank hunter's ability. They had to run. Before they could move, Sayu appeared in front of Gut and asked him if he really thought that everyone who went through the same situation as his brother became a criminal. He told Gut not to trade in cheap sentimentality because it was outdated, and then kicked him in the chest. Gutu managed to block the blow with his hands in time, but the force of the blow still sent him flying back. His comrades became worried, but Gut shouted at them not to interfere. Gut then released more power into his armor, thinking that Siu shouldn't be able to constantly use such a high-level skill. Deciding to finish everything in close combat, Gut concentrated Langya's 1,000 kills into a single strike. He then launched his spinning kick towards Su, but Su easily dodged it by jumping up. Siu grabbed Gut by the hair and kneed him in the face, telling him not to use it. Every time Gut tried to activate his skill again, Siu hit him again and again, reminding him not to use it. Finally, he slapped Gut hard across the face and explained that the building they were in was already dilapidated enough, asking if Gut would take responsibility if it collapsed. However, Gut still delivered a powerful spinning blow. Once again, Su dodged. Realizing that he could not win alone, Gut ordered Yanfan to immobilize Siu. Yanfan leaned forward, using his power, and asked Gut what he should do. Gut had told him not to interfere, but now he wanted him to. Then Yunfang wrapped the chain around Siu and held him tightly. Gut gave it his all and rushed towards Su, shouting that he would blow up his entire body so that he could not even be healed, calling him his brother's enemy. But Siu only teased him, congratulating him on the fact that now both he and Jikun were criminals. He then used Life Steal, an SS rank skill that absorbs the life force of all targets within its range. A magic circle appeared behind Gut, sucking away his life in a matter of seconds. Fong trembled in fear upon seeing this and stuttered as he asked what the hell this was and whether it was supposed to be a healer skill. Siu sank to the floor, telling Fong that he had never been an ordinary healer. He didn't heal with mana, he manipulated the life force itself. He then proudly stated that he was a life spirit mage and that was why he could do this. When he approached Fong, he crawled back in horror, swearing that he would not resist. Siu just hit Fong on the back of the head and told him to shut up. Then he looked around, asking if everything was tidied up. Remembering the camera, he wondered if it was actually on this time. Looking straight into her eyes, he asked Chong over the phone if he'd seen everything and if the recording was showing correctly. He then clarified that it was self-defense. Chong agreed that everything was displayed correctly, but admitted that instead of recording, he pressed the live broadcast button. 5,897 people are watching this right now. The next day, a man in the office mentioned that the situation was quite problematic for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He then asked, since when has HMCS been live streaming the suppression of awakened criminals? Another man responded that it started about 2 years ago as part of a video promotion initiative from HMCS International Headquarters to recruit talent. He explained that the process of eliminating the criminals was broadcast live via social media, but the project largely failed and HMCS never created any decent recordings. The first man was astonished to see that HMCS had now acquired a truly incredible talent. A woman in the room intervened, asking if this was truly a problem now. She emphasized that the important thing is that the man killed in this live broadcast was the Hunter Gut from the Hong Kong Red Lantern Guild, not a criminal. Suddenly, they all fell silent as someone entered. The man greeted them, saying he had kept them waiting. Seoul Korea's president Chae Dae-soo then asked them what the problem was. A few days later, in the Empire Guild's dining hall, Sejun asked him if he was listening, which confused him. Sejun reminded him that he was talking about the video that had just been released on live TV and asked if he understood correctly that he wasn't paying attention. Siu let it slip by replying that he was eating, but then corrected himself, insisting that he was listening. Siu then commented to Sejun that the dining hall was on a whole other level, and that's why it was called a large guild. He asked if he could have lunch here every day from now on, to which Sejun replied yes, but told him to focus on what he was saying. Then Sejun told him that the live broadcast of the suppression of the Red Lantern Guild Hunter Gut had caused a huge commotion. Luckily, the footage was captured on a shaky body camera, meaning Sue's face wasn't clearly visible. However, if Dae-soo realizes he's returned, there's no telling what he might do. His mana hasn't fully recovered yet. Considering everything Dae-soo had done over the past 10 years to erase all traces of him, Sejun had come to the conclusion that it was best to lay low for now. Sejun took the egg roll, agreed with Sejun, and casually put it in his mouth. He told him that if he was that worried, he would keep quiet, as Sejun had suggested. So now, he should just eat his food. Sejun, chewing, asked if Siu considered him a child, reminding him that he was almost 30 years old. Siu simply replied that, to him, Sejun would always be a snotty kid. Suddenly, someone called out to Sejun. A woman approached, asking him what had brought him to the dining hall for lunch and who he was with. Sue recognized her from the tower, but couldn't remember her name. She introduced herself as Hunter Shin Jisoo, a new recruit to their guild, and proudly mentioned that she had even awakened an A-rank skill, all thanks to Sue. Then Sejun asked if they were going to a joint seminar for new hunters today, to which one man replied yes. He introduced himself as Seok Tae-jin from the Empire Guild and introduced Chu Ha-min from the White Lion Guild and Yamato from the Ice Soul Guild. Tae-jin then told Sue that he had heard a lot about him from Sejun and knew that he had made great contributions to HMCS. He said he was looking forward to working with him, to which Sue replied with a smile that he felt the same. However, Ha-min then asked Siu if he was the famous newcomer who was causing a stir. He mentioned that he saw the video of Su killing Gut and noted that Gut was something of a rival to him. Ha-min then said that it was complete nonsense, shocking Taejin, who stuttered as he asked Ha-min what was wrong with him today. Sejun angrily told Ha-min that he was being incredibly rude to a person he had just met, and more importantly, within the Empire Guild. Ha-min simply asked if he could even ask a question, and ridiculed the Empire Guild for being such bores. Taejin, becoming increasingly irritated, asked Ha-min if he had gone crazy. He was bringing shame to the White Lion Guild. Meanwhile, Jisoo and Yamato were already leaving the scene. Ha-min then teasingly asked if they were planning to play the fool and snitch to their superiors. He proudly introduced himself as an A+ rank hunter, an Asura of the White Lion, and a direct disciple of the Black Water Lotus himself, Min Jun. Siu didn't pay attention to Ha-min's words, but was surprised to hear that Ha-min was Min Jun's student. Ha-min confidently pointed to himself and told Sejun that Sungil loved him very much. Si-woo stopped Ha-min, warning him not to make a scene in someone else's house. He told Ha-min that if he wanted to confirm anything, he should set a time and come to him directly. Apparently, Su added, Ha-min's master hadn't taught him any manners, and he was interested to see how well Min Jun had taught him to fight. Ha-min was furious, perplexed by how Siu dared insult his master. He thought that if they hadn't been in the wrong guild, he would have crushed Su. Instead, he kicked the table next to him, and warned Su to look over his shoulder at night before leaving. Taejin panicked upon hearing this and immediately apologized to Sejun, vowing to deal with it. Sejun, however, simply told Taejin that everything was fine and told him to go. Afterwards, Sejun assured Siu not to worry about it, saying that he would deal with Ha-min and ensure that the White Lion Guild compensated for the damage. But Siu simply smiled and told Sejun not to worry, proudly stating that he had been quiet this time. Then, with a smirk, he added that since Ha-min was his student's student, he had to cut him some slack. Later, at HMCS headquarters, the visitor told Sungil that he thought the matter had been settled. Baek-gun-ho, director of the HMCS Korea branch, also reached out to Sungil, saying that the situation could be resolved in writing as usual. However, it was an honor that Sungil personally came to their headquarters. Sungil replied that this time, they weren't just there to cooperate, they also had to apologize to HMCS. Although they had already settled everything with the Empire Guild, Sungil thought it would be right if the culprit apologized in person. Gunho told Sungil that, as the leader of the White Lion Guild, he didn't need to apologize personally. Besides, there had been no actual physical altercation. However, Gunho then asked if he was right in suspecting that Sungil had come more for reconnaissance than to apologize. Gunho then firmly stated that Su is an extremely valuable asset to HMCS and is currently very busy. Right now, he was on a mission to escort an awakened criminal to prison. Sungil sighed, saying it was a shame. He then asked if it was true that a revived prison rarely requested support from HMCS. Gunho replied that it was rare but not unheard of. Until now, large guilds have mainly dealt with such requests. But everything changes, and no one knows what the future holds. Standing up, Sungil admitted he was right and asked Gunho if he could at least let Ha-min apologize directly instead of him apologizing on his behalf. Gunho agreed, stating that this was a matter they had to deal with. Then he said goodbye to Sungil. A moment later, back in his office, Sungil realized that Gunho was deliberately hiding Siu. However, he was not going to give up such talent. He turned to his secretary, So, and ordered her to contact Ha-min and tell him to prepare for the trip. However, he also instructed So to make sure Ha-min put on his most polite face. So confirmed the order and asked where she should tell Ha-min to go. Meanwhile, in Incheon, the police chief asked, Is it true that HMCS received a request for support from their location, and why haven't they arrived yet? The officer replied that they said they would arrive soon. But the boss angrily asked why problems had started after months of calm. Frustrated, he muttered about how criminals could never just get along. One of the officers glanced at Sherry Volk's papers and remembered that Volk had been arrested quietly. He assumed Volk would remain obedient, but suddenly he went berserk. Even with minor restrictions, Wolf beat 5 people half to death. Wolf was a notorious criminal in the criminal underworld and was difficult for the authorities to catch. Sighing, the chief ordered his officers to quickly transfer Wolf to Gangwon-do before he caused any more trouble. The officers then headed to a special prison cell to pick up Sherry Wolf for translation. Meanwhile, Wolf recalled the conversation with the man who told him that the beast had a message for him. The man asked if the wolf knew that the meeting was coming soon. He then instructed Wolf on the plan of organization, stating that they had already arranged everything inside the prison. If the wolf wanted to get out, all he had to do was cause a disturbance inside. A minute later, Siu arrived in Incheon and came closer, wondering if this is the awakened Incheon prison. A moment later, Heyman arrived at Incheon prison and was shocked to hear that Siu and Wolf had already left. Frustrated, he cursed, asking what kind of careless transport of prisoners this was. Noticing a blue bus on the road, he asked if that was the vehicle. The security guard confirmed it. Heyman rushed into his car, grumbling that now he would have to drive all the way to Gangwon-do. Cursing under his breath, he chased after the bus, vowing to make Sunil pay for his overtime and extra shift. Hours passed and night fell. Siu stayed on the bus, peacefully sipping coffee while accompanying the wolf during the translation. The wolf called out to him, noticing that he was irritating to watch, and asked if he was enjoying his meal alone. Siu simply replied, yes. Irritated by his short answer, Wolf asked if he was a guard at the prison where he was being transferred. And again, Siu simply answered, no. Suspiciously, Wolf then asked if he was from some big guild on a mission, as he had not seen his face before. He remarked that Siu must be very confident in his abilities to follow him alone after hearing his name. Siu, unperturbed, asked why and whether Wolf was someone important. The wolf, becoming increasingly irritated, asked if Siu had really boarded the transport without even knowing who he was. He called him crazy and said he should at least know why the prisoner was being transferred. Siu casually replied that perhaps Wolf talked too much, which was why he was being transferred. The wolf cursed him and proudly declared that he had beaten 5 awakened criminals to within an inch of their lives, even wearing that damn heavy control device. He then asked if Siu still didn't understand, and why he thought an awakened, a 2+ rank criminal was being transported in a regular vehicle with only one cocky newbie as an escort. Siu finished his cold coffee just when the wolf told him that he was finished. Suddenly, the bus exploded and rolled down the slope by the road. Finally, he stopped in front of an old man and a child who were waiting nearby, wondering if the wolf had survived. The bus door flew out as Wolf kicked it down, angrily calling out to the crazy old man. He asked if the old man really needed to blow him up too. Laughing, the old man told Wolf that Beast Grey Wolf wouldn't die from something like that. However, he added that because of the collar, Wolf looked more like a small puppy. The wolf threatened the old man, asking if he wanted to lose his teeth. The old man chuckled and told him he was still the same, still humorless. Then he asked if Wolf had arranged for an escort. The wolf answered confidently, yes, assuring them that he had made sure to hit Siu right on the temple as the truck started moving. He said Siu was probably lying somewhere with his brains leaking out like coffee. Turning to the child, the wolf impatiently told him to hurry up and open the handcuffs. The child warned him to stand still if he didn't want to lose his arms, explaining that mana engineering was a delicate matter these days. The child broke the handcuffs with ease. The wolf sighed with relief, crying out that he thought he would suffocate. The child, unimpressed, reminded him that he had only been locked up for a few months, yet he was acting as if years had passed. Suddenly, Haman appeared, ordering them not to move. He noticed he'd been wondering why they were always driving on dubious back roads, but now he understood. The wolf had created a real mess. Then Haman thought to himself that if Sue really lost to someone like Wolf, then he really wasn't that good. Kamen glared at the group and asked if they were a gang of some sort, and if they wanted to talk now or after they were beaten and dragged away. The child recognized Haman and asked when he started following them. The old man noticed that there were no other hunters nearby, which meant that Haman was alone. The wolf grinned and told them that it was perfect because he hadn't had a proper workout in a long time. Haman took up a position and shouted at them to stop whispering. He asked again who they were, but the wolf simply told him that he didn't need to know because he was going to die soon. The wolf then transformed into a bear wolf, an A+ rank creature. Haman was surprised to see that Wolf was a transcendent awakened, but he reminded himself that in the end, even if he beat him, he would still be just a human. Without hesitation, Haman activated his skill, Azura's Diamond Barrage, an A-rank ability which swirled the internal mana, forming an invisible armor around his body. Then Haman began to hit the wolf repeatedly. The wolf covered himself with his hands, wondering if it was an A-rank speed attack. He admitted that if he were fighting alone, it would be problematic. On the other hand, Haman was confused. He felt his blows were landing and was sure he was causing damage, so why wasn't Wolf falling? The wolf teasingly asked Haman if he called that a welcome massage, but the child chuckled, pointing out that the wolf had received quite a lot for a massage himself. The old man reminded them that reinforcements could arrive at any moment and said that they could not waste time fighting on the side of the road. Then he ordered the child to finish it. The child nodded and said he would tie up Haman. Then he activated his 10-headed snake skill. Haman noticed the attack and tried to run away, dodging the approaching snakes. Mocking the child, he asked him what he was going to do with such a toy snake. But before he could react, as if a snake had coiled around his body, preventing him from moving. Then Haman was shocked when the wolf appeared in front of him and punched him, grinning that the white lion wasn't that strong. The wolf's blow landed squarely in Haman's stomach, causing him to fall to his knees, shaking in pain. He smirked, suggesting that in the criminal underworld, Haman was nothing more than a weakling. Haman swore loudly, shouting that the wolf was talking too much when it was 3 against 1. The wolf ignored him and kicked him repeatedly, telling him to stop whining. He mocked him, saying he was an idiot for rushing forward when he should have been waiting for reinforcements. The old man then told the wolf that they had no time and told him to finish off Haman. The wolf nodded, saying that he understood. He sharpened his claws and asked Haman if he had any last words, but assured him that his answer was of no importance to him anyway. Haman clenched his teeth, knowing he couldn't leave like that. Luckily, something suddenly fell in front of Haman, destroying the snakes that bound him. The child coughed up blood from the blow. Siu then stepped forward and asked Haman if he really surrendered before the enemy dealt the finishing blow. He asked if Minjun had really trained him like that. Haman was stunned to see him alive. Siu casually explained that it took him some time to figure out the little camera. He then asked which was the live broadcast and which was the recording. Pri chuckled and asked Siu if his eyesight was getting worse, telling him to buy himself some reading glasses. The wolf couldn't believe what he saw. He was sure he had crushed the Siu's skull. The old man noticed that Siu didn't even resist before dying. Even he couldn't sense any mana flow, which meant this wasn't an ordinary skill. Haman then shouted to Siu, telling him that he couldn't handle these guys alone and that he needed to wait for reinforcements. Siu ignored him and turned to Wolf. He then calmly listed their crimes: assaulting a supervising officer, removing the seals from awakened criminals, damaging a prisoner transport vehicle, attempted murder of a low-ranking hunter, and worst of all, interruption of his sacred coffee time. In accordance with the powers of the HMCS hunters, he hereby declares all three to be criminals caught red-handed. From now on, they will all be executed on the spot. He then releases his power and tells Haman to watch and learn from below. He lectures Haman about how Azura is not a skill for beating. He places his fist in his palm and prepares to demonstrate, but before he can continue, the wolf, thrown up by the old man's strength, shouts at him, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he is talking about. As the wolf approaches, he effortlessly strikes him in the face, sending him flying backwards. He then notices that Aura is a piercing skill, and then releases the black armored Asura's blood dance wave, a technique of unknown rank, shocking Haman, who recognizes it as his master Min Jun's technique. He rushes towards the falling wolf and comments that the meat needs to be properly bled before it can be beaten. However, before he can get any closer, the old man intervenes. While protecting Wolf with Thunderwall Strike, Mahuraga uses an A2+ rank skill. He stops at the very last moment to avoid the attack. Noticing how the old man skillfully uses double casting of spells in battle, he acknowledges his skill, noting that he has not lived his years in vain. Pri then intervenes, demanding to know what the technique is, saying he's never seen a skill like it, and asking if it's edible. He answers with a simple no and explains that it works like a one-use scroll, where mana is applied to a spell imprinted by its creator. Haman then shouts out his name, demanding to know who he is and how he knows his master's skill. Before he can respond, Haman is slammed into the ground with force, the work of an old man. The old man warns him against making any careless movements if he does not want to see how the young one will be crushed by his gravitational formation. However, the main character remains calm, stating that he was interested in what the old man was doing on the sidelines while his comrades were being beaten. And he asks if the old man is threatening him. The old man replies that it's not a threat, but a deal. If they are allowed to leave unharmed, then Haman will also remain safe. Then the main character claims that the old man is right in assuming that the mission was nothing more than a casual participation for him, and hints that if he decides to leave, it's not too late. Looking at Haman struggling against his bonds, he asks the old man if he is right in assuming that Haman can recover through sheer willpower. The old man, visibly surprised, hesitantly asks if they are not on the same side as the prison. He then asks if the old man admits that they are hunter-killers from a powerful organization. As he approaches, he points out that the old man possesses several valuable artifacts demonstrating mastery of awakened skills, and has enough influence to put someone in prison, which makes his suspicions obvious. He repeats his question, "Where are they from?" Instead of answering, the old man increases gravity and responds with a counter-question. Who is he, and what does he want? Realizing that the old man already knows the truth, but still asks, he mockingly asks if he left his hearing aid at home. As he approaches, the old man tries to activate another artifact with his staff. Before he can cast a spell, the main character releases his shockwave skill and swings his hand downwards. His attack hits the old man's staff, effortlessly breaking it into pieces. The old man jumps back, wondering if he caused an overload by using the same type of electrical skill. He knows that such a reaction should be impossible with the mana density of an ordinary person. Looking at his hand, now surrounded by mana, he feels about 40% of his mana return and realizes that the warm-up is actually having an effect. He then tells the old man to stop wasting his time, reminding him that he doesn't have much life left to waste. However, the old man shouts back that he doesn't know everything and asks if he really thinks they will tell him such information so easily. The old man explains that most members of such organizations take a vow of silence, an oath tied to the signer's mana. Anyone who reveals information about the organization becomes a target for elimination. At this moment, the wolf comes to his senses. The old man calls him a stupid bastard, saying that he has finally woken up. Sivu grinned when he heard the old man ask if they were afraid of death. He then demonstrates his healing power by telling them that if that is the case, they should not worry. After a few deaths, they will get used to it. The old man, alarmed, shouts at the wolf to do something, saying that he needs to justify his damn existence. The wolf responds well, after which he rushes towards him, deciding to attack again. As he runs, he shouts that even if he dies, he will first tear him to pieces. However, before the wolf can get close, Haman throws him back with a blow. Haman then tells Wolf that now their forces are finally equal. The wolf, in a rage, snaps that Haman should have just lay there and not interfered. But Haman simply asks what that pathetic whining was, and then shouts that he can finally let loose completely. Before the fight can escalate, Siwu activates his skill, Cutting Wind, a powerful, wind-based attack, which simultaneously cuts through the wolf and the old man, leaving Haman in a daze. Then Siwu grabs the old man by the neck and asks how it feels. He tells the old man that this is what death feels like. Without hesitation, he heals both the old man and the wolf. He then asks the old man how many times he thinks he needs to experience this before he will answer his question. The old man, out of breath, manages to ask who the hell he is. In response, Sivu attacks them again, this time nearly killing them, only to heal them again. Haman, seeing all this, realizes how insane this is. Sivu heals them, repeatedly bringing them to the brink and back again. Haman thinks that in their place, he would prefer to simply die. After repeating the cycle of near death and healing many times, Siwu asks the old man for the third time where they are from. The wolf, broken and desperate, begs him to stop and urges the old man to simply tell Sivu everything. The old man, finally giving in, stutters and pronounces the name, Beast. Sivu smiles when he hears the answer, while the old man looks at him in shock. He had his doubts, but after seeing Sivu's skill with his own eyes, he is now confident. Sivu is one of the 3 masters who disappeared many years ago, the infamous mad dog, Ming Shiwu. Then Siwu sits down next to the old man and tells him that now that their tongues are loosened, it is time to get down to the real topic. He creates an image with his mana and shows it to the old man, asking if they recognize the snake bastard. The Beast Assassination Organization is a small but elite group of hunters specializing in contract killings. Led by Raven, they are a force to be reckoned with, both in terms of skill and the huge number of tasks completed. The old man had spent years hiding in the shadows as a first-generation hunter, so when he received an offer from such a powerful organization, he had no reason to hesitate. For killers who belong to a group, secrecy regarding their comrades is the most basic rule. The moment they take a vow of silence, their life and death are in the hands of the organization. Loyalty is demanded until their heads roll off their shoulders. That is the law of their world. The old man knows that 15 years have passed since he joined the Beast, and he never imagined that he would betray them. And yet, having experienced real death several times, his lips parted of their own accord. Finally breaking the silence, the old man tells Siv that the man he is asking about, one of the members of the Beast, codenamed Black Mamba. Then Siwu shatters the image of the Black Mamba in his palm and finally puts it all back together. They are from the same organization. Then Sivu tells them that first of all, he has a question. He asks if they were ever involved in the assassination order for Hunter Yeon Min Jun. When they don't respond, he unleashes his killing intent, instantly stopping them in their tracks and leaving them trembling in fear. The wolf feels the thirst to kill Siwa as if the skin was being ripped off his face. The old man, barely able to withstand the pressure, finally answers that they were not involved. He explains that although they are called an organization, in reality, they are little more than a group of individuals. Cooperation is rare, and most members don't even know each other's names. However, there is a reason they came to break the wolf out of prison. They did this because the organization's twice-yearly meeting was due to take place in a week. Their mission was to get Wolf out of prison and attend the meeting together. Bowing his head respectfully, the old man calls Siwa Great Master and tells him that if he wishes, they will reveal all the information. He then humbly begs Siwa to accept them as his subordinates. Haman, indignant, shouts incredulously, demanding to know what kind of nonsense this is. He then calls Siva boss and asks if he is seriously considering taking on criminals. Sivu, unimpressed, asks Haman since when he became his boss. Haman firmly replies that it was from the moment he used Asura, pointing out that anyone can understand his connection with Master Minjun. At the very least, he should be Minjun's fellow disciple, his senior, or perhaps even Minjun's master himself. Haman then insists that Siwa should not take in criminals and offers himself as an apprentice instead. He admits that he might be rough at first, but if Siwu accepts him, he will become his hands and feet. Sivu, indifferent, simply tells Haman to shut up for now. Haman immediately presses his lips tightly together, not daring to speak anymore. Sivu thinks for a moment. What he really wants is information about that snake bastard Black Mamba. If he leaves these criminals alone, the organization will most likely execute them soon. However, if they first report its existence to the beast, it will be problematic. After considering the situation, Siwu agrees. He tells them he will accept them as subordinates, shocking Haman. The old man, relieved, thanks Siwa and vows to remain faithful and never become a burden. However, Siwu then declares that there is a condition. Even under duress, those who have betrayed once will betray again. Therefore, they must swear the oath of mana. Wolf is shocked to hear this. He knows that the mana oath is a contract that, if broken, seals the mana core, rendering the user powerless. He protests, asking why he should be bound by another contract, but the old man whispers to the wolf to shut up. He opens a magic circle beneath them and orders them to gather mana in their cores and say their names. The old man declares that he is the red ghost, and the wolf follows him, also stating his name. Then, the main character tells the ghost and the wolf that from now on, they are his limbs, and the price of their loyalty is his protection. As long as they are under the oath, their lives will be safe. He asks if they understand, to which Ghost responds with obedience, forcibly bending Wolf's head down. Haman, indignant, shouts and demands to know why he accepts criminals, but not him. He continues to shout that if he does not accept him as a student, he will go straight to the association and report everything. Sivu looks at him with a murderous gaze, causing Haman to stutter and quickly apologize, insisting he was just joking. He absorbs the contract into himself, confirming with the ghost that the meeting will take place in a week. Then he calls Haman and says that he will take him as a student. Haman, full of delight, asks if he's serious. Sivu explains that for the upcoming events, they need as many hands as possible. He leaves, leaving Haman behind. Haman, now smug, teasingly asks Wolf and Ghost if they saw it, and proudly declares that he is now a direct disciple of this great man. Sivu considers their numbers, knowing that 4 people are enough to cause chaos, but he still needs one more person to clean up after them. A few days later, Incheon Prison. The warden of Incheon Prison demands to know how it is even possible that the dangerous criminal Wolf escaped from the car. The chief's irritation grows when he points out that the guards are completely unharmed, meaning Wolf must have simply escaped. HMCS are just idiots. Junggu remains silent, remembering Siwoo's words about the wolf being too fast to catch. He thinks to himself that if Siwoo is going to lie, he should have tried harder, and wonders if Sivu really believes that a simple word to clean up is enough to fix everything. The chief then asks why the new escort officer has not reported yet, shouting that discipline is in disarray and that all responsibility lies with HMCS. Changu replies that usually 4 to 5 officers are assigned to accompany such a prisoner, and in cases of transfer to prisons, more than 10. However, in this case, he specifically requested only 1 officer, not counting the driver, and the driver was from Incheon prison itself. The chief, now visibly shaken, asks what Jong-gu is hinting at, before quickly insisting that responsibility still lies with HMCS. He then reveals that, just before his escape, the prisoner confessed to bribing his superiors in that very prison. The chief, now in shock, asks if it is true that the body camera was turned off, dismissing it as an obvious lie. Young-gu stands up as several HMCS staff enter the office. He informs the chief that, while they cannot take Wolf's word for granted, HMCS will conduct a full investigation, both in relation to the escaped prisoner and in relation to the prison itself. He then asks the warden for his full cooperation. Later, Jong-gu is stunned to see him, but quickly recovers and reports that, as ordered, he has settled everything related to the escort mission. He also confirms that an investigation has been launched into the bribery case of the murder group. He looks at Heyman, an old man named Ghost, and the wolf, the previously escaped prisoner. All of them stand before him. Before he can ask anything, Siwoo covers his mouth and tells him to shut up and sit down because there's a long story behind this. Once Jong-gu calms down, Siwoo announces that they're beginning the mission briefing. Tomorrow, they'll infiltrate the Beast's meeting. He explains that this is a large gathering that will bring together 8 high-ranking awakened beings who specialize in hunting hunters. He states that the defectors will now explain the details of the infiltration and instructs Jong-gu and Ha-man to listen carefully. Jong-gu asks him to wait a minute and asks if they really plan to infiltrate the meeting without support and with such a small team. He then asks what the purpose of the operation is. Siwoo simply replies that the purpose is obvious. This is the extermination of all these bastards. The next day, in the Beast's meeting room, all the members were sitting in their places. Wolverine noted that it was a rare sight, noting that the turnout today was unusually high. Tiger, however, pointed out that Red Ghost and Wolf were missing, meaning 2 members were missing, and the kid was dead. Wolverine chuckled and called Tiger a fool, explaining that he hadn't even counted the traitors. Hawk noted that neither Wolf nor Red Ghost seemed like the type to betray the organization, so their absence came as a surprise. Puma, unperturbed, simply stated that if they had turned their backs on the Beast, then perhaps they should be eliminated. The Porcupine, clearly angry, cursed the Wolf, calling him terrible for abandoning their planned trip to the country of XX. She would kill him. Grizzly, not interested in the altercation, told everyone that enough was enough, and that the decision to punish traitors rests with their leader, Boss Raven. Boss Raven, instead of responding immediately, simply said that she enjoyed their chatter and encouraged them to continue. The absence of 3 people at the long-awaited meeting was surprising even to her. After a moment, Boss Raven asked if anyone had anything else to say, but a frightened silence reigned in the room. Amused, Boss Raven then asked if they should settle the matter with a duel to the death to decide who would deal with the traitors. At these words, the room became even quieter. Finally, Black Mamba spoke up, stating that Boss Raven's jokes were rarely funny and that she should stop. He added that the punishment of traitors could be planned and carried out at any time, but the real problem was that they already knew the time and place of the meeting. Wolverine, nonchalantly, simply asked what the 2 nobodies could do, scoffing at the idea of them barging in right now. Suddenly, a system alarm blared, warning them of an intrusion. Unidentified movements were detected on routes 1 through 5. Boss Raven laughed when he heard the alarm and commented that he had jinxed it. Grizzly immediately instructed everyone that there were 5 entry points, instructing everyone to take one. The tigress complained irritably that she had even put on new clothes today. 4 members stood up to deal with the uninvited guests, and Black Mamba reminded them to finish quickly and come back. Boss Raven told them that they would see each other later. Grizzly, embarrassed, asked if he, Porcupine, and Black Mamba would come too. Black Mamba dismissed the idea, saying he had no interest in messing around with small change. Porcupine, indifferently, pointed out that all the seats were taken anyway, so she would just stay and play the game. Boss Raven then turned to Black Mamba, remarking that he should have told him to at least bring the heads, or else those beasts wouldn't leave anything whole. Black Mamba replied that it was already impressive that Boss Raven had managed to put leashes on animals like them. Meanwhile, Jungu, hiding on the ceiling, watched everything that was happening in fear. He thought to himself that he had never won even 50 kopecks in the lottery in his life, and now, somehow, he had hit the worst jackpot of all possible ones. 30 minutes ago, outside the Beast's meeting room, Sivu and his team arrived at the Beast headquarters, and Haman immediately noted that they had indeed found themselves a decent anthill. The ghost informed them that there were 5 entrances, each equipped with intrusion detection sensors. However, because the interior layout changed regularly, they could not tell where each entrance led inside the facility. The ghost added that ultimately, all paths lead to the central meeting room where their targets are located. The only difference is timing. With this in mind, the main character told them that each of them would enter through a separate entrance. If they all went through one, the targets might escape through another. He then asked Jonggu if he had brought the radio. Jonggu confirmed it and took it out of his bag. He instructed everyone to enter one by one and reminded them that there were sensors at the facility and the enemy already knew about their arrival. They should be ready. And if they encounter an enemy too strong for them, they must radio him and hold him off as long as possible. Before stepping forward, he reminded them to report to him immediately as soon as they spotted their target, the Black Mamba, on the way to Changgu. At first, everything seemed fine. But soon after Jonggu entered through his designated entrance, his path was blocked. Having no other choice, he headed for the nearest air duct, crawling through the ventilation shafts. Somehow, he reached the central meeting room first without encountering a single combatant. He wondered if they even had sensors along this route. He realized that every person in the room was at least A rank. The security seemed lax, but with so many paths, it was clear it was a trap. Jonggu concluded that the guards had already gone to intercept his comrades. Even if he called for reinforcements, they wouldn't arrive immediately. Reaching into his pocket, he grabbed the small ball, wondering if he should start thinning their ranks himself. He threw it down, letting it roll across the floor. The porcupine, noticing it, chased after it and saw that it was just a ball. She absent-mindedly assumed and had fallen out of her pocket. Boss Raven, watching her, casually asked if she still played slot machines. Porcupine, teasingly apologizing to Boss Raven, joked that she hit the jackpot yesterday. She was about to grab the balloon when it suddenly exploded. The blast blew Porcupine into pieces. Boss Crow, however, remained completely calm, still sitting, and simply noted that Porcupine was dead. Black Mamba, unperturbed, immediately concluded that a fast little rat had snuck in. Jonggu, still hiding, threw a bomb at them. It landed in Black Mamba's hand, and he chuckled, admitting it was a good ambush, but stated that he didn't like playing hide-and-seek. Without hesitation, Black Mamba threw the bomb back at the ceiling before it could explode. Luckily, Jonggu managed to avoid the explosion and jumped from his hiding place. He immediately attempted to kick the Black Mamba, but it effortlessly blocked the blow and recognized him as a member of the HMCS. Jonggu landed safely on the ground, but he felt disappointed. He had only managed to kill one of them. Even after using the magic grenade intended for anti-terrorist operations, the other members were completely fine. His gaze focused on the one who appeared to be the leader. He noticed that, although Raven wasn't using any visible skills, he emanated an aura. Black Mamba said he knew Jong-gu hadn't come alone. He then asked if the traitors had escaped to HMCS and spilled the beans. Jong-gu simply asked in response, "What if that's the case?" Black Mamba responded that he would actually be impressed if they risked their lives to leave the organization. Just to join something even more worthless is ridiculous. His words angered Jong-gu, who threw something at him in anger. A set of knives aimed straight at the Black Mamba's head. Boss Raven watched and commented that it was a good move. Black Mamba allowed the knives to scratch his face while remaining completely calm and stated that he had almost forgotten that Jong-gu's skill was telekinesis. Jong-gu clenched his fist in despair. He noticed that Black Mamba's skin was incredibly tough and his regeneration was unnaturally fast. Suddenly, Black Mamba lunged forward, calling the fight a sufficient warm-up, and closed the distance in an instant. Jong-gu barely had time to react and managed to shield himself with his hands before the blow. The force of the blow slammed him into the wall. Black Mamba said he didn't plan on leaving handprints on his vital organs, but since he was already bleeding out, he apparently had no choice. He then asked Boss Crow if he could kill Jong-gu now. Crow stated that he would think of something else instead. Ignoring his wounds, Jong-gu immediately grabbed the radio and reported that he had engaged the targets in the central hall. Before he could say anything else, Black Mamba knocked him down again with a punch, mocking that he was a little late in calling for help. Then Black Mamba smirked and asked who would be next. Head of HMCS department? The traitor Red Ghost? The little wolf cub? Or maybe all of them together? Will they attack him right now? At that moment, Ghost, Wolf, and Heyman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked together. Their attack caused a small explosion, but unfortunately, Black Mamba managed to jump back at the last moment to dodge. He then calmly told them that the ambush had been somewhat unexpected and that he could not believe that they had gotten past the Beast's assassins so easily. Black Mamba then turned to Boss Raven, noticing that she must be disappointed. Boss Raven replied that she thought she had chosen useful ones, but she didn't expect them to be so weak. However, Black Mamba suddenly felt that something was wrong. He examined their wounds and confirmed that there had been a fight, but he doubted they could have defeated Tigress or Grizzlies so easily. Without warning, Black Mamba stomped on the floor, causing it to split. The impact sent a powerful shockwave that traveled towards them, breaking the ground beneath their feet. Heyman rushed forward, calling Black Mamba a bloodthirsty bastard, and punched him, shouting that he was talking too much. Black Mamba simply grabbed Heyman's hand mid-attack and asked if he was Hunter Chu Heyman of the White Lion Guild. He then asked why someone like him was here and not with HMCS, and threw him aside, slamming him hard into another member of their team. Black Mamba then addressed the group, stating that no matter how he looked, something didn't add up. They didn't act as a team, they were just a bunch of losers thrown together for no reason. Then he asked who was responsible for this, who had gathered them all. At that moment, one of the gates opened, and Sivu appeared, dragging a beaten Wolverine along with the rest of his comrades. Enraged, Heyman asked if Black Mamba was underestimating him, then yelled at Jong-gu to get up and get his head together. Jong-gu, still stunned, asked Heyman how they had arrived so quickly. Heyman explained that the moment he heard the radio, he rushed here. In fact, he was fighting the enemy at the entrance when Siwu suddenly appeared and ordered him to head straight to the center. Heyman added that Wolf and Ghost were likely in similar situations. They needed to contain Black Mamba before Siwa arrived. Frustrated, Wolf asked how they were supposed to capture an A+ rank awakened without killing him. Ghost interjected, noting that Black Mamba hadn't even used his powers yet and that something was wrong with the boardroom. Ghost knew that in terms of speed and attack power, Black Mamba was practically the second most powerful beast, but he lacked teleportation and tracking, which meant he must have set something up beforehand, or perhaps the leader of the beast did it. The ghost also knew that Boss Raven's abilities remained a complete mystery to them, making it impossible to predict her next move. Ghost then took out his staff and shouted to the others that he would take care of Raven while they focused on capturing Black Mamba. The wolf, who was currently fighting Black Mamba, cursed under his breath, annoyed that he always had to do the dirty work. Black Mamba knocked Wolf down and sighed, asking if anyone was going to answer his question at all. Then Haman appeared behind Black Mamba and attacked again, while the ghost recited the spell, shouting that no one would leave until their master arrived. The ghost activated its binding formation, and the chains tightly wrapped around the Black Mamba and Boss Raven, who continued to sit, watching what was happening. Raven asked Ghost if Gigi really made him fight, but Ghost simply told her to stay put. Breaking out of a legendary level binding formation wouldn't be easy, even for her. Raven, amused, said that the new Ghostmaster must have been quite busy for him, what with all the fancy new tools. Then she remarked that betraying the organization was as easy as flipping a coin. Pretty cold-blooded. Suddenly, a porcupine appeared behind her. Then Raven called out to Porcupine, asking if she was right, and the dead woman delivered a powerful kick, sending Ghost crashing to the ground. The wolf rushed towards the ghost with concern, while Jung-gu, stunned, stuttered in disbelief, because the porcupine was dead. The chains disappeared, freeing both Black Mamba and Raven. Black Mamba then told them that further fighting would be a waste of time. He added that no one knew when reinforcements might arrive, and they still had to clean up what was left of the fallen organization. Without hesitation, Black Mamba transformed into Draconid, a rank A 2+ skill, and declared that they would all have to die as soon as possible. Jung-gu told Haman that he would provide support from a distance, but Haman simply told him to stay put. His ribs appeared to be broken, and no matter how much firepower he brought to bear, it wouldn't be enough to pierce the Black Mamba's hide. For now, their best option was to run. The Black Mamba lashed out with its tail, but they jumped back in time to avoid the attack. Haman attempted a counterattack, analyzing the situation. From their first encounter, he realized Mamba's skills resembled Wolf's. But the difference in mana density was staggering. He also noticed that Black Mamba controlled the room as if it were his own body. In this fight, he was a tank. Black Mamba's durability was far superior, leaving him no choice but to stall for time. Hammond noted that Ghost and Wolf were not doing any better, meaning that reinforcements were unlikely to be expected. Frustrated, he cursed under his breath, realizing that he had never been in a situation where he couldn't stand up for himself. Black Mamba suddenly stabbed towards Haman, but before he could connect, the knife pierced his arm, stopping the attack. However, Black Mamba simply healed himself, shocking Jung-gu, who didn't expect that he was also capable of elemental magic. The Black Mamba swung its tail again for a sweeping attack, but they again managed to jump away in time. Haman shouted to Jung-gu, warning him about the large rock above his head. But before he could react, Black Mamba appeared next to him and asked if he really had time to worry about others. Without hesitation, he slammed Haman into the floor. Then, Black Mamba appeared behind Jung-gu and remarked that the light side hunters always made the same mistake. He wrapped his arm around Jung-gu's neck, choking him and speaking, mocking the idea that hunters believe that skill ranks and mana levels determine the outcome of a battle. Jung-gu was out of breath, but Black Mamba only teased him, reminding him that they had voluntarily entered the enemy's citadel. He asked if they really thought their own base wouldn't be protected. As Jung-gu's vision blurred, he looked around to see Crow watching idly as Porcupine attacked Wolf, screaming that he was a liar and deserved to die. Black Mamba then revealed that the entire floor of the hall was rigged with self-destruct formations, monitoring and reinforcement in case of unforeseen circumstances. He declared that it was a snake den, and the moment they stepped inside, their fate was already sealed. He advised Jung-gu to stop fighting and die peacefully. However, before he could finish, Black Mamba suddenly felt an overwhelming, killing intent behind him. Acting on instinct, he jumped to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming attack. Then Siwu rushed forward with incredible speed, effortlessly pinning Black Mamba to the wall. Fury burned in his eyes as he finally announced that he had found it. And at that moment, behind the main character and the mamba, there was a wolf and a porcupine. The porcupine rushed towards the protagonist, screaming and demanding to know who the hell he was. However, before she could react, he easily killed her with a thunder-based attack. Raven, witnessing the scene, was amazed and asked if he had reversed all the magic circles in this space. He remained silent, only glaring at Raven, while Pri screamed that this was only possible thanks to him. Raven clapped her hands, seemingly excitedly, and commented that the hall was worth billions and he had reduced it to rubble in an instant. Black Mamba moved his hand slightly, stating that he was a little surprised by the rude intrusion, but now he finally understood everything. He then tried to hit him, but Siwu jumped back in time to dodge the attack. Black Mamba then asked if he was responsible for eliminating the killers and gathering these people. Instead of a direct answer, he fired back furiously, demanding to know why Black Mamba was calling him the culprit when it had been his fault all along. Raven, now confused, asked if Black Mamba had been the target all along. Black Mamba, however, dismissed the idea, replying that it couldn't be, as he was just a man following orders. But as he considered the situation, it dawned on him. His adversary had come for revenge. The lizard admitted that whoever he killed would not have left any traces, meaning that his opponent was quite an impressive individual. Releasing his magic, Siwu confirmed that he had indeed come for revenge, but before that, he needed to find out something. While he was controlling his magical power, the ground beneath them shifted, trapping Black Mamba inside. Raven took a step forward, seeming to say something, but the ghost and the wolf immediately stopped her. The ghost warned her not to move, explaining that their master wanted to hear something. Raising both hands in the air, Raven assured them that she had no intention of interfering. Then she asked why they were so devoted to him. More importantly, who Siwu really is, all while watching Siwu effortlessly defeat the Black Mamba. The magical force pierced Black Mamba's thick skin again and again, causing him to curse under his breath. He never expected that the strengthening magic circle would be reversed and turned into a trap against him. He wondered if Siwa was using tracking magic, but after observing his skill in battle, he realized that was not the case. Instead, Siwu's attack speed was on a completely different level compared to a normal melee hunter. Siwu launched another attack, sending Black Mamba bouncing off the floor before crashing into the wall. As Black Mamba collapsed to the ground despite his wounds, he laughed and admitted that he had never met such people before. Black Mamba cast another spell, declaring that he was proud to know everything about high-ranking hunters. He then demanded to know who the hell Siwu was. Releasing his magic towards Siwu, he also asked what Siwu wanted from him. However, Siwu easily dodged the attack and reappeared above Black Mamba, his leg raised to strike. Siwu told him he seemed to have misunderstood something. Before Black Mamba could react, Siwu slammed his head into the floor, reminding him that he wasn't the one asking the questions. He then asked if Black Mamba even knew how much he was holding back, because if he let up even a little, she would crush his head. Black Mamba, unable to withstand the merciless attack, began to beg him to stop. Siwu picked him up and in a cold tone reminded him of the phrase about VIPs. He then demanded to know who ordered the murder of Yeon Min Jun. Black Mamba's eyes widened in shock when he realized that Siwu was talking about the archaeologist Yeon Min Jun. Black Mamba laughed and asked how he even knew about this and if Min Jun was his comrade. However, in response, he received a cold command to speak. Siwu reminded him that he wanted to live. Squeezing his hand tightly, Black Mamba stuttered and admitted that he was right and that he would tell him. But before he could say more, he suddenly activated his skill, opening his mouth and spitting dark saliva at him, screaming that even if he revealed the truth, his ears would melt before he could hear it. After letting him go, Black Mamba continued to laugh, stating that the main rule of a killer is secrecy regarding his clients. However, his laughter died when he realized his attack had failed. Siwoo's head hadn't melted. Furious, he asked if he just spat in his face. Siwoo simply healed himself and asked Black Mamba in a serious tone if this meant he didn't want to talk. He warned him that he would force him to talk. Black Mamba, in shock, could hardly comprehend that his enemy was also a healer. In a panic, Black Mamba called out to Raven, but she only apologized, explaining that she was currently surrounded. Seeing no way out, Black Mamba looked at him, stuttering, and finally agreed to talk. He was quickly cut down mid-sentence. Siwoo, surprised, learned that it was pandemonium. Raven laughed as she watched Black Mamba fall and snapped her fingers, causing a strong wind to form around her, which threw everyone aside. With a grin, she declared that she finally understood everything. She then looked at him and announced that he was the first-generation hunter, Mad Dog Ming Shiwu, the one who had disappeared 10 years ago. Siwoo asked if she was also from Pandemonium. Laughing, she denied it and explained that their organization was nothing more than an assassins guild, and the assassins were just tools. She then admitted that her guess was based on how quickly he recognized Pandemonium and its overwhelming power. She also once heard stories from his sister about a first-generation hunter with strange healing abilities. Siwoo simply asked if she really knew nothing, warning that if she lied, he would know immediately. Raven assured him that she was telling the truth and added that since he had already found out something about her, her answer should be sufficient. However, she then noticed that everyone had strangely forgotten about him. But it didn't matter anymore. Snapping her fingers again, she casually ordered Porcupine to stand up. Then Raven caused an explosion in the ceiling and flew up with Porcupine. Before leaving, she turned to Civ and asked if he planned to follow them. Gigi remained calm and replied that there was no need for that. He had already received what he needed. Smiling, she waved goodbye, opened a portal, and said that they would meet again soon. Heyman, still watching, asked if they were really going to let them go just like that. Siwoo explained that if they had given chase, the floor's self-destruct system would have been activated, and none of them would have been able to avoid it. He then stated that they had achieved their goal, and that was enough for now, and that they needed to clean up. Left with no choice, Junggu shed tears before reluctantly agreeing. Then Siwoo walked over to Black Mamba's corpse, his thoughts drifting to Pandemonium. He wondered what the hell Min Jun had dug up. The next day, at Min Jun's house, Siwoo sat at his desk and looked for information about Pandemonium. 20 years ago, the first gates opened on Earth, releasing all sorts of things into the world. They became the source of all power, mana, monsters, magic stones, and demons. Among them was a race from another dimension, naturally skilled in mana manipulation and skilled in skills very similar to awakened beings. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the first gate, they infiltrated Earth undetected. They claimed control of the gate, self-proclaiming themselves overseers of the higher dimension, and treated humanity as an inferior race. As civilization crumbled under the pressure of mana surges and monster invasions, these creatures established their headquarters, the Demon King's Castle, right in the center of the continent, monopolizing all the gates that appeared throughout the world. Soon they began to act as if they were the rightful rulers of the Earth. Amid this chaos, a despicable faction emerged, humans who worshipped the Demon King. They became known as Pandemonium. Fortunately, their tyranny didn't last long. First-generation hunters, who had mastered mana manipulation, fought back. When humanity won the war against the demons, the chaos was finally quelled. Siwoo knew that 10 years ago he had defeated the 4 great demon kings before being sucked into the spatial rift. By that time, Pandemonium had already disbanded, and yet, now they've resurfaced. Calling Pri, Sivu asked if he was right in assuming that demons existed in another dimension, although they looked a little different. Pri confirmed this and added that of all the races he had encountered, demons had the most influence across multiple dimensions. Sivu remembered that in that world, demons enslaved dragons and ruled over the various subspecies, exploiting them. He then asked Pri if he was right in thinking that demons acted like ruthless tyrants wherever they went. Pri couldn't say for sure. However, he admitted that he had no memories before meeting Siwu in that world. The only thing that remained was the feeling that the demons had stolen something from him. After clashing with demons for over 100 years in that world, Pri came to the conclusion that they were indeed a tyrannical race. Sivu sighed, saying that this information wasn't enough. He remembered that 10 years ago, he'd been focused on killing demons, not on their origins. Still, he was certain that demons' mana patterns were different from those of humans, though they had become much better at imitating humans over the past decade. Pri dismissed his concerns, saying there was no need to overthink things. He should simply kill every last one of them. Sivu turned off the computer with his foot and replied that if everything were that simple, he would have done it. At that moment, someone entered the room, noticing that Siwu had returned early. Siwu turned around and saw Sejun, who reminded him that he had suddenly asked him to rent an office. Curious, Sejun asked what was going on and what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into this time. Siwu casually replied that it was nothing special. He'd simply found some traces of Minjun. However, Sejun immediately mentioned what Junggu had told him, claiming that Siwu had wiped out an entire hunter-assassin guild. The guy then asked if the office was meant to gather certain people and who Siwu had brought to hide from other guilds and associations. He reminded Siwa that he'd warned him repeatedly that they couldn't afford to stand out right now. If Desu got wind of this, he'd be finished. Siwu, slightly pouting, muttered that Junggu was such a chatterbox. He then reassured Sejun not to worry, explaining that Junggu had erased all traces of his involvement. As for Desu, he was already planning to meet him in person soon. Sejun was shocked by this idea. Siwu explained that he had many grievances and that if he confronted Desu directly, he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Still worried, Sejun asked if he was right in assuming that Siwu had not yet fully recovered and asked him to take his time. Siwu approached Sejun while he was speaking, telling him that 10 years had passed and the world had changed greatly. If he got into trouble, Sejun wouldn't be able to save him. Grabbing Sejun from behind, Siwu patted his head, reassuring him that he could handle it himself. Then, he teasingly asked why Sejun was so worried. Annoyed, Sejun yelled at him to stop, causing Siwa to smirk as he jokingly asked if Sejun was trying to fight back now. Sejun agreed, but reminded him to keep his promise, pointing out that he had agreed to train their guild's new recruits in exchange for office space. He then asked if he remembered Siwa Jisoo, the huntress, and mentioned that her awakened skill was quite unusual and difficult. Without much interest, Siwu agreed to look at her, and then changed the subject, saying that it was time for them to eat because he was starving. Surprised, Sejun asked if he was right in thinking Siwu had already eaten dinner, and if he was some kind of black hole. But Pri was hungry too. Sivu muttered that he felt like this whole famine was entirely Pri's fault. Before the conversation could continue, his phone rang. Seeing it was Jungkook, he answered. The moment the call connected, Jungkook shouted, demanding to know why Siwu hadn't mentioned his name in the incident. Irritated, Sivu asked why he was shouting, whether he had already told everything to his brother, and whether he was tired of living. Jungkook, ignoring his irritation, insisted that that wasn't the issue and asked if Siwu even understood how serious the matter was. He explained that this was the first time that a professional group of hunter-killers had been exposed, and since HMCS dealt with him single-handedly, all the news outlets and agencies are now inundating them with requests for interviews and cooperation. He added that ever since the incident with Gat, Gun-Ho has been keeping a close eye on their team. And since Siwoo didn't mention his name, how can Gun-Ho now explain that he single-handedly dealt with all the killers? Siwoo simply ordered him to coordinate his story with the White Lion, since Komin was from that guild. Jungkook admitted that he had already tried, but the White Lion Guildmaster, Sung-il, was completely different. Crying, Jungkook said that he understood that the Imperial Guildmaster wanted to protect Siwa. But given the previous prison break incident, it would have been better if Siwoo had intervened himself. Siwoo agreed, but told Jungkook that he was currently eating. Wishing him luck, he casually said they'd talk tomorrow. Jungkook cried out in despair, calling his name, but Siwoo simply hung up. After leaving his office, Siwoo sat down on the sofa. From the kitchen where he was cooking, Sejun asked if it was Jungkook on the phone. Siwoo confirmed that it was him, and added that Jungkook said he loved his job and was very happy. Then he looked at Sejun and asked how the demons had been behaving lately, and whether they were the same as 10 years ago. Sejun shook his head and explained that after the disappearance of the 4 great demon kings, the demons actually proposed a peace treaty. And they seriously settled at the pole, founding a base there, universities, and so on. Since then, demons have not caused any serious incidents, and that some nations even cooperate with them in research. Some children even think that demons are nothing more than urban legends. Siva was irritated to hear that the demons actually presented a peace treaty. He shouted that it sounded like a joke and that it was funny when demons talked about peace. Sivu felt the same way, but he also knew that they were also bad people and that not all demons were the same. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. He noticed that the raven had mana, similar to demonic, but something about them felt different. This made him wonder if Crow was a half-breed between a demon and a human. It had been 20 years since the demons had appeared, so anything was possible. Taking their group photo, he reflected on everything that had led up to this moment. What started as a mission to avenge Min-jun turned into something much more. The scene changed, following Min-jun's trail, step by step, making my way through the snow, to the polar base of the demons. He had an uneasy feeling that this battle would last much longer than he ever expected. Later, Ghost, Wolf, and Heyman gathered in his office. Chi-woo ordered them to circulate mana in their bodies and concentrate, but at the same time, they needed to be aware of their Dantian. Heyman, confused, asked what Dantian was. Even after hearing the explanation, he admitted that it was not very clear to him. He asked if skill awakening was something that just burst out when the adrenaline kicked in. No matter how much he sat and meditated, it didn't seem to improve his performance at all. Wouldn't it be better to just move his body vigorously? Sivu, clearly irritated, hit Wolf on the head and reminded them that they begged him to train them, and this is how they behaved. 4. He then asked if they seriously thought skill was like sweat, something that would leave them sluggish after just one drop. Frustrated, he asked if people these days were just throwing mana around without any control. The wolf then asked if all this difficult training was really necessary, arguing that if one blow was devastatingly powerful, wasn't that enough? Sivu grinned and asked about the training tower. They first awakened their skills in the artificial gates, and now they are mistaken that they know something. He continued to lecture them, explaining that the power they gained was entirely dependent on how they burned their fuel, mana. The difference between controlled and uncontrolled mana use was like night and day. However, since they hadn't even mastered the basics of mana circulation, they only used their skills casually. That's why they couldn't feel their Dantian. He explained that when a person first resonates with mana, a reservoir called the Dantian opens within their body. The power generated from the mana circulating within the Dantian is then awakened and manifested externally according to the individual's traits. However, the density of the skill depends on how effectively one can control the mana stored in the Dantian. To demonstrate, he released his mana by rolling it across the tip of his finger. He continued, explaining that through training, the dantian could expand, allowing one to store even more mana. At an even higher level, additional dantians can open in the body. However, in their case, the people were exposed to mana for only about 20 years. Since it was still an unknown force, understanding its nature was even more important. Intrigued, Haman released the mana and stared at it. Then Sivu told them that meditative training in mana control was the best method for understanding it, so they should shut up and concentrate. Pri, watching the unfolding scene, ridiculed Siva, saying that he was now pretending to be a know-it-all, although he himself had suffered for 100 years. Siwu ignored him and instead turned back to his students and warned them that from the next day onwards, he would be pushing their bodies to the brink of death. Until they pay for their crimes, they will be trained to death. They both reluctantly agreed, stuttering. At that moment, Jonggu entered the room, saying he knew Shiwu would be there. He also pointed out that Shiwu hadn't answered his phone calls. Siwu casually replied that it was because Jonggu called him at any time, and then teasingly asked if he was a stalker. Jonggu replied that it didn't matter, and instead told them that he needed to report to headquarters immediately. The branch manager was calling him. A moment later, they arrived at HMCS headquarters and saw employees gathered outside. Siwu turned to Jonggu, asking why the branch manager wanted to see him and whether Jung had snitched on him. Jonggu assured him he would never do such a thing. He suspected it might be connected to the corruption case surrounding the Insan prison transfer. Before they could continue, two men appeared before them. One of them turned to Jonggu, asking if he was Team Leader Huang. HMCS Gangnam's team leader, Song Chang-won, accompanied by his deputy, Ha Jun-tae, remarked that he heard that Jonggu had pulled off something big. While they were on a business trip, Kanbuk's once-forgotten cabinet team suddenly became the subject of public discussion. Seeing that Chang-won had already returned from his business trip, Jonggu was clearly irritated. He barked that if Chang-won was back, he should just go back to his place and work quietly. But why was he picking on random people? Chang-won, unperturbed, simply replied that it was just a friendly greeting. He then smirked and asked why Jonggu was so sensitive and if the person behind him was the famous newcomer. Chang-won noted that Jonggu, as the group's leader, certainly had excellent taste. Siwu remained silent, only scratching his ear. Annoyed, Jonggu told Jongwon that was enough and asked if he was suffering from jet lag and was just talking nonsense. Jun-tae intervened, reminding Junggu that their business trip was only to Japan, so there was no reason for the time zone change. Then Jangwon teasingly told Jun-tae to imagine how frustrating it must be for the Kangbuk team. They had never even traveled outside the country. Meanwhile, Kanbuk's team is forced to work all night and can't even catch the escaped prisoner. Junggu's irritation grew, but Siwoo remained indifferent, casually looking at his phone. Then Jun-tae turned to Siwoo, calling him a newbie, and asked if he was rude or lacking basic manners. Where was his greeting? Siwoo, instead of answering directly, imitated the movement of Jung-tae, adjusting his glasses. With a smirk, he asked Jung-tae and his sweaty older friend to step aside, pointing out that they were blocking the corridor with their bulging muscles. He then asked Jung-tae if he even wore glasses for their intended purpose. Jung-tae and Changwon were clearly annoyed, but after a moment, Jung-tae laughed and told Changwon that he would personally take charge of training the newcomers. Jonggu asked Jung-tae if he had any brains and reminded him that they were at headquarters. He told them to learn to separate work from personal. Changwon, now angry, demanded to know what kind of nonsense Jonggu was talking about. He asked if he was deaf if he hadn't heard what the newbie had just said. Jonggu, keeping a straight face, replied that he had not heard anything and turned to Shiwoo, asking if he had said anything. Siwoo suggested that perhaps Changwon's ears were too clogged with fat to hear properly. Jangwon, now seething with anger, declared that they were both crazy. He then asked if he should beat the truth into their thick skulls. Right here and now, pointing out that many of the headquarters staff were watching them. He wanted to make it clear who the real power was here. Before he could do anything, someone grabbed Changwon's shoulder and apologized, stating that the real power here was him. Changwon turned around, his face instantly turning pale with shock. Behind him stood the HMCS branch chief, Baek Gun-ho. Changwon and Jung-tae immediately greeted their boss. Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and noticed that he had been wondering why it was taking so long, only to find that Siwoo had been detained here. He then scolded Jung-gu, saying he should have handled it and come faster. Jung-gu quickly apologized. Gun-ho then led Siwa away, asking if he liked pu'er tea. He mentioned that since they had a special guest, he had prepared something nice. Changwon tried to stop him by calling out to Gun-ho and trying to explain the situation. However, Gun-ho remained calm and instead addressed Changwon directly, telling him to work harder and ask fewer questions. Changwon, defeated, could only reluctantly answer yes. After Gun-ho and Siwoo left, Jangwon turned to Jung-tae and asked who the hell this new guy was. Once in the office of the branch manager, Gun-ho noted that this was their first meeting face-to-face. Since Siwoo has been busy since he joined, there hasn't been a suitable opportunity until now. Siwoo calmly confirmed this and then got straight to the point, asking Gun-ho why he had called him. Jung-gu, who was sitting next to him, began to sweat nervously. Gun-ho, however, only laughed, saying that he liked Siwoo's straightforwardness. The reason for the call was to ask a few questions about the transport mission from Incheon prison. Jung-gu's nervousness only increased. Gun-ho continued, explaining that due to the Beast incident, the investigation had now been transferred to their jurisdiction. And they can't just ignore the case of the escaped prisoner. Then he asked Siwa to explain himself. Gun-ho pointed out that it was hard to believe that someone capable of defeating Gat of the Red Light Guild could simply let the fugitive escape. He asked if Siwoo was sure he knew nothing about the escapee's whereabouts. Then, Gun-ho ordered Jung-gu to step outside for a moment. Without hesitation, Jung-gu nervously answered yes and left the office, looking guiltily at Siwa, closing the door behind him. When Jung-gu left, Gun-ho turned to Siwoo and assured him that he was not a fool and had known Jung-gu for a long time and considered him a competent person. However, it was hard to believe that Jung-gu single-handedly investigated and destroyed the assassination organization. He claimed that Beast and the escaped prisoner were connected, and Siwoo had stumbled upon a clue during an escort mission. A fugitive might be shown mercy for information, but no one could turn a blind eye to the disappearance of such a criminal, especially with the participation of a mysterious newcomer. Gun-ho then revealed that he had consulted with an acquaintance about the situation. Interestingly, this man seemed to know Siwa quite well, so much so that he really wanted to meet him. So Gun-ho invited him into the office. Siwoo, hearing someone approaching from behind, asked Gun-ho who he was talking about. Gun-ho replied that the guest was one of the legendary hunters of the first generation and one of the 3 rulers of South Korea, the warrior king, guild leader Do Kyung-hoo. Later, Kyung-hoo poured him a drink, asking how many years had passed. He admitted that even when Gun-ho told him about it, he still couldn't believe it. The man was sure that Si was dead. However, he simply replied that a lot had happened and noted that Kyung-hoo had aged greatly during this time. Kyung-hoo then told him that it was not that he had grown old, but that he alone had managed to escape the passage of time. It's been 10 years since he disappeared, but he returned without a single wrinkle on his face. Kyung-hoo then asked where the hell he had been hiding all this time and if he knew how desperately his students had been looking for him. But instead of answering, he simply asked Kyung-hoo if they should order another drink, saying that it seemed like they had a lot to talk about. Hours passed, and by the time he finished his story, night had fallen. Kyung-hoo admitted that, at this point, such stories no longer surprised him, but he still couldn't imagine how much time had passed for him. He agreed and told Kyung-hoo that the moment he killed the Demon King of the Fourth World, a spatial spell was activated. He wasn't sure if it was the Demon King's final skill or the power of the artifact. Kyung-hoo then told him that the fourth Demon King was still alive, which shocked him. In a rage, he slammed his fist on the table, demanding to know why the humans and demons signed a peace treaty if the Demon King was still alive. Kyung-hoo told him to calm down and listen. He explained that while the Demon King of the Fourth Realm was technically alive, he was nothing more than a pile of corpse fragments. When he was still on Earth, the war between humans and demons raged for years, deepening the conflict between the two sides. However, after he defeated the Demon King of the Fourth World and disappeared, the demons immediately proposed a peace treaty, claiming that the war was solely the intention of the Demon King and not the will of their entire race. But Gigi didn't believe it. He told Kyung-hoo that they most likely simply felt threatened after their leader was eliminated. Kyung-hoo agreed, but pointed out that things weren't going well for the humans either. Ever since the first gates appeared, monster attacks have made even simple survival difficult, let alone maintaining communication. Kyung-hoo added that they barely managed to close the gate, but the half-trained awakened ones went out of control. Law and order collapsed, and then the war with the demons pushed everyone to the limit. In the midst of this chaos, it was the demons who first proposed a peace treaty, offering to help the nations recover from the damage, as well as teaching them how to close the gates, an extraordinary offer. In exchange, they demanded the remains of the Demon King, whose power, as well as territory in the Arctic, where they could remain until they found a way to return to their dimension. At a time when gates and mana were still unfamiliar concepts, most people believed that restoring the world and adapting to this new power was the best path for humanity. Eventually, the proposal was accepted, and the best hunters from each nation gathered and agreed to the treaty. At that time, the hunter representing South Korea at the signing of the agreement was Dae-soo. Since then, the demons remained in their territory, appearing only to provide assistance and did not create any problems at all. Some first-generation hunters remained skeptical of the demon's proposal and opposed it. But with the departure of the main character, a key figure in the war between humans and demons, everyone eventually went their separate ways. And then, interest in demons waned. Kyung-hoo then finished by saying that even he hadn't doubted them since then, but now that he's back, something about it all feels wrong. He asked Kyung-hoo what he meant, to which Kyung-hoo replied that it was about his existence. Gigi's name had been completely erased from all records for the past 10 years, and there were even widespread rumors among hunters that Dae-soo was involved in this. Kyung-hoo added that his records were deleted so thoroughly that most second-generation hunters had no idea who he was. Even Kyung-hoo himself could barely remember his face until he saw him today. But they fought side by side, and to forget his face in 10 years seems completely abnormal. At that moment, Soo asked his comrade if he thought that Dae-soo had made some kind of additional deal with the demons. Kyung-hoo replies that it's likely because Dae-soo would do anything to defeat him then. Pri angrily curses the treacherous demons, considering the possibility that Dae-soo conspired with them simply to erase his existence. He wonders why this proud bastard would go to such extremes. And what would the demons gain by erasing the main character? Simple revenge for the murder of their demon king doesn't seem like a good enough reason. Kyung-hoo reminds him that the demons haven't made a single move since then, and instead, they've helped humanity adapt to mana, so there's no reason. However, if only they hadn't acted like arrogant overlords, they might not have found themselves in a state of war at all. Kyung-hoo remains silent. Kyung-hoo then tells him that his students probably know more about what happened back then and asks why he doesn't meet them. He replies that this is easier said than done, since they have all long since scattered. Kyung-hoo acknowledges this, saying that it's always like that with students. Once they grow up, they go their own way. He then asks if Kang Yo-hwa is still in Korea. 10 years ago, Yohua was just a rookie, and now she's an S-rank hunter leading the Azure Flower Guild. He remembers how she used to follow him around like a puppy, and now she's under Dae-soo's command. Kyung-hoo points out that 10 years is a long time, and Yohua must have had her reasons. The protagonist simply drinks his alcohol and remains silent. A moment later, he mutters that the drink tastes disgusting. Kyung-hoo says the liquor is very expensive and his taste buds are like a child's. Then, Kyung-hoo seems to remember something and mentions that they should have called Sejun too. Gigi agreed, saying that Sejun would be happy just to know that they met. He adds that Sejun became so overprotective that he didn't even notice someone outside taking photos of them. The man who took the photo quickly calls his leader to report that the man in the photo is dating Kyung-hoo and works at HCMS. And the leader acknowledges receipt and orders him to return immediately. Then, Yohua opens the photo sent by her subordinate and confirms this with his own eyes. It really is Ming Si-woo. He is alive. She thinks about the recent strange movements of the Imperial Guild and the commotion in the Tower of Learning. Even though she had a premonition, she still can't believe it. Si-woo has really and truly returned. Falling to the ground, she cries with all her heart for her master. Sejun never shared any information with her after she defected to Dae-soo, but keeping an eye on Kyung-hoo turned out to be the right decision. Even when the whole world insisted that Si-woo was gone forever, she couldn't give up. She searched every corner of the world, but she couldn't find him. And now he suddenly appeared in Korea, completely unharmed. Wiping away her tears, she stands up, realizing she can't waste any more time. She needs to see him immediately. Just as she is about to leave, a voice calls out to her from behind. She freezes, turning around to see Dae-soo standing there. Maintaining her composure, she greets him respectfully, but Dae-soo brushes off the formalities and tells her to call him uncle when they're alone. He then asks where she's going in such a hurry. Shaking slightly, she replies that nothing. Dae-soo places a firm hand on her shoulder, squeezing it tightly. He notices that he hasn't seen such an expression on her face in a long time. Even when her mother died, she remained as cold as ice. But now, she's visibly shaken. So that bastard is back. His voice darkens as he declares that the rumors must be true. The rabid dog has returned. This sends a chill down Yohua's spine. Dae-soo sighed, realizing that this was why Yohua was ready to run away like a puppy who had found its owner. He stroked her head and said that she was still as naive and stupid as ever. He then reminded her that even if he had renounced this bloodline, she was still his only niece and his sister's only daughter. He would let her go so easily. Yohua pushed his hand away and angrily told him not to be mistaken just because she came to him. From the very beginning, all she wanted was to find her master. Dae-soo remained calm and asked if she truly believed he didn't know. He told her that he was well aware that she had approached him because she suspected his involvement in Si-woo's disappearance. The reason was simple. She had grown into a hunter of considerable skill, which made her useful to him. This realization shocked and angered her even more. Then, Dae-soo told her that in today's world, every hunter is a valuable asset. He would not have simply given away a skilled worker, his blood, to this mad dog. In a rage, she shouted at him not to make her laugh. He abandoned her, and she never considered him family, and that from the very beginning, the one who raised her was her master. Dae-soo agreed, then told her that Si-woo had raised her without even knowing she was the daughter of a brutal criminal. She froze at his words. As he passed her, he told her not to be stupid and reminded her that she had seen with her own eyes how merciless Si-woo was to criminals. He then asked how she thought Si-woo would react if he knew the whole truth about her past. Dae-soo added that, no matter how much she pretended to be noble, her roots would never change. He left, leaving her trembling with anger, while she cursed him under her breath. The next day, in the Imperial Guild, Jisoo met with the man who treated her wounds. She mentioned that she heard from Si-jun that he would personally lead the joint training and asked if the people around him would be participating too. She pointed to the ghost and the wolf who were wearing mascot costumes. He replied that they were his juniors and he thought it would be beneficial for everyone to train together so that they could consider them their seniors. This confused the others as they looked at Wolf, who was clearly uncomfortable with the heat inside the suit. They bowed in greeting, and Jisoo introduced herself as a newcomer. The man introduced himself as Kim Byung-guk. They then turned their attention to the ghost, noting that they had never seen such an old hunter before, but his aura was no joke. The ghost smiled warmly and greeted them, then told Jisoo that she was a mature young girl with a sharp mind, and he was sure she would learn quickly. Excited, she agreed and promised to do her best. Then Siwoo turned to Wolf and said that for them, this was nothing more than community service, but if they fooled around, they would die. The wolf, feeling the pressure, asked if his mana oath had been in vain, but then groaned and said he understood, begging him to stop with that terrifying aura. Siwoo then walked towards the Imperial Guild territory, heading towards the entrance of Gate F5, and told everyone to follow him. Jisoo admitted that she was nervous, as this was her first time entering the gate since a Tower of Training due to her unique skill. Siwoo reassured her, telling her there was no need to worry, as the gate was simply a portal connecting dimensions. It was simply a door, nothing more. Byung-guk, however, pointed out that there were cases where hunters disappeared inside when the gate closed, and people often said that they were eaten by the gate. Siwoo chuckled, asking what they meant by ate when it was just the door closing. The ghost intervened, saying that it was actually a good expression. He explained that humanity now holds the keys to these doors, and the fact that the guilds now own the gates privately is proof of this. He added that what was once considered a disaster has now become a profitable business. Magic stones, monster cores, and even monster carcasses all cost money. He warned them that if they allowed fear to control them from the start, they would get nothing. With these words, they stepped through the gate and were transported to the dungeon. Jisoo immediately felt nauseous and asked if this was what they called gate sickness. Byung-guk pointed out that, unlike the tower, there were no monsters at the entrance. The main character told the wolf that anyone would think it was a tour and wondered if all kids these days really treat it that way. Hunters are even trained in academies. The wolf replies that, as a person from the first generation, this may not be clear to him, but for the young, passing through the gate has become a profession. He explains that trainees go through the training tower step by step, receive their rank. They are then hired by guilds based on their worth. Only after joining a guild do they learn real combat. GG considered such practice insufficient. These incompetent people would simply be swept away by the first attack of an average enemy. He then calls the newbies and orders them to demonstrate their skills before they begin in earnest. They immediately agree and begin to demonstrate their abilities. Meanwhile, Byung-guk was wondering who Siwoo was, bringing in strangers and acting like he was the boss here. He also asked why he's stuck in a training squad with weaklings, especially one who can't even perform her skill properly. At this moment, Jisoo finally manages to release her skill, and she excitedly announces that everything is working. However, her power suddenly bounces back at her. Luckily, she reacts in time and jumps back to avoid the blowback. Siwoo calls her, and she quickly apologizes, but the main character brushes off her apologies and throws something at her. Catching it, she realizes it is a whip. He explains that it is an auxiliary tool for casting spells, and the more complex and intricate her spell patterns, the more effective it will be. She takes his advice and begins to direct his skill into the whip. While she is focused on her spell, Byung-guk hears something approaching and turns to see a horde of goblins gathering at the top of the cliff. Before he can react, Siwoo casually sits down and orders Byung-guk to deal with them. Shocked, Byung-guk asks why him. Si-woo simply reminds him that he's the one training, so he has to destroy them. He asks if Byung-guk thought he would do it for him, then warns him to try not to die. Frustrated but left with no choice, Byung-guk activates his skill and prepares to fight off the goblins as they leap at him. Ghost, watching from the sidelines, notes that Byung-guk's skill is a tracking type ability. At best, he'll be a B+ rank with it. Pre comments that Byung-guk's skill doesn't seem very useful, pointing out that it has flashy effects but lacks power. The Ghost agrees, adding that if Byung-guk continues to burn through his mana at this rate, he will quickly run out. Meanwhile, Byung-guk is struggling to deal with the swarm of goblins. Goblins are easy, but fighting a horde alone is difficult. Frustrated, Byung-guk calls out to Jisoo, asking if she's finished. She quickly replies that she's almost done. Before she can finish, one of the goblins manages to knock Byung-guk off his feet, sending him onto his back. With his mana nearly depleted, he watches in horror as a goblin rushes toward him, his axe raised to strike. He screams in fear. Just in time, Jisoo completes her spell and activates his Beast Tamer skill. The spell takes hold of the goblin, and the creature suddenly freezes in place before kneeling. Byung-guk falls down in shock, while Jisoo excitedly orders the goblin to retreat, which he obediently does. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaims that she has succeeded and eagerly asks Si-woo how it was. The wolf, surprised by this revelation, remarks that control-type skills are extremely rare. Ghost agrees, noting that the skill itself is a high rank with strong growth potential. Pri, becoming increasingly excited, exclaims that something worth eating has finally appeared and declares that he wants to eat it. Si-woo, however, ignores him and instead turns to Jisoo, asking what she plans to do with the single controlled monster. At that moment, she notices the goblins rushing towards her and quickly runs to Byung-guk, shaking him in an attempt to wake him up. She desperately screams that they are coming and begs someone to help her. Later, back at the Imperial Guild, Jisoo thanks him for today. With a weary expression, she tells him that, thanks to him, she thinks she now has a better understanding of how to use her skills. The wolf looks at her tired face and notices that half of it is already gone. Then he asks if she plans to walk home. MC says he doesn't care if she can't, suggesting she ask Si-jun to introduce her to another mentor. However, she shakes her head and disagrees. She explains that she really does think so. She was a bit overconfident before. She thought that simply awakening a skill made someone special, and that the higher the rank, the more valuable a person became. But today she realized, painfully, that skills are simply tools and a means to an end, not a reflection of who she is. No matter how good a sword is, its true value depends on how skillfully it is wielded and how much training has been done. Gigi encouraged her to continue working hard, and if she needed help, to contact that bear or the old man. He then suddenly notices the increase in the number of people around them and asks if they are from another guild. Jisoo replies that she heard about negotiations with the Azure Flower Guild regarding shares in a recently discovered gate in the desert in the Middle East. It is then that he notices someone from the Azure Flower Guild. Then he walks past her. Meanwhile, one of Yeohwa's subordinates reports to her that, according to the findings, the newly discovered gate is different from the usual ones. When they and the Imperial Guild first explored them, they found the corpses of the first group of hunters inside. However, unlike normal cases where hunters are killed by monsters, their bodies were intact on the outside, while their internal organs were torn apart. Yeohwa is confused, noting that unless something was physically placed inside them, there should be no reason for such a phenomenon to occur. Suddenly, someone calls out to Yeohwa, saying that they have finally met. She turns around and sees that it is Si-woo. Si-woo tells her that her master has returned, and she doesn't even intend to greet him. At first, she is speechless, but then shyly admits that he is back. He asks if she has time now, but she apologizes, explaining that she has things to do and will leave first. Without another word, she turns and leaves, her subordinates following behind in confusion. Pre teases Siwoo, saying that he was just rejected at the speed of light, and mockingly asks if he needs consolation. The ghost comments that Yohwa is a rude girl and asks if she was his old student. Siwoo confirms that there was, but then quietly asks if Yohwa cried. Many years ago, he found Yohwa crying in the corner. Noticing that she was hiding and crying again, he asked why she was crying so much and if something serious had happened. She yelled at him to leave, but he simply sat down next to her and asked if she was really that upset about losing the sparring match. After all, she and Sejun were about the same age, and he asked why she always cried in hiding because people would recognize it. Reaching out, he stroked her hair, but she immediately pushed his hand away. She told him that since Sejun was his younger brother, it was obvious that he trained Sejun better than her. She bitterly noted that she was just someone he picked up off the street, and while she should be grateful for that, she would appreciate it if he didn't interfere in unnecessary matters. She acknowledged that he was strong and had a big heart, but reminded him that he wasn't even her real brother. In response, he simply grabbed her head and stroked her hair again, causing her to sigh in defeat. It was his choice to be her brother. Then he told her that the world was bad enough already, so why couldn't he at least choose his own family? He then tells her that he will consider her his little sister, so she should just think of him as her big brother. He asks if this will make her less sad, but she shyly replies no and asks who asked for that in the first place. He chuckles and tells her that even when he's nice to her, she remains cold, then asks if she wants an extra hard workout tomorrow. She snorts and replies that it's not like he doesn't do it every day anyway. Yohwa reflects on that moment, remembering that she said those words half out of embarrassment, but the other half was sincere. She didn't want to be Jiwoo's little sister or just his greatest disciple. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him as an equal, to be a comrade strong enough to support the world he imagined. Along the way, she even dared to experience feelings she knew she shouldn't. She thinks of herself as the child of a terrible criminal. Even if she was abandoned, she still grew up on the money they stole, and these feelings were never meant for someone like her. Frustrated, she remembers Daesu's words and convinces herself that Siwoo should never get involved with someone like her. But even so, she refuses to sit back and do nothing. If she can't stand proudly next to him, then at least she will fight for him from the shadows until the very end, for the man who gave her a new life. Sejun is shocked when he sees her, immediately recognizing who she is. When he wakes up, he realizes that she is the master of the Azure Flower Guild and asks why she is here when the meeting is still far away. But she just calls his name and asks to give her a minute, saying that it is important. Meanwhile, in Daesu's office, Kyung-hoo tells Daesu that it's not that he doesn't trust him. He recalls how, ever since the first gate appeared, the three lords have been at the forefront of the battle against the demons. In those lawless days, when criminals, intoxicated with newfound power, ran amok, they fought to defend the dignity of humanity. Because of this, he will not go against his comrades. And if Daesu really did make a deal with the demons to restore human civilization and the nation, then that is a completely different matter. Daesu simply tells Kyung-hoo that there is no need to beat around the bush. He already knows that Kyung-hoo met with Siwoo and asks if Siwoo called him suspicious. He then remarks that even a mad dog like Siwoo becomes cautious after 10 years, adding that he himself is no different. He tells Kyung-hoo that everyone misunderstands him. What he seeks is not the country or the well-being of humanity. Such ideals are laughable. Daesu declares the title of Three Lords a joke. What he really desires is superiority, an endless thirst for power. He then asks Kyung-hoo if they should not go beyond their limits and see what lies beyond them, given that humanity has been gifted with overwhelming mana power. For him, defeating countless powerful opponents and striving for even greater power has always been his only goal. No matter what deals were made with the demons, it was simply a matter of interests converging, interests that allowed him to stand where he was now. For the sake of the rapid restoration of the nation and the safety of its citizens, the leaders of every country, without exception, have united with demons. Whatever their ulterior motives, in just 10 years, humanity had not only recovered, but surpassed its previous civilization. Daesu then reminds Kyung-hoo that even he must have seen negotiation as the best option back then. He asks if Kyung-hoo intends to hold him accountable now, leaving Kyung-hoo speechless for a moment. After coming to his senses, Kyung-hoo finally asks if Daesu really made a deal with the demons regarding Si-woo, and if he was involved in Si-woo's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Daesu scoffs, calling the idea ridiculous, and states that he has nothing to hide. If Si-woo has returned, it simply means he finally has the chance to crush him once and for all. He then proposes to Kyung-hoo a meeting between the three of them. Before Daesu can say more, he suddenly hears Si-woo's voice commenting that it actually fits perfectly. Shocked, Daesu immediately turns around and sees Si-woo hovering in the air. Si-woo tells him that he has a few questions too, adding that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. He pointed his palm at the window, blowing it to pieces with a lightning bolt. Despite such a dramatic appearance, Daesu smiled widely when he saw him. Entering the building, he noticed that Daesu lived in such a high place, but going through the main entrance was a hassle with all the procedures. He decided to get straight to the point before Daesu's pesky bodyguards arrived. He asked Daesu directly if he had teamed up with Pandemonium and sent him to another world 10 years ago. Daesu, unfazed, teased him, asking if that was all he had to say after making such a dramatic entrance, and laughed at how boring he had become. Frustrated, he threatened to turn the entire building upside down and, calling Daesu one-eyed, demanded an answer to his question. Daesu laughed out loud, noticing that his arrogant demeanor hadn't changed at all. He noted that 10 years had passed without a single wrinkle appearing on his face, suggesting that the journey to another world must have been pleasant. Daesu then asked what was so unfair that he had to break in by breaking the window. Suddenly, he threw a potted plant at Daesu, scratching his cheek. In anger, he asked if he should rip Daesu apart and scatter his limbs across different dimensions. If he valued his life, he'd better answer the question. He repeated his demand, asking if Daesu had ever joined forces with the trash organization Pandemonium, or had anything to do with Yeon Min-jun's death. He furiously warned Daesu that if he touched Younghwa or his students, he would be finished. However, Daesu only smirked and burst out laughing, shouting that this was more like it. He missed the bloodthirsty atmosphere of the battlefield that he brought with him. Then Daesu released his aura, because while he was cooling off in the other world, he used his position to fight powerful hunters from all over the world and become stronger. He confidently declared that the desire to kill his old rival no longer affected him. This wasn't enough to get his blood boiling as it should have. Daesu unleashed his dark power, teasingly asking if he was still someone who could burn bright enough to make risking their lives worth it. In response, he simply asked if he needed to make another hole in Dez's mouth to get an answer. Just as they were about to attack each other, Kyung-hoo intervened, stopping them in time. He shouted at them to calm down and think about where they were and the seriousness of the situation. Kyung-hoo reminded Daesu that he was an SS-ranked hunter and a representative of the nation. Starting a fight in a residential area was unacceptable. Turning to the main character, Kyung-hoo reminded him that even though he was now with the HMCS and his safety was guaranteed by the Empire Guild, these were no longer the lawless days of the past. A fight between hunters would attract too much public attention. Kyung-hoo warned him that if he didn't want his brothers to be branded as part of a guild that attacked the government, he should stop. This argument calmed him down a bit. Desu also calmed down, although he noticed that everything had become more boring than ever. He looked back with nostalgia at the old days when they could fight and kill without restraint, always baring their teeth at each other and fighting for dominance at every opportunity. Then Desu asked him if he also thought this era was dull. He admitted that since he made his blood boil, Desu assured him that he had nothing to do with the death of young Minjin, and that Yanghwa had come to him of her own free will. Teasingly, Desu asked if it was really his fault if his students turned out bad. With these words, Desu turned around and left, saying that if he had any more questions, he should find him properly next time. Desu promised to prepare a place where he could run amok to his heart's content. He remained silent, and Kyung-hoo sighed with relief, glad that he had managed to prevent the clash of the two titans. A moment later, the elevator stopped on the 8th floor, and Desu stepped out. The guard nervously reported that they had detected an intrusion, but Desu interrupted him, reminding them that he had already told them that there was no one on the continent who was strong enough to threaten his safety. He ordered the guard to ignore it. The guard bowed and immediately apologized. Desu then ordered the guard to contact the Immeasurable Legion, prepare the A-rank gate, and bring Yanghwa to him. 7 hours earlier, Sejun was sitting at his computer. He was watching the video when Yanghwa walked in. He asked her what was wrong. She reminded him of the corpses recently discovered near the mouth. Autopsies revealed that all their internal organs had been severed at the cellular level. Yanghwa guessed that the hunters either fought someone with a special skill or ingested something toxic. However, the real problem was that all the hunters were connected to a mysterious trading guild called IZ. She explained that IZ had been operating near the newly discovered gate and was so stealthy that she had never heard of it. There was almost no information about IZ, but there were rumors that the guild leader was a demon. This surprised Sejun. He asked where she'd heard such rumors. Yanghwa replied that, working close to the government, you could hear a lot. She told him that it was his business whether to believe it or not, as she would handle the matter herself. She turned to leave, adding that they had definitely started making progress, and she would let him know as soon as she knew more. As she left, Yanghwa informed him that Desu was keeping an eye on their guild, so Sejun shouldn't contact her unless she contacted him first. Sejun stopped her and asked why she was doing all this. But she simply told him to keep it a secret from her master and that she had no plans to return. This confirmed Sejun's suspicion that there was a reason why Yanghwa remained under Desu's command for 10 years. He sat back, wondering why she was acting like this right now. Even if she had joined Des to search for Siyu's traces, her behavior made no sense now that Siyu had returned. Sejun knew that Siyu had complete confidence in his 3 direct disciples, but he felt that they were all burdened with their own secrets. He couldn't bring himself to trust any of them completely. Frustrated, Sejun grabbed his head and said Yanghwa and Xiaolong's names, wondering out loud what they were even thinking. Suddenly, Siyu appeared, overhearing his question. Su asked what was going on with Yanghwa, causing Sejun to jump in shock. Si pressed him, asking if Yanghwa had said anything, and firmly told him not to hide anything. He demanded to know if something had happened to Yanghwa. Meanwhile, on the street, Yanghwa was preparing to leave when one of her subordinates approached her and apologized for disturbing her. The subordinate reported that Desu had urgently called her. Yanghwa cursed under her breath, but replied that she understood everything and was already on her way. 10 years ago, shortly after Siyu disappeared, Desu spoke with a demon. He asked if the demon wanted his help in erasing all memories of Ming Shu. Hikatan, the second Lord of Calamity's subordinate demon, explained that Su was the one who brought the 4 Lords of Calamity to the brink of death. In order to maintain control over the demons with strong autonomy, the Demon Lord's authority had to remain absolute. The humiliating record of a Demon Lord nearly losing to a human would pose a serious threat to their rule. Hikatan added that, although the war was over, it was still a time of chaos. Upholding their agreement and maintaining order among the demons would be beneficial to both sides. Desu replied that the proposal was absurd. Just because they accepted the terms of the treaty, the demons seemed to have forgotten that the humans had won the war. He wondered why they would even consider helping demons, who have now been exiled to the polar regions under a damage control agreement. However, Hikatan countered that they had been watching Desu for some time. They knew that deep down he must regret the end of the war. Hikatan pointed out that Desu had discovered a new power with limitless potential, but the time when he could wield it freely, without laws or restrictions, was over. He told Des not to bother pretending, as the truth was that he simply wanted to fight stronger opponents. Hikatan assured him that they could help him reach the pinnacle of Mana's ultimate form. Desu was momentarily speechless. He asked if the demons would do such a thing just to erase the fact of their master's defeat. He eventually accepted Hikatan's offer, but asked if they had considered that if he became stronger, he would pose an even greater threat to the demons. Hikatan explained that unlike humans, whose lives are fleeting, demons live much longer. Their views on the world were radically different, and their goal was only to uncover the true nature of mana and the dimensional gates. With these words, Hikatan turned around and left, telling Des that they would wait for his positive answer and calling him the strongest hunter in Korea. In the present time, Desu was inside the F-rank gate belonging to the Infinite Number Guild, waiting for his guard's report. The guard informed him that they had, as ordered, secured the empty gates, which had no research value. The guard added that the gate belonged to the Infinite Number Guild under the leadership of Desu, and public access was restricted. They confirmed that there were no living creatures left inside. Desu praised the guard for his good work and asked if the invitation had been sent properly. The guard confirmed this and reminded him of the summit meeting the next day. Desu briefly replied that he was aware and told the guard not to make him repeat himself. Suddenly, someone entered the gate. It was Manhwa, who angrily reminded Desu that he had sent her on a business trip. She demanded an explanation as to why he had bothered to call her here. Desu signaled the guard to leave, warning Manhwa to be careful what she said in front of others. When the guard left, Manhwa asked Desu what was wrong. Desu admitted that he knew about her suspicions that he played a key role in Seiyu's disappearance. He admitted that at that time, he did not accept the demon's offer and did not cooperate with him. However, even knowing that SIU was gradually fading from existence, he did nothing. Whether SIU disappeared or not didn't matter to him. Manhwa became furious and demanded to know what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Desu released a small amount of power from his hand and calmly explained that he had now been given strength and power. He thought about it and just wanted confirmation. Which of the two was stronger, him or Su? Desu aimed his power at Manhwa, but she managed to dodge it just before the blow hit her head. She crouched down, activating her own power, and demanded to know if Desu even understood what he was saying. She asked what he meant by the demon's suggestion. When all the pieces of the puzzle came together, she gritted her teeth in rage, realizing that Desu was behind Su's disappearance and the erasure of his records. Filled with anger, she unleashed all her strength and tried to kick Des in the head, but he easily blocked her attack. Desu tightened his grip on her leg and pulled it down, coldly noticing that she looked just like her mother. He listed her fiery temper, willingness to cling to enemies for her own ends, and inability to assess a situation as traits. With a brutal movement, he slammed her into the ground, shattering her into pieces. Badly wounded, Manhwa could only listen as Desu coldly told her that she was nothing more than a tool, a mere means to push Seiyu's fighting spirit to the limit. Desu calmly touched his neck and explained that the lingering feeling of inferiority that had haunted him like a shadow from the past had begun to fade after Seiyu's disappearance. And yet, it stubbornly clung to him like an unwashed stain. Now that Seiyu is back, it's time to get rid of him completely. Despite her injuries, Manhwa laughed mockingly and asked if Daesu really thought Siu would play with his sick toy just because of her. Des lifted his foot and pressed down on her shoulder, increasing the pressure as he spoke. He told her that he was confident in his plan because in the past, when Su wasted his time playing family, Daesu doubted him. But now, looking into Siu's eyes, he was convinced that over the past 10 years, Su had left a lot behind in that other world. Daesu pressed harder on her shoulder, telling her that she didn't need to do anything except serve as a fuse. He admitted he didn't know the details of Minjin's death, but vowed to use every card he had. Then he released the chain that was wrapped around her. He advised her to stop resisting, explaining that the shackles were created by the finest masters of the Black Abyss. Even an S-rank hunter like her would have a hard time breaking free. The shackles were draining her mana, he explained, and the more she resisted, the more they eroded her energy core. If left unchecked, they would cripple her forever. Daesu added that he didn't know how long his fight with Siu would last, but in the meantime, she could fight as long as she wanted. That was her role. Yanghwa stuttered as she asked if he really thought all this would change anything. She shouted that he was still a loser. Suddenly, she felt someone rushing forward. Siu appeared, attacking Daesu with a furious burst of power. The force of the attack created a powerful shockwave, but Des managed to block it. Daesu excitedly shouted that from now on, history would finally be written correctly. He declared that the outdated hero of the past would die here, and the title of the strongest man on Earth would belong to him. Siu, in a rage, called Daesu a madman. He cast a spell, throwing lightning at Daesu, but Daesu easily blocked it with his shield, laughing with excitement. Daesu teased him, shouting that his strength seemed so light and that the gap between them had grown deep over the past 10 years. Su remained silent, his gaze flickering briefly to Yanhwa, who was still chained behind him. Pri, watching anxiously, asked if Su was okay. He reminded him that Daesu was a monster and that Su's output hadn't fully recovered yet. But Su simply replied that there was no time to worry about that. They'll have to operate at maximum capacity. Pri shouted at him, asking if he'd gone crazy. He reminded that his mana had barely recovered to half at best. Pri warned him that Daesu was stronger than any person he had ever faced, and expressed doubt as to whether he would even be able to absorb a skill of such magnitude while trapped in his weakened body. He added that using its limit could cause unknown side effects. However, the main character calmly replied that he only needed 50% of the power he used in the other world, and that was more than enough. No problem. Daesu, who had easily blocked his attacks, mocked him, asking what he was mumbling about and whether he now regretted rushing in so confidently. He unleashed even more force on Dessa, but Dessa blocked it again. He suddenly appeared in front of Daesu with incredible speed, declaring that for a bastard like Daesu, such strength was more than enough. He unleashed an even more powerful force, destroying the earth and causing the debris to fly into the air. And yet, Des managed to block the attack once again. Meanwhile, Yanhua watched with disbelief. She was witnessing a battle between first-generation hunters, true, awakened ones. The speed of their spellcasting was so high that it was difficult to even follow the battle. She always knew there was a gap in strength, but she never expected the difference between S-rank and S-rank to be so huge. Daesu summoned the spear and gripped it tightly, laughing and telling Siu that he hadn't felt this way in too long. With a powerful throw, he hurled the spear at the Su, shouting that it is nice to throw away all limitations and immerse yourself in the essence of mana. Siu crouched down and cast a spell, mocking Daesu for his continued habit of collecting toys and bragging even after 10 years. He created a massive wall as a shield, but Daesu's spear pierced it, tearing the wall into pieces. Pri screamed, asking if Daesu was even human. Pri warned him that Daesu seemed capable of fighting on equal terms with a high-ranking demon, and that the spear flying towards them was no ordinary artifact. Siyu replied that Desu had always been a bit of a rude person, but in the end, he was just an unfinished man. He caught the spear in midair, surprising Dessa, who laughed and rushed towards him at high speed. Desu summoned a swarm of swords, grabbed their handles, and jumped on Su, shouting at him not to blink under any circumstances. However, Sayu managed to create a shield in time, blocking Desu's attack. Desu mocked him and his shield, asking if that was enough to make him crack. He then summoned a massive metal hammer, calling the Su shield pathetic, and struck him repeatedly, vowing to turn him into dust. Su first stood in the shield and defended himself, and then he responded by creating the Ice Fang Spear, which caused ice spikes to form behind Desu's back, ready to pierce him. However, Desu released a burst of power, shattering the ice spikes. He shook the remaining ice off the hammer. And I also noticed from myself that, as expected, a true master does not die so easily. Siyu angrily told Des to stop talking and take off his shackles if he didn't want to die. Su asked Desu if Yonghwa really had no significance to his goal. And does he think he can keep his position in the government after such a minor stunt? Desu disagreed, arguing that Yonghwa still had value, and that her past as the daughter of a serial killer is enough to make her a useful pawn. Yonghwa, shocked, shouted at Desu to shut up, warning that if he continued talking, it would be all over for her. Suddenly, she felt a powerful aura coming from Su, who told her not to move, releasing even more force in anger. Desu, surprised and excited, laughed and shouted that this was exactly what he wanted. His skin tingled with anticipation when he summoned a shield and sword, declaring that it was time for them to start fighting for real. But before he could do anything, Su appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye and struck him, asking him to shut his mouth. Desu blocked it with his shield, but the force of the blow shattered the shield. Desu realized that Siyu's control and mana density had changed radically. Desu jumped back, summoning armor to cover his body. He noted that Su's skill output adjustment had changed and asked if his cowardly fighting style had evolved over the past 10 years. Siyu retorted by asking how Desu could criticize his tactics when Desu himself didn't even understand the strategy. Desu admitted that he was young and full of energy back then, and threw the dagger near Su's feet. And he said that after the last attack, he realized something. He then activates the trap, and chains appear under Su, wrapping around his legs. Then Desu summoned a huge sword, much more than before, and swung it at Su with all his might, shouting that Su was no longer his equal. The force of the impact cut through the ground, causing a powerful explosion. Yonghwa, worried, called out to Siyu, but her voice was drowned out by the chaos. Then, to her amazement, she heard Su calmly tell Des that he was right about one thing out of all the nonsense he had said. They were no match. Su stood unharmed, simply holding the sword that Desu had swung at him. Su gripped his sword tightly, not letting Des pull him out. Desu knew that the sword he held was a legendary artifact, a two-handed sword capable of cutting through entire buildings. And yet, in Siyu's arms, he didn't even move. Siyu effortlessly picked up the sword and asked Desu if he had really fought for 10 years. Then, with a quick movement, he hit Dessa in the side, declaring that he himself had fought for 100 years. The force of the blow threw Dessa back, slamming him hard into the ground. Despite the blow, Desu laughed, admitting it was genuinely funny. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd bled. Desu stood up and asked if Siyu had been holding back his mana for that one blow. He showed his watch and told Siyu that if he was serious, he should respond with all his might. Siyu activated the power, and Desu explained that 5 years ago, all officially recognized SS rank hunters around the world were required to wear this bracelet. He limited mana, physical abilities, and skills to prevent massive damage to society. Removing the regulator without government permission instantly made them criminals. Desu then threw away his watch, freeing his stats from the restrictions. Gigi chuckled, calling the bracelet a dog collar and ridiculing Dessa for being a beast that only knows how to fight. He asked if Desu had ascended to his position just to get government approval for dogfighting. Desu, clearly angered, told Siu he was overestimating himself. Smiling, he asked if he'd thought that was the only reason he was here. He then released all his power, his aura splitting the ground around him. Desu shouted that there was simply no one worth testing his strength on. Until now, Su has calmly released his own aura, challenging Dez to show what he's made of. Their auras collided, creating a destructive force, which swept across the surrounding area. The sheer force of their collision caused the ground to crack and the gates to tremble. Manhwa staggered as the entire gate shook. She realized that even the collision of their mana was enough to split the earth. At this rate, the gates will collapse and innocent people may get hurt. Determined to stop the fight, she forced herself to break free from the chains that bound her, knowing she had to intervene no matter what. Meanwhile, Su and Desu continued their battle at full power. They exchanged blows. Each attack was accurately blocked or repelled. However, it was Desu who was struggling to keep up. He used his hammer to split the earth, sending huge piles of rocks crashing down on Siu. But Siu dodged the lightning bolt attack, moving too fast for Desu to land a blow. Pri, watching from inside SIU, noticed his stomach was feeling sick, but admitted the power felt amazing. Even at half its strength, the F-rank gate trembled as the overwhelming forces of Siu and Desu continued to clash. Despite the lifting of restrictions, Desu struggled to keep up. He coughed up blood, realizing that even after the restrictions are lifted, the gap between them is still huge. Unable to accept this, Desu summoned a swarm of swords, laughing maniacally and cursing everything under the sun. He grabbed the dark weapon next to him and threw it at Su, ordering him to tear him to pieces. The weapon turned into a monstrous tiger. Clutching Su's arm, Su recognized him as the monster sealed within the artifact. Without hesitation, Siu created a magic circle and ordered Pri to activate the Tamer skill. The man looked at all this with interest. Pri obeyed, and the tiger immediately pounced on Desa, recognizing Su as his new master. Desu, enraged, called Su a bastard and activated a new form of power, ready to continue the fight. But before they could collide again, Manhwa appeared, yelling at them to stop. She demanded to know if they were both crazy and told them to look around. The gate was on the verge of collapse, and the massive amount of magic released could have catastrophic consequences if it reached the outside world. Manhwa warned Desu that even he wouldn't be able to escape responsibility if this happened. She reminded him that the magistrate's court would hold him accountable. Desu called her an arrogant girl, but Manhwa stood her ground. She revealed that while Desu was losing control, she contacted the Hunters Association and HMCS headquarters. They were expected to respond soon and open the gates again. She urged them to stop fighting immediately. As she approached SAU, he remained silent, his expression unreadable. At that moment, Desu's watch vibrated with an incoming call. He responded irritably and heard Edward's voice from HMCS headquarters. Edward informed him that the matter was urgent and demanded his immediate attention. Desu cursed under his breath, but agreed to come. Before leaving, Desu turned around and coldly remarked that this was precisely why one should never tame wild animals. He said he had lost interest and told them to get lost. When Desu walked out of the gate, Manhwa felt a wave of relief mixed with fear. She fell to her knees, stunned by the thought that Siu, the last person she wanted to hide the truth about her family from, now knew everything. She never wanted to betray the sincerity and kindness that Sue showed her, even if it meant dying to keep the secret. How could she explain that the student he fed, cared for, and trusted was in fact the daughter of a criminal? While these thoughts were racing through her head, Sue approached her. He sat down next to her, his voice warm, and asked if she was okay and how badly she was hurt. Manhwa was stunned by his kindness, even after everything that happened. Overcome with emotion, she hugged him tightly, sobbing bitterly. Sue, as calm as ever, simply patted her on the back and teased her, saying that she had too much energy. A moment later, in Daesu's office, he was arguing with Edward during a video call. Daesu claimed he didn't understand why Edward was making such a fuss over the words of one hunter. He reiterated that he hadn't broken any laws, and pointed out that the hunter's overreaction had caused unnecessary confusion at HMCS headquarters, making the situation their fault. Daesu wondered if it was too much to take action over something as small as light training in a closed gate. Standing before Edward S. Blackwood, Vice President of HMCS International Headquarters, Daesu waited for an answer. Edward calmly explained that the situation would have been different if Daesu had not removed his restraining bracelet. He reminded Daesu that SS-class hunters were strictly forbidden from engaging in personal combat, a rule that clearly angered Daesu. Edward also informed him that any lifting of such restrictions must be reported to the Hunters Association or HMCS. The use of magical power against a hunter associated with HMCS required investigation. And given Daesu's status as a national leader, he could even face international trial. Even if there were no violations in his home country, there were sufficient grounds for problems under international law. However, Edward added with a smile, in these peaceful times, there was no need to create unnecessary social chaos over a minor incident. He sincerely asked Daesu to deal with this issue on his own in Korea. Edward stood up and explained that even if they decided to let the matter slide, they still needed to hear from all parties involved to fully understand the situation. This meant that they would need to meet the person that Daesu had encountered. Daesu, suspiciously, asked if Edward had finally set his sights on CU. Edward simply replied that he would see Daesu in Korea before ending the call. Daesu was left seething with humiliation, feeling like a disgrace. He reflected on the past, recalling how 10 years ago he had sensed the difference in strength between himself and CU. The gap hadn't been too great back then. He'd been close enough to reach CU's level. Daesu was confident he'd surpass him this time. But in the 10 years that SIU was gone, he became exponentially stronger, as if he had transformed into an entirely different being. Daesu couldn't believe the staggering gap between them now. He wondered what Sue had been doing all this time, and how long had it been since he last experienced the thrill of fighting without limits. Sitting up, Daesu realized that the strength he had gained from being chained up was not enough. After all this time, he finally had a purpose again, one worth breaking free for. Daesu welcomed the return of the Mad Dog Sue. A week later, at the Azure Flower Guild headquarters, Sue asked Manhwa about her absence. He asked why she hadn't come to greet him, knowing he was there, even if the reason was trivial. Manhwa shyly admitted that she had no excuses and said that it was enough for her just to know that he was back. Siyu sighed in disappointment and asked if she had managed to find out anything about Minjun during his absence. The question caught her off guard. Manhwa apologized, explaining that she hadn't found anything. She clarified that it was clear that no one in the country was involved and that Daesu had only kept her around for his own benefit. She added that she found no evidence to suggest that Daesu had plotted against his brothers or students. Panicked, she insisted her assessment wasn't biased by the fact that Daesu was her blood relative. It was based solely on circumstantial evidence and her own observations. Sue simply replied that he understood and gently stroked her head. He assured her that if Daesu truly considered her family, he wouldn't have treated her so shamefully. Yanghwa smiled and told him that she was okay now because he had already healed everything. However, he explained that it wasn't a matter of whether she was okay or not. It was a matter of breaking free from this pathetic lineage. Whether her mother was a criminal or not, she lived her own life and did nothing wrong. He encouraged her by saying that if she still felt guilty, she should live with pride and give back to the world, promising to help her along the way. His words reminded her of old times, and she laughed, tears welling up in her eyes. She smiled warmly at him and told him that she had never been truly alone because she had always had people like him to support her. Wiping away her tears, she admitted that she felt sorry for Sejun, realizing that she had been making him worry for nothing all this time. From Sejun's perspective, it must have been difficult to trust someone like her who hid so much. He scratched the back of his head and told her that Sejun was a cautious person, so she should sort things out when she saw him tomorrow. Yanghwa was shocked and asked what he meant by tomorrow, especially since things were still tense between her and Sejun. He simply asked what the problem was, emphasizing that they were family. He assured her that he had already spoken with Sejun and added that although he didn't know how Desu had handled everything, at least it hadn't turned into a huge scandal. Checking his phone, he noticed the message from Sejun and chuckled, thinking that Sejun's intuition was something else. 9 missed calls from HMCS. Suddenly, Changgu appeared, which made him ask why he came here, although he said that he would leave immediately after the business trip. Youngwoo shouted that it was urgent and scolded him for not answering his phone, asking if he had any idea how long he had been looking for him. At that moment, Gonho arrived and informed him that he had received a call from HMCS International Headquarters. Edward comes to Korea to meet him in person. Gonho asked if he knew anything about it, but he only answered the question with a question. Did Edwin find out? He was clearly irritated to hear this news. When he asked if Edwin had given a reason for his visit, Gonho explained that a non-disclosure order had been put in place across the entire branch regarding the matter. Puzzled, Changwoo wondered out loud if Siu really knew the vice president of headquarters. Gonho added that Edwin had specifically mentioned Su's name, so he assumed Su would know what was going on. He also noted that this is the first time this has happened in the history of the Korean branch of HMCS. Gonho pressed for answers, but Su apologized, explaining that if there was a non-disclosure order, he couldn't say anything now. Gonho accepted this and informed him that headquarters would contact him once they had a firm schedule, so he should wait for now. As Gonho dragged Changgu away, he whispered to him to find out what was going on, either by sucking up the Siu or using all his connections. Gonho also whispered questions about Yanghwa's relationship with Daesu and why she and Siwoo were sitting so calmly together. Jungwoo simply replied that he had no idea. Yanghwa noticed the HMCS members whispering and told Su that it was time for him to return as he would be under close surveillance for a while. A few minutes later, they were walking down the street when he asked Yanghwa why she suddenly wanted to walk him home. She replied that his mercy was like heaven and that she was on her way home from work anyway. He then asked what she planned to do next. She replied that if he didn't mind, she would follow him. She also admitted that she was having a hard time coming to terms with Minjin's suspicious death and assured him that she would do everything she could to help. Despite her appearance, she reminded him, she was the true leader of the guild. Their conversation was interrupted by a black car with tinted windows that stopped in front of them. Siu was clearly irritated, but Yanghwa stopped him from approaching as she recognized the car. Someone inside rolled down the window and noticed that even after learning everything, they decided to retreat, calling them boring. When the window was completely rolled down, they saw that it was Daesu. Daesu told him to get in the car, which immediately angered Yanghwa. She demanded an explanation of what other nonsense Daesu had started after his previous prank. However, Su calmly asked Daesu why he should follow him. Desu replied that if they wanted to continue their pathetic master and disciple act, they should listen carefully. Yanghwa, furious, asked if Desu thought it was a joke, but Siyu stopped her, saying that she should go no further. He assured her that he would contact her and went to the car, opened the door, and got inside. The car drove away, leaving Yanghwa alone on the street. On the way, in the car, Su told Des that he had a lot of nerve and asked if he was ashamed after being beaten like a dog. Desu laughed, correcting him and reminding him that their fight wasn't over. If Yanghwa hadn't intervened, he might have ended it forever. Desu added that things had only gotten more interesting because, thanks to Siyu, he would soon create a legitimate international arena for them to properly settle the score. Siyu chuckled, telling Des to go to hell, and expressed disbelief that someone like him could be president. Suddenly, Desu mentioned pandemonium out of the blue, immediately catching Siyu's attention. Desu explained that although the world believed pandemonium to be destroyed, remnants of the group still existed, scattered across the globe. He admitted that after Su's disappearance 10 years ago, the demons contacted him through their network, even asking for his help in erasing any trace of the Su's existence. This meant that pandemonium was also keeping an eye on the Su. Desu asked whether Su considered pandemonium to be simply a cult dabbling in forbidden powers or secret dens of demons. Siyu remained silent, so Desu continued. After the fall of pandemonium and the demons' expulsion to the far north, most traces of them disappeared. Despite this, world leaders, including Dessa, kept a close eye on any demon activity. However, no significant evidence was found. Until recently, Desu revealed that there had been reports of a group of half-demons in the desert of the Middle East. Siyu asked if he heard correctly. Half-demons? Desu confirmed, explaining that these were people who had been in contact with demons for a long time, or children born from unions between demons and humans. Unlike pureblood demons, they did not have horns or wings, but they wielded black mana. Officials said the harsher the terrain, the higher the likelihood of high-level gates appearing, making it difficult for foreign forces to investigate. Desu then asked Siyu if he had defected to the demons during the 10 years he had been gone, noting the black mana Siyu had used in their battle. Siyu firmly denied it, but Desu teased him, reminding him that he used to hate demons. Yet when it came down to it, Desu supposed, Su was no different in his desperate quest for power. Siyu asked if Desu really thought he was like that, and ordered him to stop if he was finished speaking. The car stopped at the side of the road, and he got out. Before leaving, he made it clear that Desu should not misunderstand his intentions. He explained that he had no interest in allying with dubious demons or indulging a battle-obsessed madman like Dez. He advised Desu to stop this act, but added that if Desu ever wanted to die, he should call him, and at the same time, he should kneel and apologize to Yanghwa. Desu, though, smiled and replied that he understood that SAU had his quirks, but it was ridiculous to waste time on weaklings who would never reach his level. With these words, Desu closed the car door, warning that one day, Sayu would regret his choice. The car drove away, leaving him alone. Reflect on the revelations about half-demons and crows. The next day, the HMCS building was in a state of flux. The staff were surprised to see representatives from HMCS International Headquarters. Whispers were heard everywhere, people wondering if this was a routine inspection or something more significant. No one had a definitive answer. In the branch manager's office, Gano thanked Edward for his visit and introduced Sue as the newest member of the HMCS Gang Enforcement Team. Edward greeted Sue gracefully, but Sue casually asked what kind of circus this was, catching Gonho off guard. Gonho quickly reminded Sue of his situation, but Edward intervened, asking Gonho to step outside and give them a moment alone. Gono, though puzzled, agreed, knowing that interference could jeopardize his chances of establishing ties with someone at headquarters. He assured Edward that he would wait outside and that he should call him if any problems arose. As he left, Gono had no idea what was going on, but he decided to trust Siu. Once Gono and the others left, Edward lost his temper, calling Siu a bastard. When Edward grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know where he had been for the last 10 years, Siu asked Edward to calm down, and Edward finally let him go, muttering curses under his breath. Edward admitted that at least Sue was back, but pressed him again, asking where he had been hiding all this time. Siu sighed, realizing he had no choice but to explain everything again. He gestured for Edward to sit down first. A moment after Siu finished his story, Edward admitted that the idea of another dimension and a different timeline sounded far-fetched. However, given the gates on Earth, it wasn't entirely impossible. Edward reflected on how Sue had once been a key figure in the world, but now his existence had faded into oblivion. Seeing Siu again, Edward felt as if the fog over his memories was finally clearing. Siu noticed that Edward seemed to remember him quickly, considering he had just heard his name. Edward replied that he could never forget the one who had saved his life countless times in the chaotic days of the past. Siu thought Edward's words were a bit exaggerated and asked how he and Manhwa had gotten together in the first place. Edward explained that HMCS headquarters is currently conducting a joint investigation with various guilds around the world, and Manhwa's guild was one of them. Manhwa had proven herself in a recent case, and that's how Edward obtained her contact information. Edward then asked Sue if he was currently stationed at HMCS Korea and offered him a position at HMCS headquarters. C refused, surprising Edward, who asked why he didn't want the opportunity. Sue simply replied that he saw no reason for it. Edward urged him to reconsider, emphasizing that someone like Sue needed to operate on a larger stage and become an assistant. Siu thanked him for his trust, but explained that he was already conducting his own investigation. Edward agreed that headquarters could help with this, emphasizing the extensive investigative powers they had. Siu said he would think about it and asked what the joint investigation was about. Edward explained that there had been a massacre of a group of hunters in the desert, in and around the newly discovered gate. While people would normally assume it was the work of monsters, an autopsy revealed poisoning. All the hunters had died from ingesting something, and based on their findings, they suspected drugs for awakening. Sue was clearly surprised by this. He asked Edward if he meant the drug for the awakened. Edward confirmed and explained that there had been no official announcement yet, as they still lacked specific details about the substance or the distribution network. However, in reality, the Central Bureau had been secretly investigating a series of awakened deaths occurring around the world over the past 6 months. Edward informed him that the autopsies conducted during the investigation revealed only one common factor: the victims' internal organs had been severed at the cellular level. It was difficult to publicly report the case because most of the victims were awakened criminals, and no traces of drugs were found in their systems. Fortunately, a witness to a similar incident was found in China. According to the witness, the deceased awakened ones inhaled the black powder, after which they began to behave like berserkers and eventually self-destructed. Those who inhaled the powder displayed unimaginable levels of mana release and skill enhancement, acting almost like living suicide weapons, destroying everything around them. He asked Edward if this meant that the black powder was an illegal awakening drug, and if it was related to the recent incident in the desert. Edward clarified that he was not just connected. The desert incident was considered the starting point of an illegal drug case. Gigi asked why the recent desert incident was considered the starting point if the investigation had already been ongoing for 6 months. Edward explained that a gate had been discovered in the desert, which had resulted in a huge number of casualties. At the entrance, the Azure Flower Guild was the first to discover the original form of the black powder. Near the gate, they also found a vehicle belonging to a little-known trading guild called IZ. Edward added that although the IZ Guild had no known illegal connections and appeared to be a small organization, something was off about it. He leaned back in his chair, lamenting why he always got himself into such troubles and thinking that this was going to be a real headache. Edward smiled and mentioned that he already knew that Manhwa was his student. Although the investigation was conducted in secret, Manhwa, as the first to discover the original form of the drug, could no longer get out of this case. Edward added that if he helped, the problems Manhwa was facing would be greatly reduced. He asked if Sue would really ignore the situation, knowing that his precious student was involved in a dangerous matter. Edward called him by his nickname in a serious tone, making it clear that he had already planned everything. Reluctantly, he agreed to help, partly because he also had business in the Middle East. This lifted Edward's spirits, and he enthusiastically promised to do his best to help if Sue would agree to lend his strength. Edward then asked what happened between him and Desu, mentioning that he knew about their unauthorized combat training. He offered to help resolve the situation, but Sue refused, telling Edward not to interfere. He explained that although Desu was a power-obsessed piece of trash, in the end, he still remained human. The next day at Sejun's house, he noticed him packing his things and asked if he would join the Central Bureau's international investigation. He confirmed, explaining that Edward had personally asked him for this favor. Sejun admitted that he knew Edward, but asked how he got in touch with him in the first place. He replied that it was a long story and suggested that Manhwa explain the details later, which surprised Sejun. Before Sejun could ask why Manhwa had suddenly surfaced, his phone rang. Sejun replied and walked away, asking Manhwa how she even got his number. Pri asked curiously where they were headed this time. He replied that their first destination was Europe, where their headquarters were located. Pri asked if there was chicken there, and Gigi suggested that there probably was. Pri then asked if he was going to push their mana to the limit again, like in the last battle, which caught him off guard. He playfully asked Pri what difference it made and if Pri was worried about his food supply running out. Pri angrily retorted that it wasn't a matter of mana reserves, but of an anomaly occurring within him. He asked what Pri meant, and Pri explained that since returning to Earth, as he became more accustomed to Earth's mana and his power output increased, he noticed a loss of control. Pri theorized that the interdimensional travel had affected not only him, but Pri himself as well, and the battle where he pushed his mana output to its limits was likely what triggered the problem. Pri clarified that since they made a contract in another world, Pri would not attack him. However, the more his mana recovered, the worse the loss of control became. Eventually, if Pri completely lost control, they couldn't predict what side effects might occur. There was a risk that he wouldn't be able to use his power at the crucial moment. He thought for a moment and replied that he didn't really rely on Pri's power at the moment, so it doesn't matter. This angered Pri, who asked if he meant to say that he didn't need Pri's power. He clarified that if they had to fight demons, he would need Pri's power, but for now, there was no need to worry too much about that. He stretched, thinking that his warm-up fight with Desu had been useful in the end. Looking out the window at the plane, his thoughts turned to the Awaken enhancement drug, and he realized that it all seemed too familiar. 2 days later, in Europe. At HMCS International Headquarters, a woman remarked to her crew that Edward was something else. Despite the staffing shortages, she couldn't believe he was adding people to a secret international investigation without following proper procedures. Another woman added that Edward was always so unpredictable. Hayakawa Hikari, captain of the first investigation team of the Tokyo branch of HMCS, confidently stated that she alone was more than enough for the Asian team. She asked her brother Kumo if he agreed, and Kumo immediately supported her, praising her as the youngest recruit in the history of HMCS Japan, the first captain of the Tokyo branch crew, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Hikari laughed and told Kumo to keep up the compliments. Layla, captain of the first investigation team at HMCS European headquarters, intervened, saying that while Younghwa was not an official member of HMCS, she would, frankly, prefer to work with that Korean huntress over Hikari. Hikari screamed, demanding to know what Layla had just said. Layla calmly replied that she hadn't said anything, but Hikari reminded her that they both wore translation headphones, and if she had any complaints, she should speak up. Suddenly, a man appeared, informing them that Director Leone had ordered everyone to gather in the main conference room. Hikari asked if the unprecedented parachutist had finally arrived. The man laughed awkwardly and told them to go, as he had heard that the recruit had just landed with Edward. Layla wondered who this hunter was, since Edward had personally gone to meet him. She asked if the newcomer was even an official member of HMCS. The man confirmed that he was a recruit from HMCS Korea, Hunter Min-soo. A moment later, everyone was gathered in the conference room. Edward thanked them for coming so quickly despite their busy schedule, and he suggested starting with an introduction. He introduced Siu as the newest official member of their team. Layla introduced herself and her team's vice president, Stefan, representing the European branch. Hikari introduced herself and Kumo, her right-hand woman from the Asian branch. Edward explained that since the matter was urgent, they should get straight to the point. With the addition of a new team member, they needed to go over the details again. He asked Layla to provide a brief summary of the case, to which she agreed and stood up. Before Layla began, Edward reminded everyone that although they were already familiar with the details, they had to be extremely careful about leaks, as this was a classified investigation. Suddenly, Edward's secretary knocked and informed him that it was time for his next meeting. Edward stood up, expressing confidence in their excellent work, and left the conference room with his secretary. There was silence in the room, until Layla cleared her throat and announced that they should begin the briefing. She began by outlining case number A3942FC, also known as the Illegal Awakened Enhancement Drug Case. Their investigation team was responsible for the field investigation at the site where the original substance was first discovered. The original gate found at the site was A rank. A total of 6 awakened corpses were found near the gate, and autopsies confirmed that they had suffered internal injuries identical to the victims in previous incidents. The drug for awakened enhancement was found among the victims' bodies. The gates themselves showed signs of battle only at the entrance. Nothing unusual was found inside. Since no awakened enhancement drug was found inside the gate, its danger level was still being assessed. A purge had not yet been approved. Layla added that a vehicle belonging to the IZ Trade Guild was found near the scene of the incident. Upon investigation, it was discovered that IZ is a small legal guild operating in the Middle East without any significant violations. Therefore, their team will primarily focus on an in-depth investigation inside the gate and a thorough field investigation around the scene. After finishing her briefing, Layla asked if there were any questions. Gigi mentioned that he had already heard the details, so he had no questions about the case itself. However, he asked if there was any information about demonic creatures or half-demons. Layla was confused and asked if he was suggesting that they were involved in this matter. He clarified that he was not hinting at a direct connection, but thought it was worth asking just in case. He explained that if the drug were of purely human origin, tracing its source would not be so difficult. If it had been created using skills, a Ranger-type awakened would have discovered it much earlier. This made the Commerce Guild suspicious, and he wanted to know if there was any information about the IZ Guild from past cases. Hikari interrupted him, expressing her confusion and asking why he was raising unrelated questions. The guy calmly replied that whether it was related or not could only be determined after an investigation. He explained that he brought up the topic because of some information he came across. This further angered Hikari, who arrogantly asked where a simple hunter from the Korean branch came from. Someone who was inserted into the investigation halfway through may know information that even headquarters hadn't mentioned. She added that this was ridiculous. Hikari continued her tirade, wondering if headquarters wouldn't have looked into the matter if it was truly important evidence. She pointed out that he wasn't part of the alliance and wasn't a known ranker hunter, making it laughable that someone like him would be parachuted into an international investigation. And now he suddenly claims that demonic beings might be involved, which only increased her irritation. Hikari angrily reminded him that humans and demonic creatures had been in a cooperative relationship for over 10 years, and dragging outdated racial prejudices into the investigation was unacceptable. She demanded to know who he thought he was to make such statements. He remained silent, not responding to a single word. Layla yelled at Hikari to stop, and Stefan intervened, calling for everyone to calm down. He stressed that there was no need for such hostility at the very beginning of an investigation. Layla agreed, reminding them that as leading representatives of their branches, they must put business above personal conflicts. This calmed Hikari down a little. Layla then asked him to focus on the investigation itself, to which he agreed, stating that he understood everything. She went on to outline the plan for the next day's operation in the desert area. Hours later, Layla finished the briefing and told everyone to be ready for departure day. Layla, Stefan, Hikari, and Kumo left the conference room. Hikari, still clearly upset, wondered who Sue was, where he came from, and how he won the favor of the vice chairman. Layla reminded Hikari that they would be working together for some time and advised him not to make a big deal out of it. Hikari was surprised and asked if Layla was on Suyu's side. Layla clarified that no, but noted that Sue seemed more experienced than she expected. Meanwhile, Sayu remained in the conference room, yawning and suspecting that the investigation might prove more annoying than he expected. Pre-noticed that this had been noticed before, Sue had no sense of social adaptation and was a complete outcast. Sue explained that he simply didn't care about formalities. Someone approached him, noticing his rather dramatic entrance. Sue noted that it took Edward a long time to show up and remarked that the vice chairman must be very busy. Edward sat down, describing the International Investigation Agency as more of a circus than anything else. He explained that, although they call themselves Awakened, they are essentially a bunch of lunatics running around with bombs in their hands. Nothing has changed in the last 10 years. Chaos remains everywhere. Siyu stood up, reminding Edward that with great power comes great responsibility, a phrase that is difficult to understand without experiencing it firsthand. He walked to the front of the room as Edward asked how he was doing with his team members. Siyu looked at the documents and replied that they were a little annoying, but he didn't care as long as they didn't get in his way. Edward smiled, noting that some things never change. Sue was the same as he had been 10 years ago. Edward reminded him that the next day's surgery was just a routine checkup of the site, so he shouldn't cause too much trouble. With the support of the entire HMCS International Headquarters, Edward expected everything to go smoothly. Sue acquiesced. The next day, they arrive in the East, to the HMCS Middle East Branch Headquarters, where a man met them. He informed them that their accommodation had been arranged in the main office building, and that a vehicle was prepared to transport them to the scene of the incident the next day. Layla thanked the branch director and asked for permission to access the gates at the scene of the incident. Sue looked around as Pri complained about the heat, calling it the worst place on earth. Siyu noticed that there were no signs of demons in the city and the mana density was stable, which made him wonder if Edward had sent them on a false trail. Suddenly, Hikari called out to him. She warned him to be on guard if he didn't want to die. Apparently, this investigation was going to be much more annoying than he thought. In the next scene, the main character stood next to a man and thought about half-breeds, creatures born from humans and demons. The Eastern guy had only heard about a village of half-breeds that was located somewhere in the depths of the desert. He reflects that half-breeds are almost indistinguishable in appearance from ordinary people. They can only be distinguished using a special magical energy analyzer. The young man recalls that after the war, half-breeds were subjected to widespread persecution. His informant wonders why half-breeds would reveal themselves if they couldn't be recognized anyway. Sue ponders his investigation, unsure whether to venture deeper into the desert. Pri sharply calls out to the guy, asking if he is an outcast. The man wonders why the monster suddenly starts to conflict with him. Pri asked why the guy was wandering around alone. Sue explained that he had some free time and was scouting the area. Suddenly, he is distracted by another agent. Layla asks why Hunter Min is here and not at the organization's headquarters. The guy counters the question by asking why the girl is also wandering around the city alone. The girl explains that her partner, Stefan, went to get a pass to the gate. Layla adds that their team hasn't even completed assessing all the possible risks yet. The girl asks if he is a Korean recruit who worked for an organization in his home country. The guy replies that he joined there just recently, which surprises the girl. The huntress notes that the newcomer has the aura of a seasoned 20-year veteran. Sue decides internally that he should come up with a plausible cover story. The guy modestly jokes, calling himself a very ordinary hunter investigator. The girl clarifies that her main area of activity is in Northern Europe. The guy remembered his collaboration with a hunter named Hans Schroeder from Northern Europe. The girl repeated his name out loud, and then she handed him the phone and asked if he was talking about this. The guy instantly brought up an image of this very same Hans Schroeder on his phone screen. The guy confirmed that it was him and noted his characteristic smile, which had not changed over the years. Siyu wondered if Layla was Hans's daughter, given her fond memories of him. Layla explained that Hans was her uncle and expressed surprise at her relative's connections to the Asian hunter. The girl also asked how he knew him, since he looked like her age, but the guy said he just had a baby face. The girl said that her uncle would be very happy if he heard the news, and she noted with sadness that her uncle had been in a coma for 2 years due to the so-called gateway syndrome. Siyu asked with obvious interest about the term gateway syndrome. Layla began her explanation by describing Mana and the Gate as still unexplored forces on their planet. She recounted how her uncle lost consciousness during a raid in Gateway while searching for a missing colleague. Since then, Hans has survived only thanks to the constant help of hunter healers. In her spare time, Layla unsuccessfully storms high-level gates in hopes of finding a cure. The boy assumed she was looking for a healing elixir, a rare item rumored to be found in the gate. Layla admitted that it sounded stupid, but she would do anything for her only relative. Their conversation was interrupted by Stefan, who announced that permission to access the gate had been received and the team was ready to move out. Layla decided to leave immediately, after notifying Hikari about it. After hearing the girl's story, Sue decided to himself that he should look at her uncle's face. The scene changed. The car was already in the desert, and quite a good view of the desert landscape. Hikari expressed dissatisfaction with the long drive through the desert and asked about the progress towards the destination. Stefan replied that they would arrive soon, but navigation was difficult due to poor GPS reception. Kuma was concerned that the high sun meant they would have to begin the raid after dark. Sue began to explain the nature of the gates as interdimensional portals with their own unique laws. The man described in detail that inside the gate there could be completely different conditions, from eternal day to pitch darkness. The guy finished his thought by emphasizing that this could only be found out by entering the gate. Hikari haughtily retorted that most low-level gates were still similar to Earth. Sue countered that the gates were not just entrances, but also took something from the people who entered them. The blonde kept her eyes glued to the rearview mirror the entire time, watching the conflict. Hikari mockingly asked if he was talking about the gate syndrome that only affected losers. The girl added sarcastically that only complete newbies could lose their memory and themselves inside the gate. The tense dialogue was interrupted by Layla, who called for both to calm down and announced her arrival. The car stopped on the mountainside, and a portal, surrounded by a fence, appeared right in front of them. Kumo noticed the large size of the entrance and wondered why the gate's level had not yet been determined. Stefan confirmed that all external preparations around the gate were now fully completed. Siyu noted that the traces of mana around the entrance had long since dissipated and were barely noticeable. The guy added that there was nothing remarkable on the outside, but there were signs of a thorough cleaning. Layla asked the purple ones where they were going. Hikari dismissively suggested that Siyu continue her inspection, while their group heads inside the gate. Everyone was in a bad mood. These two were pushing forward too fast, but everyone still went forward after them. At this time, a group of some desert cowboys were watching them. One of them with purple hair chuckled and said that it only made the situation easier. Their faces became visible. The guy laughed loudly because the heroes had just driven themselves into a trap. The scene changed. Local time showed 20 to 6 in the evening when the group began preparations. The gate's preliminary rank was assessed as Level A, indicating significant danger. 6 hunters of rank A and above were inside. And now Layla commanded him to begin an in-depth exploration of the gates in the northern desert. Stefan admitted that he hadn't stormed the gate for a long time, as his work involved investigating crimes. Layla immediately corrected him, reminding him that their task was not to clear this dungeon. The main goal of the operation was to find evidence related to an illegal drug for enhancing awakened beings. She activated a hybrid skill that combined detection and defense functions with a large radius. The guy was quite impressed by this ability. The girl immediately reported the absence of any monster activity within a radius of 30 kilometers. The man promised to monitor for anomalies, but warned that his sensitivity weakens at the periphery. It was decided to divide the territory into sectors to conduct a thorough search. The girl gave orders to avoid collisions so as not to damage the safety of the crime scene. Hikari ordered her subordinate Kumo to begin combing the area immediately. Siyu silently noted her arrogant manner of giving orders with disapproval. The girl loudly protested her assignment to simple intelligence work, considering herself too skilled for it. Layla gave the final order to disperse and begin searching, reporting any anomalies immediately. The girl dismissively replied that she understood everything, demonstrating her lack of seriousness towards the instructions. The guy continued to doubt to himself the advisability of forming such a disparate team. The scene shifted to a darker area of the desert. Pre noticed that his partner was indeed a complete loner by nature, but the man's attention was drawn to the earth, which looked as if someone had disturbed it beforehand and had been digging around here. He noted with disgust that the soil in that area felt unpleasant and sticky to the touch. Siyu confirmed his feelings, sensing the unnatural mana that someone had intentionally placed here. The guy immediately determined that these were traces of demonic energy, but not ordinary energy, but some other kind. He quickly put his hand in his pocket for the phone, and he called the ghost. The main character, the master, asked about the current situation outside, near the entrance to the gate. An old observer reported the discovery of a suspicious group of 5 figures at the entrance to the dungeon. Orders were given to report immediately if this group decided to enter the gate. The old ghost offered his assistance, noting that the group looked like no easy opponent. But the order was to remain in place to guard the entrance to avoid being blocked and calling for reinforcements. Pri was surprised to discover the presence of an old man who had been quietly following them since their arrival. The old man was described as someone who was good at hiding his presence and moving unnoticed. It seemed like the guy was exploiting the old man, but the main character retorted that a crime must be paid for, and thought about what they buried underground. Sue expressed concern, especially since once darkness sets in, the situation can become seriously difficult. The scene moved to the brother and sister. Kumo reported to his sister that there were no traces of drugs or monsters after a thorough search of the area. Hikari expressed extreme bewilderment at the unnatural purity of the previously uncleaned gate. The guy recalled that initially, traces of a fight and drugs were found outside, not inside. There was speculation that all those involved in the drug trade could have been killed in that very fight. The girl doubted this version, pointing out that even in this case, the gate should not be empty. There was a complete absence of any evidence of any attempted clearing or even valuable resources inside the dungeon. Hikari stated the need to find at least something valuable to report to her waiting superiors. She emphasized the branch manager's high expectations of the team called in from the international headquarters. In desperation, the girl decided to literally dig up the ground in search of at least some mana stones. And she activated a powerful aura, one of her main abilities. Hikari summoned the divine spirit Kagutsuchi to turn the earth upside down with a powerful spell. And at that very moment, a huge snake from the aura appeared behind her back, which the very next moment struck the ground with great force. Layla was shocked because she hadn't received any reports of any discoveries, and decided to order Stefan to personally check the situation at the site of the purple explosion. And when Stefan agreed and ran to see, Layla stated with irritation that nothing in this investigation was going smoothly. And just when she was thinking about searching and going back, a bunch of those desert bastards appeared behind her. The scene shifted back to the siblings. Hikari's powerful blow literally leveled a large area, striking her partner. The girl impatiently demanded that the earth give her at least some evidence of drugs or mana stones. Instead of the expected resources, numerous corpses appeared from underground, causing horror. Bakamo began to move faster because these were not just corpses. These were monsters that twisted the law of life and fed on darkness, and they slowly rose. Kumo recognized with horror the raised creatures as ghouls, dangerous and aggressive monsters. The boy is surprised to see that in front of him and his sister are the damn ghouls from underground. He comes to the conclusion that there cannot physically be so many undead, and they do not gather in packs. And then his sister suggested first destroying all the monsters and only then looking for the cause of the anomaly. She activates her divine spirit Kagutsuchi ability, summoning the spirit of the fire snake, which suddenly bursts into a crowd of zombies and, destroying the ground around them, scatters zombies, and crushing the rest of the ghouls with his massive energy tail. The sister notes with disdain that the dead still manage to surprise her. Suddenly, her legs begin to tremble with fear. That's not all. Zombies rose after the blows, and new ones crawled out of the ground. Her brother Kumo realizes with horror that the monsters lie in the earth in many layers and their numbers are enormous, and looks ahead with horror. Kumo shouts to her sister, warning her of danger behind them as more ghouls appear around them. Suddenly, another hero comes to their aid and scatters the zombies. He angrily asks where so many monsters came from if their detectors were silent. Hikari is also shocked, but the green one tries to justify himself by saying that his spell didn't show any magical reaction underground. He accuses them of provoking the monsters by interfering with the magical field of the area. But Kumo interrupts the quarrel, stating that now is not the time to sort things out between them. He says that now is the time to sort everything out once and for all, and activates his Kamatachi spirit ability, infusing himself with the spirit of a ferret to increase his speed, and throws back new zombies with his power. But he still understands that to stop the horde, he must destroy the heads of each monster. The girl is not particularly happy about this, and she activates her power even more, and scatters the remaining zombies with his snake body. Hikari notes with annoyance that her skill requires a living soul and does not work on dead flesh, and that she needs to call the captain. The guy snaps that she doesn't have time to call the team, and it's clear that the leader will show up soon. The man realizes that methodically eliminating the ghouls one by one is the worst-case scenario for him. Kumo notes that this situation is extremely disadvantageous for cloud attack fighters. The hunter's situation is becoming critical, and their chances of survival are rapidly dwindling. Suddenly, help appears in the form of a red aura and an active downpour technique. and in the sky appears a huge seal of technology and releases its tentacles, killing monsters one by one, accurately and quickly. Hikari is amazed by the boy's precision as he methodically smashes the ghouls' heads with one blow. And she sees the main character, who is able to kill almost all the zombies with his technique. Hana can't figure out who this mysterious fighter is and what he even wants in this gate. The girl demands answers, looking in the direction where the stranger is fighting. Green finally gets a short break to catch his breath after the intense battle. The guy suggests retreating temporarily and returning with reinforcements at dawn for a counterattack. Kumo insists on retreat, but his sister fiercely resists this sensible plan. The young man tries to reason with Hikari, pointing out the senseless destruction of the place. Mingshu sharply asks why she worries about time but does not spare her mana. Suddenly, a new threat appears. Another wave of monsters moves towards them. The situation worsens with the arrival of another group of ghouls, identical to the previous one. Hikari is unable to contact her commander, who should have arrived by now in response to the noise. But the guy was sure that the leader had to appear in the middle of all this chaos. Min-Siu is furious when he realizes that they have left their commander alone in danger. The guy decides to immediately go to the rescue, leaving the rest of the zombies in the hands of the team of losers. The scene changed. The guy was running further through the desert and holding a phone in his hand. Mingshu contacts his ghost and orders him to enter the gate immediately. The ghost is ready to carry out any order and inquires about the immediate actions. Mingshu orders that the group that infiltrated the gate be tracked by the traces they left behind. He looks forward and freezes in silence at what he sees. The main character is alarmed to realize that one of their hunters was kidnapped during the chaos. The scene suddenly switches to a cave, a fire, and a tied-up girl with her mouth taped here. The huntress realizes that she has been completely caught off guard without any opportunity to prepare. She wonders how the enemy managed to penetrate the reinforced security at the entrance. One of the bandits asks the boss for permission to kill a woman whose gaze irritates him. The leader orders them to restrain their emotions as they need live bait to eliminate all witnesses. The boss reminds them that mistakes are unacceptable and promises the Lalmati group complete control over the underground market. He discusses how much low-ranking hunters are willing to pay for a forbidden power enhancer. The leader convinces the subordinate to put aside personal ambitions for the sake of the future power of the entire organization. Robert expresses outrage at having to hide and blindly follow the orders of an incompetent leader. He is pulled up short, reminded of the need to respect the boss, regardless of his appearance or manners. At that moment, a man with a magic seal stood outside, and he decorated his hands with cuts, giggling. After all, his trial has already begun, and the zombies continue to emerge from the ground. He was a strange guy with a creepy smile who could summon zombies, and the ghouls obeyed him because of this. It becomes horrifyingly clear that their leader is a necromancer, which explains his control over the dead. Necromancy is described as a technique that defies the mind through the manipulation of life. This ability allows the user to control the very boundary between life and death. Necromancy is considered one of the most dangerous and forbidden techniques among summoning skills. Possession of such a skill automatically makes one the object of intense scrutiny and fear. Even an experienced fighter who has seen a lot admits that he has never met a real necromancer. The gang leader needs this man's connections to restore the organization inherited from his father. One of the bandits looks longingly at the bottle of drugs, wanting to try it immediately. The boss stops him abruptly, reminding him of the fate of those who died at the entrance to this gate. A small bottle is enough to explosively increase your strength to the level of an S-rank hunter, causing addiction. The consumer's body eventually cannot withstand the load and literally breaks apart from the excess force. The drug is compared to a flame that burns brightly for only a moment, only to then go out forever. The potion's composition is clearly made from mana, yet it is completely undetectable by normal skills. One of the squad members asks Ivan to reveal the source of the prohibited drug, insisting on his right to know. The necromancer replies with a grin that he cannot entrust such information to unreliable allies. Ivan accuses the guy of being unable to control his subordinates, which has attracted the attention of agencies. But the bearded man tries to justify himself, calling the leak of information an inevitable risk of the drug business. The necromancer retorts that he likes impudent people, but he will not reveal the sources of supply. He explains his refusal by the risk of information leaking from a stupid boss to his even stupider subordinates. Robert is enraged by such words addressed to his leader and is ready to attack immediately. The bearded man stops his angry subordinate, realizing the danger of conflict with the necromancer. Someone feigns concern and inquires about the cause of the noise that has arisen among his subordinates. It was a raven. She reminds us that loud noises can attract the attention of the scary investigators lurking outside. The necromancer's words are addressed personally to Ivan, whom she is trying to keep in suspense. The appearance of a new character named Raven immediately changes the atmosphere in the dungeon. Raven coldly remarks that the necromancer is engaged in completely unnecessary and risky activities. He warns that Ivan's actions threaten the entire organization of the anti-demon race. The necromancer mockingly asks if the old leader of the IZ group sent Raven here. Ivan suggests simply getting rid of all the witnesses if they're causing problems. He asks that this message be conveyed to their leader. Raven retorts that a necromancer who plays with corpses has little understanding of living people and their connections. She looks at the hostage girl with obvious warning, sensing the danger emanating from her. Raven openly states that further continuation of this adventure will be extremely dangerous. The necromancer decides to leave the female investigator alive until he has dealt with all those involved, but the Raven quickly rejects this idea. Raven clarifies that her warning is not addressed to her, but to Ivan personally. He suggests the necromancer consider the situation carefully, though it may already be too late. And then he begins to disappear. The key question is whether their mysterious necromancer ally is truly on their side. The Raven disappears, leaving Ivan angry that she is just hiding and watching events unfold. One of the bandits fearfully asks the boss about the identity of these mysterious guests. The bearded man orders them to shut up and pretend they didn't see anything for their own safety. He concludes that both the bound woman and the investigators at the gate will not survive the night. The scene switches back to the desert and the main characters. Stefan realizes that the path forward is completely blocked by numerous enemies. He assesses the ghoul corpses, realizing that without the protagonist's help, the group would be doomed. Perhaps they should call for reinforcements. But despite the danger, the girl refuses to retreat, not wanting to admit defeat. But suddenly, Hikari stumbles, but Kumo quickly catches her. And then a voice appears before them, asking, with amazement, why they followed him. The huntress is very surprised to recognize the savior who has appeared as Ming Xiu. Hikari can't understand the boy's true reasons for ending up in this dangerous place. Stefan immediately demands an answer from Ming about the fate of his commander Layla. Min Su reports Layla's abduction and the signs of a struggle and mana indicating her abduction. Kumo doesn't believe that an experienced leader could be captured so easily and demands proof. The guy explains that there is a summoner behind everything, responsible for the appearance of these ghouls. Stefan continues to deny the obvious, refusing to believe in such a serious threat. Min Xiu suggests that they stay if they are afraid, while he himself intends to move on. But Stefan, along with the others, tries to stop the departing hunter in order to get more information. The boy comes to the logical conclusion that there are kidnappers, summoners, and their scouts in the dungeon. Min Chu confirms her suspicions. And then Hikari mentions a strange smell in the depths of the cave. The guy notes that the enemy's lair is located much deeper than he expected. Hikari finds it hard to believe that the commander could have been dragged into such dark depths. A voice from the darkness mockingly thanks the hunters for walking into the trap themselves. Robert, standing next to the bearded man, happily notes that now he won't have to waste time searching. Hikari finally realizes that she's confronted the real perpetrators hiding here. Kumo, furious, attacks her opponents, activating his technique and blaming them for driving his sister to exhaustion. Robert counters the attack by accusing them of a complete lack of manners and respect, and indignantly declares that decent people should always introduce themselves first. The girl from behind quickly attacks, intending to immediately neutralize all the attackers. One of the bandits speaks disdainfully of the young hunters as inexperienced youths. He begins to accumulate mana in his hands, and then he releases it into the ground, leaving a seal and calling forth the wolf spear technique. Robert threatens to make them regret ever coming here and attacks Stefan and Hikari while the main character watches. Siyu just clicks his tongue in irritation, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with the situation. And he inserts his technique into an already very dense battle filled with different auras. Hikari realizes the problem of the space being too cramped to use her powers. She realizes that Kagusuchi will cause the cave to collapse, killing everyone inside. And suddenly, she takes off, because she realizes that she can use the confusion to search for Layla while the enemies are distracted. But a necromancer appears on her path, who smirks and comments on the incompetence of his subordinates who lost the hunters. Hikari furiously demands to get out of the way, continuing to attack with blind fury. Ivan looks at her with obvious disappointment, seeing the complete lack of tactics, and attacks her with his technique. Kumo immediately rushed to them because he could not ignore his sister's offender. The protagonist's eyes also filled with rage, because how could the damn necromancer offend this girl? In all this chaotic battle, the protagonist notices how the necromancer has already sent his second deadly attack. He quickly puts his hand forward and activates his technique. A sudden light illuminates the cave, drawing the attention of everyone present. He uses this technique to catch the girl, and even this light scares her a little, even though it saved her. The necromancer is interested to learn about the technique of controlling the dead, which he observes for the first time. Ivan notes with genuine curiosity that he has never seen such necromancy used in practice before, and he is a necromancer himself. Kumo rushes forward in a rage, challenging his opponent to battle with a loud cry. But then he is met by Robert, who tells him to fight him first. The bastard mockingly reminds the young hunter that their confrontation is not over yet. The guy understands that there are too many people, and the inner monster greedily evaluates those present, seeing special value in a strong opponent. Ming-Shiu analyzes the situation, realizing the advantage of the enemy who prepared a trap in advance. Ivan came up and again told the main character with a grin that since he didn't get scared when he saw him, Siyu must be a very brave guy. The necromancer looks at the hunter with cold curiosity as a potential subject for experiments. Ming-Shiu activates her blizzard ability, attacking the enemy with an icy, necromantic wind. And then he destroys all the zombies around him with blows to the forehead. The necromancer notes with approval the hunter's skill in destroying his summoned creatures. He wonders what life experience on Earth, among people, allowed a person to achieve such a level of mastery. The necromancer begins to suspect the nature of the stranger's power. He laughs loudly and accuses Ming-Su of being monstrous, suggesting that he simply devoured his enemies. The monster inside screams in disgust about the endlessly appearing monsters filling the cave. An aura of technology, emitted by the necromancer Ivan, flies towards them. The boy watches in horror as the crawling creatures continue to multiply at an alarming rate. Siyu understands the need to use full force in this critical situation and activates the lightning strike technique, which literally incinerates all the creatures and monsters below. The necromancer expresses genuine surprise at the level of mana control demonstrated by the man. Minshu counters that he was also surprised by something. What is more surprising is the intelligible speech coming from such garbage and trash. The necromancer is clearly offended by the rough treatment and demands an explanation from Ming-Su. Min-Su categorically denies any use of the forbidden powder, calling it garbage. The necromancer mocks the half-breeds, who are unable to use mana without a gate. He reveals the irony of the situation, where he was hired by a human, and states that even a ghoul with melted brains would not devour his own kind for the sake of power. Even ghouls wouldn't stoop to eating their own kind, unlike humans, he says. The necromancer justifies his actions with the noble goal of giving the scum a chance for rebirth. Those who use the amplifier, as he claims, become especially valuable material. And while the zombies are attacking, Ming-Shu does not feel the demonic energy and understands that the drug was created by someone else. The boy disgustedly calls his noble goal as stinking like rotting dolls and destroys them all with a single attack. The necromancer is offended that such a creature dares to criticize him. Ivan menacingly declares that the moonlight gives him unlimited mana for creating ghouls, so his powers won't run out anytime soon. Min-Shu ironically notes how the necromancer is busy with petty matters instead of real combat. And the main character turns to Ivan with cold calm in his eyes. And then, in a rage, she asks how long he can maintain that arrogant expression and absorbs a little of his energy. Then, Ming-Shu makes a key observation about mana in his attack. Demons don't use mana, only demonic energy. This surprises Ivan very much. The necromancer freezes, shocked by what he heard from Ming-Su. The guy directly states that his opponent is a half-demon, not a human. Ming-Shu describes half-demons as a cursed race, rejected by both humans and demons. This enrages Ivan. He accuses the necromancer of lying and hypocrisy, using demonic power, and asks which of them is the real Kerr then. The necromancer is enraged by Ming-Su's words, and his demonic energy condenses to a dangerous level. The monster notices this, but Su calmly assesses the situation, noting the increased strength, but also the greater predictability of the attacks. The boy warns Frey about the need to use full force to confront him. The monster worries that he's about to overload himself again using the forbidden technique. The boy asks, "What's he afraid of?" Frey vehemently denies his fear, preparing for a decisive battle with the enemy. Su smiles madly, finally feeling the rush of excitement from the battle that has heated up to the limit. Ming-Su concentrates and activates her ability, calling it submission. And then he launched his mana chains towards Ivan, and also into the heads of all the zombies around. And now they couldn't even move their arms. Stefan notices with amazement that all the ghouls have suddenly stopped moving. On the enemy side, Robert and the bearded man also couldn't understand why the monsters had frozen in place. They stared at the immobilized ghouls, unable to comprehend what had happened. Kumo has a shocking idea that someone else has gained control over them. One of the bandits retreats in panic, shouting at his zombies not to come near him. They notice that the zombies are apparently now preparing to punish them. The bearded man, in horror, calls out to his boss Ivan, begging him to do something. But no one came to their aid, and the zombies still got to the bastard's door. The necromancer can't believe his eyes as he watches the simultaneous control of such a mass of undead. He calls what is happening absurd and notes with alarm the presence of black mana. The shocked necromancer demands an answer from Ming-Su, who he really is. Is he even human? Min-Su analyzes the energy release that occurred, suggesting a possible increase in power. Frey feels severely nauseous from the after effects of the intense clash of forces. Ming-Shu suggests he rest, taking on the task of ending the conflict. With irony, he offers the necromancer to reunite with his ancestors. Ivan had no choice but to run away and shoot at his dolls, who no longer obeyed him. And then a huge explosion thundered, destroying all the last dolls. The necromancer decides to stop holding back and use his full power. Minshu asks with cold curiosity if the enemy has anything left to show. The necromancer is amazed by the sudden increase in speed of Minshu, whom he had not noticed. Minshu sarcastically thanks him for his unwitting assistance in destroying the cave wall. And again, he blinded him with his miracle technique. Then, after his quick attack, only a huge explosion of energy remained in the sky. The sudden appearance of the raven immediately interrupts the fight. She greeted Mingshu like an old friend. She shielded Ivan's body, protecting him from the blast. The protagonist pronounces the name of the newly arrived girl, confirming their acquaintance. Mingshu is surprised by Raven's intervention, breaking his rule of non-interference. Raven explains that the necromancer is an important figure, despite his appearance. She asks for his life to be spared while he is useful, offering a compromise. Minshu is mentally insisting on eliminating the necromancer due to his key role in the drug trade. But he also recognizes the need to prioritize and focus on the main goals, keeping the team alive. Mingshu estimates the power of the crow to be superior to that of a necromancer. And then the guy demands an answer as to why the leader of the anti-demon faction is involved in dirty business. Raven retorts that Mingshu knows a lot about them, but is seriously mistaken. Raven explains that the moderate wing has long been in charge of the anti-demon faction. She claims that the incident occurred at the initiative of a necromancer, acting without sanction. But she still didn't even know who the request came from. Minsu asks skeptically if they really didn't know who the customer was when they intervened in the situation. Raven insists their group was merely rescuing a member, not participating in his activities. She claims he only recently learned of the necromancer's activities and was unaware of what was going on. Raven admits that Mingxiu has many questions, but she herself has minimal information. The protagonist first looks away, thinking about the girl's arguments. And his eyes catch sight of his entire squad of surplus comrades heading to the base. And now he reluctantly agrees with his arguments, considering the necromancer not the main culprit, but he warns that there won't be a second time. The raven is ironically surprised by such quick trust on the part of the hunter. Mingshu reveals that he can read mana patterns and detect lies from the wave fluctuations. The guy asks a final question, wanting to clarify one key point. He asks who exactly Raven means when he talks about his group, we. Raven decides that he can now answer this direct question. He introduces himself as a member of an organization called IZ and vanishes into thin air. Mingshu concludes that the entire anti-demon faction is not deeply involved in the incident. He reasons that no one would use hostile people as pawns for money. Mingshu felt an ominous power from the drug, but it didn't resemble demonic energy or anything known. He adds the new name IZ to his list of organizations requiring separate investigation. Meanwhile, Layla thanks her rescuers, feeling ashamed as the commander who failed the group. She insists on an immediate exit from the gate, pointing out the dangers of prolonged exposure. Minsu approaches them and begins by saying that they first need to deal with the consequences of the incident. Hikari immediately asks about the necromancer's fate, expressing obvious concern over his disappearance. The boy replies that Ivan has escaped. Layla apologizes for her carelessness that led to such a dangerous situation. But Kumo finds solace in the fact that everyone is still alive and suggests leaving the gate first. Minshu reflects with slight irritation that it is much easier to work alone. But mentally, he corrects himself, remembering that his faithful companion Free is always with him, and he turns to him. But for some reason, there was no answer. And he looked at the horizon in confusion, wondering where this monster had gone. The scene shifts to HMCS headquarters, where a report has been received about the ghoul incident. Edward finds it hard to believe that necromancers exist and that they weren't the main clients. Minsu confirms his guess, suggesting that this is just the beginning of something bigger. The blonde reproaches himself for his complacency and thanks Ming-Su for saving the entire team in such a difficult situation. He tries to console him, saying that no one could have predicted such a trap in the empty gate, and everyone survived. Edward dryly notes that, thanks to his actions, everyone was able to quickly return to work. Hikari, in particular, could have been hurt, but the protagonist prevented that. Edward speaks admiringly of his skills, reminding him of his former nickname of Mad Dog. Min-Soo suddenly announces his immediate return to Korea for his next case and asks to call when he has any leads. The blonde is surprised by his haste and asks him to at least say goodbye to the rest of the team, but the guy says he's too busy for that. The scene changed. The guy was already walking down the street when he stopped with a surprised face. After all, that same rude Hikari was already standing in front of him. He looked at her questioningly. Hikari came to thank him in person, embarrassed by her less-than-ideal behavior. She promises to be a more useful and reliable ally in battle next time, and then passes the protagonist by. Min-Soo accepts her gratitude with a slight smile, showing no particular emotion. But what worried him more was that from that day on, his companion Freya stopped responding to his mental appeals. Ming-Soo tested his skills, feeling no problem in using the abilities he received from Freya. He tried to shout to his silent companion with anxiety and irritation. When was that bastard Freya going to wake up? The scene shifts to HMCS headquarters, where a meeting is being held to summarize the investigation. According to the report, Almaty's organization targeted investigators and was involved in drug trafficking. It turns out the group wasn't producing drugs, and the death of its leader severed the supply chain. However, remnants of the group are still active on the black market, requiring continued investigation. The meeting participants are interested in the current state of the gate where the main events took place. The gates were seriously damaged during the fighting and no longer have any value. There is a fear that the former chairman's faction will accuse them of destroying the crime scene. Vice Chairman Edward reacts with irritation to the constant political intrigue. He is reminded that the former chairman's faction now practically controls the headquarters. A particular threat is posed by Cargo Huang, a semi-specialist ranked hunter who is aiming to take his position. He will definitely take advantage of this incident to create problems for the vice chairman. The secretary expresses an understanding of the need to minimize any grounds for criticism directed at her. At this moment, Cargo Huang himself enters the office without knocking, introducing himself to the vice chairman. He introduces himself as a semi-specialist ranked hunter from HMCS Central Office. Cargill feigns concern for the progress of the investigation, hinting at its failure. Edward demands to know what exactly he means by his caustic comments. Cargill accuses him of assigning an unknown hunter from an Asian country to the team. He states that the team returned empty-handed, having only destroyed the crime scene. Edward counters that the team was attacked on the spot, which justifies their actions. Moreover, the team not only survived, but also managed to neutralize the attackers. Cargill sarcastically remarks that they have only managed to uncover a small organization, not the sources of supply. He notes with mock respect that Edward would not have appointed a random hunter without a reason. Cargill still expresses concern that the investigation is dragged on without any visible progress. He moves on to his main proposal, which he intends to bring up for discussion. Cargill suggests making the investigation into the band amplifiers public. Edward chuckled. He warns that publicity could lead to a sharp increase in demand for these drugs among the population. Edward points to the risk of widespread interest in drugs among ordinary people. He asks if Cargill is ready to take responsibility for such consequences of his actions. Cargill is confident the problem can be solved by quickly identifying and destroying the source. At this rate, people will find out anyway, even without publicity. He suggests consulting with other semi-specialist hunters to settle the dispute. I wonder whose opinions they'll listen to. And then Edward angrily slammed his hand on the table. The scene shifted, and Edward informed Sue of the high probability of the amplifier case being made public. He predicted major international upheaval should this unfold. The guy admits that the roots of the case go deeper than he expected, and there is little time left. At this moment, the old man, with surprise, confirms the existence of necromancers, whom he saw with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Edward reports on the difficulties in tracking the Pandemonium and IZ organizations. Minsu is not surprised by the lack of quick results, and Edward changes the subject to the gate. He confirms that the follow-up expedition found nothing of value in the gate. And it reminds us that the initial high estimate may have been based on the corpses at the entrance. But Edward is alarmed by the gate's anomalous emptiness, where there were no monsters or resources other than ghouls. He suspects that the necromancer and the Almaty members cleared the gate for their own purposes. He asks Ming-Siu's opinion on this version, expecting his professional assessment. The guy explains the nature of the gates as interdimensional rifts that do not obey the laws of space. He finds it impossible to predict the appearance of empty gates for drug trafficking, even for a shaman. Ming-Siu puts forward a bold hypothesis that these gates could have been an elaborate forgery. He develops the idea that the empty gate could have been an illusion for drug trafficking. Edward initially dismisses this idea as too far-fetched and unrealistic. Ming-Siu counters that he's simply making a guess based on intuition. The vice president appreciates his instincts and promises to check this possibility, ordering him to continue the investigation. Min-Siu confidently assures him that she will cope with the task. After the call, he is interrupted by a proposal to have a 1-on-3 training fight. The old man says not to bother the master. He's tired. But Ming-Siu, despite being tired, agrees to stretch a little and accept the challenge. One of the fighters immediately tried to refuse under the pretext of illness, but they did not let him go due to the risk to everyone. Min-Siu hopes that a little physical activity will help wake up his silent companion Freya. The scene moved to the streets of an Asian metropolis. People stood in a long queue at the establishment, and inside, the lucky ones were already having fun and dancing. But among the whole crowd, a guy with a large dragon tattoo on his neck was pushing his way through. Before entering the VIP room, he was stopped by face control officers, and now the red-haired guy asked to let him in. After all, he had business. But one of the guards immediately said something about shadows and blood. Apparently, it was some kind of password. And the little dragon continues it, confirming his right to enter this VIP room. The guys immediately part in front of him and let him through the slightly open door of the VIP box. A guy in a robe and glasses is already waiting for him inside. He recognizes Dane as he enters and greets him, as they haven't seen each other for so long. Dane agrees with him and asks, "How are things with the bespectacled guy?" He confirms that everything is fine and asks if Dae-Soo has arrived with him. He announced a temporary suspension of all movements and transactions following the current operation due to the intensified investigation in Korea. The guy confirms his understanding and offers to provide an escort on the way back. Just as he is taking out a cigarette, his new bodyguard appears next to him. Dane agrees to the plan, citing the need to wrap up the deal. He expresses irritation at the new influx of goods and the increased police activity. Dane's appearance takes the man in red by surprise. And he also greets Zhang Chen, whom he has not seen for so long. Dane is surprised to see Clown arrive early and greets her with an old-fashioned greeting, asking Chu to present the goods for inspection. Meanwhile, Dane apologizes for the large batch that had to be rushed through. He explains the disruption to distribution in Korea and the Great Saint's insistence on the matter. The clown assures that the main thing is to sell the goods, and Cho shows the contents of the cargo. He invites those present to personally verify the quality of the goods on offer. The clown opened the suitcase and was immediately impressed by the quantity and quality of the goods. The scene shifts to the protagonist's office. There, the rest of the office saw how Khan finally showed up to work for the first time in a long time. The office staff discussed rumors about Ming-Su's assignment to the headquarters. They speculated about his connections and how he had risen to such a high level. Meanwhile, the boss greeted the newcomer. One of his colleagues enthusiastically greets Ming-Su, who has just returned from a business trip. He asked if the young man has seen the official document he just received. Min-Su calmly confirms that the drug investigation has become public knowledge. A colleague suggests that Ming-Su's last trip to headquarters was also related to this case. He notes with concern that he should have hinted that it was secret, since even the branch director was not aware, indicating an emergency. Min-Su calmly confirms that he was instructed to remain silent about his mission. A colleague thinks that hiring a rank-and-file employee without consulting the director looks very suspicious. He notes that the team leaders didn't even realize Ming-Su had visited the head office. Suddenly, another girl from the office shouts at the group leader. The employee reports that he and Ming-Su have been summoned by the branch director for an urgent conversation. And in a moment, they were already there. They stood right in front of him, like guilty school children at the principal's office. The branch director begins the meeting with a reminder of an important message from the central headquarters. He announces a massive request for cooperation in the investigation from all countries. The director describes the illegal ability-enhancing drug and its distribution. He turns to Ming-Su for confirmation of the details he learned from his trip to headquarters. Min-Su succinctly confirms his awareness of the matter. The director demands a detailed report of what exactly happened during that business trip. He is outraged that the Korean branch has been put in charge of delivering the results. The guys were a little out of the loop and in shock. The director is screaming about obvious bias and excessive demands on his branch. But the director points out that Korea remains one of the cleanest, drug-free countries in the world. He doubts the possibility of significant achievements in such a small country. He is concerned that the request did not come from Vice President Edward, but from someone from the former chairman's entourage. He panics and realizes the threat to his career and possible promotion. Min-Su wryly asks if he should just resign from the organization. The director is categorically against this, understanding the value of a hunter even in a difficult situation. But even when he is transferred to the main department, he must not forget the Korean department, and now he is ready to take measures to investigate nonsense. The branch director announces the reorganization of Hwang Jong-gu's team into a special drug enforcement team. He emphasizes that the team's failure would be a disgrace to the entire Korean branch of the organization. The director clarifies that other teams will also be working, but the key tasks will go to the Konbuk team. This will provide an opportunity for advancement. Hwang Jong-gu tries to object, anticipating strong discontent from the other teams, but the director knows he doesn't really care. The director approaches Min-Su with a promise to approve any future business trips requested by headquarters. He announces the immediate commencement of work and the receipt of the first case for the new task force. Hwang Jong-gu was shocked that the first task came so quickly, without the slightest delay. The director explains that he had previously instructed the collection group to process all suspicious cases that had recently occurred. Hwang apologizes to employee Sung-ah for the urgency, and the briefing on the first case begins. The director describes an old warehouse on Manhwa Island, long known as a drug den. According to him, a distribution hub has been established there, attracting clients even from other provinces. Recently, a fight involving awakened criminals occurred there, resulting in casualties. Hwang immediately admits that the forces of one of their teams will not be enough for such a large-scale operation. Therefore, the director reports sending a request for cooperation to a private guild, which has already been approved by headquarters. Min-Su asks with slight surprise about involving a private guild in the investigation, and in a couple of moments, they were already there. When meeting with the guild representatives, Min-Su confirms that he was expecting their appearance. He explains that the private guild is exactly what he expected to see as reinforcements: his brother and apprentice. One of the guild members confirms that their involvement in this matter was entirely predictable. Brother sighs softly and asks why Ming-Shu always finds himself at the center of major incidents. The man grumbles that the head of the guild himself even bothered to come and didn't send an assistant in his place. The interlocutor coldly retorts that he did not come here of his own free will, and the girl said that the master's order is above all else. Sejun immediately asks where his comrades are. Where is the whole team? He explains that their men are spread out around the area, monitoring the situation. If they all came at once, they would only get in the way, so they're waiting to intercept anyone who tries to escape. Manhwa guessed that a good half of those gathered here were ordinary civilians who had come simply for cheap stimulants. Even tales of clashes between the awakened, he says, were most likely just squabbles between traders or their guards. In any case, if we manage to catch the drug dealers at the same time, it certainly won't make things any worse. He nods to the side and remarks that it looks like that's where the main deal is taking place. It's worth checking. Sejun suggests not forcing their way in through the main entrance. They'll miss too much. Better to sneak in quietly and strike suddenly. But the girl objects. There is no time to mess around with this. It is wiser to immediately encircle everyone. Suddenly, the main character heard something important, and he ordered all his partners to shut up and follow him. They came up and listened. One of the merchants was disappointed. He came for the promised special goods, but in reality, everything was no different from the old one. His words about this amazing product immediately attract the attention of another. Someone angrily scolds the awakened ones, condemning the very idea of preparing drugs specifically for them. But the other one just smirks. This is exactly how you can make a fortune, and he's been living like this for 15 years. This angers the protagonist. The interlocutor sharply replies that such a way of life is short-lived, and casually shares the news. Jang Chuan has appeared in Korea. He perks up and replies that he came here precisely for his sake, not even remembering how many months have passed since their last meeting. A third person eavesdropping on the conversation asks in surprise who Jang Chuan is. This frightens them. One rudely demands that the uninvited guest identify themselves, suspecting them of being ordinary drug addicts. Min-soo calmly declares his lack of interest in drugs. And the three of them say that their main goal is to get to the drug dealer himself. A moment later, the group finds itself in front of a broken door, and the question of what to do next arises. One of the fighters suggested two options: pretend to be buyers or begin an immediate cleanup. Manhwa favored the latter. But the Senju ordered everyone to come closer to coordinate actions before entering. And he takes a pen out of his jacket. It is immediately activated in the magic staff. And Sejun activates his concealment ability, using light magic to camouflage the group. The skill description indicates its highest rank and its dependence on the caster's skill. The main character is surprised to learn of the complex transformation magic used by his brother. Manhwa admires his skill, comparing the illusion to an advanced invisibility spell. Sejun explains that his elemental magic has many uses. He gives an example of how the conceal skill uses light refraction to camouflage. The guy ironically notes that his companion Freya would definitely want to absorb this ability. An ally asks about the location of this mysterious satellite, but Ming-Shu evades the question. But still, Master Ming-Shu proudly notes the significant growth of his brother's skills. Another team member reminds them of their accomplishments, wanting recognition from the master, but the main character has already moved on. Min-soo urges the group to hurry so they can complete the operation and return home faster. And now they were already inside. Inside the warehouse, a merchant advertises his goods, announcing a sale of the remaining stock. The buyer tries to negotiate, but the merchant refuses to lower the price. The customer, disappointed, accepts the deal, making no secret of his dissatisfaction. Somewhere nearby, there were already people lying heavily addicted to the substance. Yangwon notices that most of the warehouse's visitors are ordinary people, not awakened. They don't look like criminals, just poor souls. Sejun suspects the existence of a separate hidden market specifically for the awakened. He understands that finding this market will be difficult, but spying on the dealers might provide clues. The girl notes the large size of the warehouse and the potential success of detaining everyone present. The protagonist's brother doubts the effectiveness of such arrests, as criminals are quickly released. The guy believes that fighting distribution points without destroying the source of supply itself is pointless. A sudden scream from one of the drug addicts attracts everyone's attention inside the room. The junkie stood up and started screaming furiously about how something had come out of him. And he ran out the door, leaving everyone around him confused. One of the guys who made the deal attributes it to hallucinations from drugs taken in the basement. Then the guy in black asks about the strange behavior of only those who constantly go down to the basement. Another trader cynically suggests bad feng shui or a curse on the site. Looking at this huge number of psychos, the girl was horrified by what was happening and wanted to leave. Min-soo orders his group to continue observation while he goes on reconnaissance. His brother tries to follow him, but Ming-shu orders him to stay put. The guy harshly suppresses any objections, demanding complete observance of silence and orders. And they have no choice but to listen to his order. The guy continued walking down. And along the way, Min-soo discovers an underground tunnel, probably used for escape during raids. He feels a strange energy coming from the tunnel. Not at all like a normal magical aura. The guy analyzes the energy and realizes that it is neither mana nor demonic power. He compares it to the feeling of being called upon he experienced during a recent investigation. Ming-shu concluded that he had encountered something resembling summoned spirit beasts. Someone appeared behind him. He immediately gathered strength in his hand. And then he attacked a strange creature, but realized that its attacks did not cause him any damage. And the ghost turned into a blot. The boy realizes that mana has no effect on the entity and senses no malice from it. He can't find a precise definition for this entity other than calling it a ghost. Suddenly, a little girl appears and asks not to touch her ghost friend. Ming-shu is amazed that the child was able to see him through the cloaking spell. The guy asks in amazement who this girl is and what she is doing in the sewers. The girl asks the same question in response. After all, it is she who lives here, and Min-soo is a stranger. She claims the sewer is her home because she can relax there. Min-soo is skeptical about calling a sewer pipe her home. The girl insists on her own, and Min-soo gives in, recognizing her right to live here. The guy gets to the main question, asking about the girl's parents and her many injuries. The girl calmly says that she has no parents, as they exchanged her for drugs. She begins to tell the story of how her past injuries arose. The girl explains that the injuries occurred while she was searching for food through a different exit from the sewers. The guy extended his hand to her and said that this was just madness. She lives alone in a damp, dirty place and is friends with ghosts. He immediately healed her with his energy. The girl is amazed by her power, which feels warm in contrast to her cold energy. The boy suggests that it was her power that made the ghosts visible in this place. The girl confirms that the ghosts protect her and show her all the exits from the labyrinth of tunnels. She turns to the ghost for confirmation of her words about their friendship and help. Min-shu gently asks the girl's name to continue the conversation with the little dungeon dweller. She says her name is Xiang. Ming-shu decides to seek help from the ghosts who have become the girl's friends. He asks if these entities can find people with special powers among the sewer exits. Zion confirms that her ghost friends are able to find people like her and Min and glow with happiness. Elsewhere, two men discuss acquiring a new drug brought from Narak. The seller praises the product's 100% purity and its powerful effect against B-rank hunters. The buyer is amazed at the potency of the drug and asks whether the batch shown is complete and whether there are any side effects. The seller assures that the risk of addiction is low and hints that the client has already checked everything. He asks to keep the new development a secret, explaining the choice of this dirty underground meeting place. A sudden sound alerts the seller, but the buyer blames it on rats or other living creatures. The seller insists he clearly heard some suspicious noise nearby. He'd heard strange rumors about something appearing in the underground drains. He looks at his reflection when suddenly a hand appears from right there. The sudden appearance of a ghostly entity causes a fit of panic in the buyer, and they start running away from the door without even noticing the main character. Ming-Shu appears from the shadows and corrects him, stating that it is not a ghost at all. And then he pressed them against the wall with his strength. He carried the girl on his shoulders and said that he was just a man. The guy asks Zion to hide in a safe place while he deals with the dealers. He stroked her hair and thanked her for her help in discovering this criminal group. Min-Shu is curious with ironic irony about the forbidden goods they are hiding. He approaches the unconscious customer with false concern, trying to lift him up. Min-Shu wonders with slight surprise if he might have overdone the force of his blow to one of his opponents. Suddenly, he looked at the suitcase and saw those same 2 bottles of strong drugs. He coldly noted that the drug had already penetrated the Korean black market, and now another enemy was flying at his back. The main character didn't have time to notice him and dodge, and the full force of the bastard's blow pinned him to the ground. One of the criminals speaks dismissively of the uninvited guest who has entered their territory. He wonders how someone could have found their carefully hidden distribution point. His accomplice counters that the factory only started operating today and suspects an internal traitor. He gives the order to contact other combat groups to eliminate the detected threat. The main character immediately activates his combat ability, Poisonous Fang, while lying down. And suddenly, the seal of his technique begins to form around his body. And immediately, blows spread throughout the room, quickly wounding the criminals. And the most important of them managed to defend himself with a shield. And he was able to land in one piece. The rest were less intact than the boss. But Min-Shu notes the enemy's high reaction speed and composure in close combat. He asks directly who exactly is behind the dispatch of this well-trained group. The opponent admits that Ming-Shu's skills and resilience show him to be an experienced fighter. Enraged, he accuses the boy of cowardice for pretending to be dead. Ming-Shu sarcastically retorts that hiding on the ceiling was a perfectly noble tactic for him. The enemy angrily demands to know the guild from which such an impudent fighter crawled out. But the guy just smiled, and everything started to become covered in red energy. He grabbed the healthy fists of his technique and reminded them that the first question was asked by him, and he insisted on receiving an answer. And since they didn't want to answer, he began to gradually squeeze them. The boss's voice mockingly calls for the opponents to calm down and suggests that everything is based on rumors. He begins to prepare an attack in his palm. He introduces the roaring lion technique and states that customers must queue. In this way, he helps his minions avoid the deadly squeeze. Min-Shu dismisses the very idea of buying this life-threatening drug with disdain. Someone from the group requests status from other units involved in the operation. Ming-Shu's opponent activates a defensive skill, and the main character himself prepares to test the guy's strength in close combat. Behind the boss, the cripples were already saying they wouldn't survive. Massive blood loss and 3 broken ribs were no joke. Who was this guy? The group leader calls on his men to show determination, seeing their obvious superiority in numbers. One of the henchmen reaches for the vial of drugs. They pick them up and get annoyed because they never thought they would have to use this piece of crap. After drinking this drug, their blood vessels expand and the body begins to pump with strength. In a rage, the enemy vows to tear Ming-Shu to shreds. Their strength increases noticeably. One of them immediately makes a sharp leap forward for a deadly attack on the main character. The guy confirms a sharp increase in power caused by the action of a prohibited drug. The opponent threatens to pierce Mingxiu's skull, activating his most powerful attack. The second activates the Cross Blossom technique. Mingxiu states that the enemy's strength level is now at a completely different level. He mockingly asks if he has already become addicted to the enhancer's effect. And the guys below start barking like dogs that this is not true at all. The third bastard instantly reacts to the remark, activating the solid chest technique. And the guy locks himself in a cubic box in the air. Minsu remembers the presence of another fighter he had overlooked. The enemy suddenly appears, declares the end of the battle, and calls on his troops. But suddenly, he is interrupted by a girl from the shadows who activates a wind cutter. And he makes a juicy spit of fire, like a sniper shot, right into the bastard's head. The arriving members of his team note with mild reproach his habit of acting alone. They enthusiastically ask for permission to join the fight and help their master. Siju notes that opponents who have taken the drug cause a lot of trouble. Manhwa confirms that the drug makes fighters abnormally strong. However, she is confident that they will not be able to resist an S-rank hunter. Minsu asks how his partners found out about the place so quickly and came to help. Manhwa then suddenly ran down after Hyun, saying that she should follow him first. The mysterious child showed her the way as she descended into the basement of the room. The guy looked back and saw the girl he had saved from the sewer. She reproached her opponents for unfair combat when 3 attack 1. Minshu knelt down and thanked the girl again. Manhwa asked, "What kind of child is this anyway?" He promises to talk about the child later, acknowledging the difficulty of explaining now. Everyone agrees that a child could not survive in such a place completely alone. The heroes note the sad fact that prohibited amplifiers are penetrating into Korea. One of them sees a drug user for the first time and fears his immediate explosion. Manhwa suggests a mechanism of action for the drug that leads to death by overdose. Some people mention the ghoul killers, but these fighters are more like ordinary mercenaries. But their strength exceeds that of ordinary guards. All 3 are experienced A-rank assassins. They were probably sent directly by drug manufacturers, such as the Bestia Group. The beast is linked to Pandemonium, suggesting demonic involvement in the incident. For now, this is just a guess, connected to the artificial gates and the Pandemonium organization. However, the main character knows that humans are incapable of doing all this. Perhaps someone underground is collaborating with the demons and is behind all of this. Mingshu ponders, recalling key details and constructing logical chains. Manhwa recalls Mad Dog's strange disappearance from the public eye over the past 10 years. Sejun fears that the situation could escalate into a full-scale conflict and a resumption of the war with the demons. The guy notices that the attackers have numbers, which means there are at least 10 fighters. 2 drug dealers remain alive, allowing them to be questioned in prison later. Suddenly, the alarm goes off, and the girl warns the heroes about the approaching danger. The heroes don't understand what she's talking about. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, from which the main character again saves the girl. The new opponent accuses them of dirty work because they did not finish off their previous opponents. He threatens to show what it means to finish a case truly cleanly and professionally. Minsu notices new numbered fighters and orders his team to hide immediately. The new arrivals have a much higher mana level, indicating that they are at least an A+ rank. Mingxiu meets the drug dealers with cold fury when they appear at the perfect moment. He asks directly if one of them is the boss of this entire criminal network. Someone recognizes the leader of the Azure Flower Guild and is surprised by his quick appearance. The opponents realize they must kill the 2 S-rank hunters on the spot. The man in the blue robe refuses to answer questions, considering it a waste of time. The guys immediately consume a couple of bottles of powder and throw them on the floor. And while the fighters attack, the leader vows to destroy all witnesses in this underground room. Mingxiu's allies offer cover and assistance in the upcoming tough battle. And they all clash in battle at the same time. The main character mocks the fighting style of one of his opponents, calling it clumsy. He asks with disdain whether his mentor was a complete amateur in his field, which greatly infuriates his opponent. He simply asked how the protagonist dared to say such a thing and pounced on him with a new attack, hitting the body precisely and throwing back with a super powerful attack. As she fired another arrow, the girl was shocked by how hard her master was hit, and her arrow was immediately in the body of the bastard in the blue robe. He was angry again and was preparing to throw a Rasengan at this girl who dared to shoot at him. Running away from the blow, the girl was in shock. After all, her attacks were reflected back at her. Another ninja immediately appeared for her and told Manhwa that she didn't have time to be distracted. He immediately struck her with his dagger, but a shield quickly formed in his path, preventing him from piercing the girl. It was Senju. He told the girl not to jump on the leader, but that they first need to deal with all the trash. He turned to his brother and told him to do at least something, but the main character was in shock. This guy had some very strange technology. And he was so fed up that someone nearby spoke up. He asked them to shut up and let him concentrate. But after a few moments, he smiled, as his body finally remembered what it was like to fight together. He remembered his youth, training and fighting alongside his allies and students. Loud, chaotic teamwork, but cohesive, clean, and excellent. Sejun distracted them all by adjusting his glasses and asking if all the team members had warmed up yet. Manhwa just shouted with a smile, 10 minutes! And the main character activated even more power and ordered his comrades to finish this quickly. After some time, the main character was already fighting so fast that it seemed like he was in 5 places at once. And he easily dealt blows to the main bastard in the blue robe. And the main character only confidently said that he understood how, from the very beginning, the enemy tried to use a strong blow. He dodged it with a sneer and asked, "Is attacking with the right hand his skill?" This only angered the bespectacled man, and he told the main character that he simply talks too much. The main character continued to think about his skill, which allows him to absorb and reflect enemy attacks. He immediately counterattacked with a kick to the arm with blue energy. Finally, the glasses flew off the bastard's face, and he realized that things were probably really bad. After all, now even the main character understood that the bastard in the blue robe can no longer use this skill. They continued to fight, and the bastard in the robe tried to dodge. The enemy expresses extreme disbelief and shock that a simple guy has achieved the state of Asurai. Minsu counters that the reason for what happened is a completely obvious fact, and prepare for an even stronger blow. The young man calmly declares that he is the creator of this military equipment, and he forcefully pushes away the guy in the blue robe. Then he tried to pin him down with his red aura hand, but the guy managed to jump back. The main character ironically asks if this is difficult for someone dependent on a single skill to understand. The man explains that mana takes on infinite forms through the energy core. He had no idea that Azura would become a full-fledged combat sect. The enemy notes the difficult situation and the need to create a chance for retreat. But then he sees how the only door is closed by a ninja who flew out of nowhere. And the main character stops this attempt to distract himself and sends him flying into the distance with one blow. So hard that the bastard crashes into the wall, leaving cracks in it. The main character immediately reached for an ampule of their drug and began to slowly approach him, explaining that he only answered because he was asked a direct question. But Sue still notes the unwillingness to listen and takes the initiative to ask a question. The young man notes that there is only one opponent left who is capable of speaking. The wounded enemy struggles to speak, unable to believe what's happening. The protagonist's students stand nearby. Minsu notes that his words are being completely ignored and reminds him it's his turn to ask questions, grabbing the guy by the face and shoving the powder into him. The guy is surprised by the resistance, recalling the ease of using this powder on subordinates. And seeing the reaction of the man in the robe, the main character understands that he has never tried it and therefore asked about what produces and distributes it. The wounded enemy claims that this powder is apparently fake, but still, any action is now completely pointless. The enemy states that only the power of awakened skills matters in this world. The enemy cynically asks if the man is ready to take any potion for the sake of strength and power. He continues to claim that the world has already plunged into chaos and similar drugs will appear again. Gigi is unimpressed. There is a philosophy about the strong devouring the weak and the ability to burn brightly, if only for a moment. Minsu counters that such statements are simply pompous nonsense and empty words. The guy states the simple and indisputable fact that his opponent is indeed weaker. And having almost broken his neck, he finally let the poor guy go. Siyu immediately healed the guy and repeated his question, offering to answer before actual destruction. Ming Xiu demands the identity of the creator of the forbidden amplifier, addressing the defeated enemy. Immediately, a scream from the young man in the robe is heard. At this time, in another place, Manhwa stood with Xion in his arms and Sejun. The protagonist's brother addresses the girl with understanding of her feelings after what happened. He wonders about the significant changes in their comrade over the past 10 years. The girl confirms that he has become much stronger and at the same time, much more ruthless. A hypothesis arises about the difference in the flow of time in different worlds and its influence. They discuss how 100 years of solitude may have changed their master and his inner essence. Sometimes he seems less human to them. But the girl still understands that his core has remained the same despite the losses. And Manhwa believes that when everything becomes calmer, the master will return to his former state. Minsiu suddenly appears and asks a direct question about what exactly he lost. The guy avoids answering and asks about the information received about the investigation of the case. He is informed about the simultaneous start of the drug's distribution in different regions of the world. But apparently, their main base in Asia was in China. The captured criminals exploded from the inside, likely due to a magical oath or contract. The team decides to return, hoping that their comrade, Chan Ji-yu, obtained data from the other detainees. They pay attention to the child and wonder about his future fate and destiny. Manhwa decides to take the child with her to find his parents or to place him in safe hands. The protagonist understands that they need to hurry because the criminals have rushed to spread due to the approach of the HMCS. And if the main distribution center is in China, Min Shu suggests there is a checkpoint for the Korean region as well. The scene immediately shifts to the sign of the private club, Narek. Inside, people are already dancing and partying everywhere. Somewhere at a table, a man with a dragon tattoo reacts with surprise to information about an abandoned factory. He is informed that the HMCS detachment carried out an assault after the complete encirclement of this object. It's become known that contact with Mr. Ryu and the Demon Slayer group has been lost. It's good that he managed to clean up there. Brother Ryu is deeply troubled by the lack of news about his twin. However, he continues to follow Daesung's orders and remains at his post. The person expresses irritation with the current situation, which has disrupted his personal plans. And suddenly the phone rang, which greatly frightened the dragon. It was Daesung. His nervous voice asks Daesung to explain the current state of affairs. Daesung confirms receiving information about problems in the group's Korean operation. The dragon reminds us of the simultaneous launch of distribution in several regions of the world, and that the police suspected something. It is revealed that they themselves leaked information about the factory to the HMCS detachment. The interlocutor can't understand why they had to deliberately reveal their base. Daesung explains that it's a diversionary tactic while Clown carries out the real distribution. Their job is simply to move as much inventory as possible, even if it's too risky. His assistant expresses concern that their organization might be quickly discovered if Ryu and the assassins crack to the police, but Daesung tells him not to worry. Daesung reminds them of magical contracts that prevent information from being revealed. Furthermore, he confidently states that all capable hunters in Korea died 10 years ago. He told them to just stay with him. The scene changed dramatically as it became known that numerous dealers and users of the prohibited substance were detained during the police raid. Although the point of sale was destroyed, this achievement did not bring the expected satisfaction. The question arises about the complete destruction of the real sellers of awakened illegal drugs. The action takes place in the office of the HMCS branch director, where a tense discussion is taking place. The staff explains that they had no choice but to terminate the completely crazed consumers. Despite the failure, it was possible to seize samples of the drug and establish a Chinese distribution trail. The director criticizes subordinates for insufficient results despite receiving valuable information. Employee Zhang desperately asks whether he should have contacted the Empire or the Chanhua Guild. The director requests information on the results of the work of other operational groups of the organization. They report a lack of significant leads and a curtailment of criminal activity. The Southern team also failed, losing the suspect due to strong resistance. The angry director first took a deep breath. And then he started shouting, demanding that the employees finally start justifying their salaries. The employee expresses doubts about the reality of the threat posed by the circulating awakened drug. After all, they're already overwhelmed with awakened cases. The director reminds them of the crisis in the Japanese branch and the need for serious attention. The employee tries to object, but is interrupted by continued criticism of the department's work. The Korean branch is under close scrutiny and is unable to independently analyze samples. The director is concerned about the upcoming international meeting without concrete evidence to support the allegations. Behind the director's back, employees discuss his ambitions and unrealistic expectations of the newcomer. The director irritably inquires about the current location of Hunter Ming for the report, and the employee didn't have anything to say to his boss right away. It turns out that Sue took the day off, citing the need to sort out some business. They stood in the estate, and the apprentice hopefully asked if the master liked their unexpected gift for him. Minshu hesitates, doubting the appropriateness of accepting such an expensive gift. His students unanimously affirm that he fully deserves this gift for everything he's done for them. They remind him of all the years of education and training he's devoted to them. Siju notes that it is time for the master to acquire his own home for his growing family. He adds that he now has people living with him permanently and will soon add a rescued child. Minsu explains that he was looking for a place for the girl given her unique, awakened nature, but there was no such place. Yanghua is amazed by the rarity of the talent of an awakened being born without a teacher's tower. The red-haired girl asks Xion to obey her master, promising to visit her every day. The protagonist's brother declares that he will also come every day, considering the house his second home. The woman invites Zion to look at the house together, until Mingshu realizes the scale of the surprise. The girl is delighted with the news that this place will become their secret hideout. The scene shifted to a memory where the main character lived in a similar boot camp with his students who admired the size of the house and were interested in the origin of such property. Sejun then doubted that his brother could have bought this place with his own funds. Dasan, who was once also the protagonist's apprentice, wondered about the necessity of living so close together during the war with demons. Minsu explains that he must keep them within reach for protection and assistance. He begins to talk about his readiness to protect them at any cost, no matter what. The girl then called her opponent inside the house while he continued to demonstrate his principled position. The guy ironically notes that they are not his children at all, despite the guardianship. Minsu remembers how for 100 years in another world, he held on to these memories as if they were a mirage. He bitterly notes that last time he was unable to protect everything that was dear to him, but now looking at what he has. The protagonist was determined to do everything completely differently in the current situation. The girl impatiently reproaches the guy for moving too slowly. The protagonist then assumes the Freya's strong surprise after waking up from sleep. Min-siu finally agrees to go with everyone else to inspect the new home. In a couple of moments, a whole day passes and night comes. They put little Xian to bed, and it's just time to contact Young-gu. He informs the protagonist over the phone about an uncertain connection with a private laboratory studying the drug. Confirms the discovery of previously unknown mana in the banned substance. However, he considers the connection to demons based solely on the similarity of mana to be speculation. Even demonic mana is no longer a rarity on Earth after all these events. The headquarters laboratory is also skeptical of the demonic origin theory. Besides, it's risky to mention demons right now after all. No country wants trouble over unverified rumors about demons right now. So the main character moves their meeting to headquarters. The main character notes with irritation the increased trust in demons over the past 10 years. The investigation reached a dead end, despite all the strange coincidences and clues. There are not even any points of contact with the Pandemonium organization for verification. He recalls that Min-jun had previously been researching demonic mana. Moves a chair to the table and sit down at it for further study of the information. A database entry appears linking demonic mana and the name Jung Min-jun. A search engine reveals Jung Min-jun's blog with a study on the connection between demonic mana and pollution. The guy is delighted. The blog is blocked for violating the platform's rules. What irritates the main character? A strange user ID has been detected associated with a private blog. IZ again. There is serious doubt about the randomness of all these coincidences with demonic mana. Zion suddenly appears and asks what her oppa is doing at night. Min-siu was surprised that the girl had already woken up. He gently suggests she return to sleep for proper growth and rest. But Zion insists that the ghosts have already told her everything that's happening around her. Min-siu reproachfully notes that this is an invasion of his personal telephone communication. The girl explains that she also heard men talking in the sewers before he arrived. And the guy asks what exactly she heard. The girl thinks for a second. Xian recalls the news of a certain Yan Shuang's entry into the country. She also heard about the arrival of a shipment of goods from Narak for distribution. The party must be distributed throughout the country according to plan. The scene suddenly switches to an alley and a man with blue hair who ran with all his might. Suddenly, someone pushed him with such force that he crashed into. Someone finally finds the person he has been looking for a long time with obvious hostility. A guild member looks down on a C-class hunter who dared to stare at their gate. The hunter excuses himself by saying he urgently needed money for an important purchase. He begins to show off some object that was supposed to solve his problems. The guild members mockingly discuss what this loser can possibly get out of his pocket. The hunter confidently declares that with this item, he will be able to deal with all of them with this powder. And there was a huge explosion. Sometime later, information appears in the news about an awakened illegal amplifier that begins to spread. An emergency meeting of branch managers is being held at HMCS headquarters. Meeting participants express serious concern about the speed of drug distribution. Branch representatives report efforts being made, but the situation is unsatisfactory. Management requests a progress report on the investigation, citing the incident in Korea. This is the first major incident since the events at the Middle East branch. But the agents found no leads. They only mentioned a hunter involved in the investigation as a close associate, but with no results. The investigation points to China as the main hub of distribution in Asia. The appointment of a trusted official without due process and formalities is being criticized. They raise questions about the former president's legacy and the vice president's intentions. They consider such statements from agencies interested only in Vrata's business inappropriate. Some people are calling for not being too strict with the vice president, who has his own reasons. They propose to assign the hunter general management of the investigation in the Korean branch. A meeting participant asks Baek Glin-ho, manager of the Korean branch, for his opinion. Manager Baek shows noticeable hesitation in his response to the direct approach. 2 days later, the appointment of a leader is discussed at the headquarters of the Korean branch of HMCS. Chang-go expresses doubts about the official announcement of the appointment in the current situation. They discuss internal power struggles at headquarters and lack of expectations for success. A new Naraki keyword has emerged that requires immediate investigation and verification. This word comes from the testimony of a child who is at the site of an abandoned factory. The unknown location of Narak becomes an important key for the continuation of the entire investigation. The boy is surprised, as the investigation into the factory case hasn't been completed yet. They discuss the possible meanings of the word Narak, from the establishment to the group's code name. Min-soo sarcastically suggests checking drug dealer hangouts across the country. They note the difficulty of identifying illegal businesses without official registration and names. Nurik may simply be a code name. Min-soo makes a final decision on his course of action in the current situation. He proposes to request official assistance in the investigation from 7 major guilds. His proposal evokes shock and bewilderment among the agency employees present. The employee hesitantly reminds them of the confidential nature of the investigation. Min-soo insists on the need to stop the spread of the drug at an early stage. Chang-go says that everyone else will be against it, but Gigi reminds him of his authority as the head of the investigation to overcome objections, and also notes Younghwa and Sejun's willingness to help. The guy says that this is all thanks to personal connections with him. Min-soo sharply cuts off doubts, reminding about the risk of addiction among hunters across the country. Min-soo orders to stop talking and start calling the guilds, taking responsibility for himself. The action moves to the presidential office, where an important meeting is taking place. The director greets Jillian, whom he has not seen for quite a long time. Jillian is introduced as the current guildmaster of the Unlimited Legion in this world. The director curiously asks if the reason for the visit is related to her guild. Gillian reveals that official requests for cooperation from HMCS have been sent to all guilds in the heptagram. Pyridesu asks in surprise about the nature of the cooperation request. All detailed information is classified, but the request concerns awakened criminals. The request includes cases of recharging awakened phenomena and sudden increases in power. The guilds emphasize that the request has the official approval of the organization's headquarters. Jillian expresses outrage at the audacity of the agency that dared to appeal to the heptagram. Dae-soo suggests that this is the result of Mad Dog acting without restrictions. And smiling, he tells the girl to do what she wants. After all, Muryeon Dae-soo is now your guild. And Galleon did what she had to do. Then the next one came. Gigi's friend confirms receipt of a written refusal to cooperate from their side. The employees said that most of the guilds except the Boundless Legion and Ice Soul agreed to cooperate. The guy was pleased that only 2 guilds from the entire list of invitees refused. Min-soo immediately appears and reminds Chang-gu of what they agreed on during their previous conversation. The guy hands over a list of the guilds that have agreed. And the main character asks about the transfer of hunters to HMCS. They tell him that such transitions between guilds and the agency happen quite often. They explain that some hunters value duty to institutions above guild money. The employee expresses bewilderment and asks for an explanation of the reason for such special attention to these guilds. 3 guilds named Diamond, White Lion, and Warrior King were added to the watch list. Min-soo orders his subordinate to closely monitor the members of these 3 guilds. The young man suspects a possible leak of information from employees within the agency itself. Changgu doesn't understand what the guilds that help them have to do with it. Minsu explains the huge profits from drug distribution and the scale of the operation. He notes the strangeness of agreeing to absurd conditions without good reason or benefit. Gigi suggests that the guilds might have had their own reasons for collaborating. The employee tries to object, but is interrupted by an urgent message from another team. The girl, out of breath, says that they finally found it. Information is received about the possible location of a mysterious place called Narak. The scene shifts to some dark alley. One of the criminals confirms the discovery of a place called Narak in the Kanbuk area. He hands over a list of inspectors who worked at the abandoned factory without any suspicious movements. Another group member expresses disappointment at the slowness of the Korean branch of HMCS. They discuss a possible ambush and the need to determine the composition of the special team. The dragon reminds the informant, a civil servant, about his salary and the impossibility of earning that much in a regular job. The informant mentions a rumor about the inclusion of the chief inspector from that factory in the team. He also announced the appointment of an employee connected to the organization's vice president. The dragon paused. The criminal releases the informant with orders to immediately report any new information. Another man appears to report to his superior in a criminal organization. The dragon provides the requested list of inspectors involved in the investigation of their activities. Before giving it to him, the dragon warns him about the inadmissibility of any rash actions at the moment. The subordinate asks again, with disappointment, about the need to continue waiting. The boss says he remembers the loss of his brother, but points out the current unfavorable situation. He promises a more opportune time for revenge, and action will soon arrive. The subordinate hesitantly repeats the words about the best time for his plans. They discuss a leak and a possible informant within their own ranks. In the end, they decide not to report to Daesung yet, so as not to activate him prematurely. When the blue robe leaves, the dragon picks up the phone and dials a number and contacts the clown, informing him that there is a serious problem with their operation. A clown in China expresses displeasure at receiving bad news in the midst of work. He irritably asks about the essence of the problem, distracted from his business and affairs. He is informed of the alarming news that their Narak hideout has been discovered by the enemy. The criminal recalls the incident at the factory and asks for help in the current situation. The clown is unhappy with the prospect of working as a cleaner after his business trip and threatens to quit. He is reminded of Narak's importance to their drug business and the consequences of her loss. The clown is offering a 50% discount on all future drug shipments to Narak. Then, they'll help him. Dragon suggests discussing this proposal directly with Daesung to make a decision. And Clown suddenly decides to meet with Daesung in person to discuss the terms of the deal. And while the dragon is shocked by such a proposal, the clown is already standing near the building and says that he will now personally visit Daesung's boss. He goes inside. When they meet, the clown compliments Daesung on his impressive appearance in person and says that he is glad to meet him for the first time. The man just looked angrily at him over his shoulder. He notes the revelation of the abyss and the unexpected effectiveness of the Korean HMCS. Daesung abruptly interrupts him, demanding that he get to the point without unnecessary talk and chatter. He warns that they are fully aware of all his and his men's actions. Don't underestimate Daesung. A key character is introduced, the Korean dealer Clown. He reminds them that they were the ones who supplied the forbidden amplifier at their request. The guy says that he doesn't care who is behind them. Any entry into the underground requires approval from Daesung and his group. They must and will get their share, no matter what they want. Clown acknowledges Daesung's status as the rightful master of the Asian criminal underground. He confirms their goal of drug distribution, but expresses certain concerns. The Chinese branch of HMCS remains a serious threat, even to such an influential figure. The Korean HMCS has brought 7 leading guilds, including Heptagram, into the investigation. Daesung asks, What should they do then? The clown suggests holding a personal meeting to discuss all the issues that have arisen. Namely, to gather all known underground organizations for a meeting in Naraka. The clown is confident no one will dare refuse an invitation from such an influential figure. He suggests using the meeting to advertise and distribute a shipment of drugs. Of course, there may be guys at this meeting who don't share their goals. But he is confident that there are sufficient forces to quickly eliminate any traitors. Daesung asks how he plans to cover up such unrest at their base, but the guy in red says he usually makes up for it in full. The clown reiterates his principle of mutually beneficial cooperation with Daesung. The boss was still looking at him, and then he turned to the window. Then he was transported to a memory where his sister in the hospital called him by his real name, Ruan. Daesung corrects the girl and asks her to call him brother. The girl reproaches him with a smile for arguing about appeals in such a serious situation. Daesung tells her not to despair because power now brings money and he will do everything to cure her. He promises his sister to return to China, to their true homeland, together. But his sister interrupts him and finally calls him simply brother. The girl admits that money is not important and wishes him ordinary family happiness. She wants her brother to finally have a real and happy family. And the scene moved again to some alley. Daesung recalls how he once sought power by becoming a disciple of the powerful master Min Siu. He believed that strength would allow him to get everything he wanted and protect his loved ones. He strove to surpass his teacher in the power and capabilities of his body. The main goal was to prevent the repeated loss of people dear to him. But now he considers all emotions to be meaningless in his current state. Although now he has both sufficient money and considerable physical strength. He bitterly realizes that there is no one left to protect and no one to stand by. Then he turns to someone nearby. Daesung gives final orders on contacts with criminal groups. After all, they will soon hold a large-scale meeting in Korea. The scene shifts to the office of a good company. Min Siu announces the start of an operational meeting to investigate a place called Narek. The young man introduces himself as the temporary head of the investigation into prohibited amplifiers. He suggests that some of those present may question his appointment to this position and suggest addressing the complaints to the central headquarters before moving on to the essence of the meeting. The guy shows the crowd a picture of a private resort club in Incheon called Narak. This place is the main center for distribution of the banned drug throughout Asia. Naraka's owner remains unknown, as the club is registered to a frontman. Numerous cases of drug trafficking have been reported at other clubs in this network. The team is compiling a list of officials suspected of receiving bribes from the criminal group. The leaked information indicates the possible presence of an informant within the organization. Min Siu explains that the meeting is held only with trusted team members. He emphasizes the importance of speed in the operation to destroy the main Narak center. Narek has a strong security system as a major drug trafficking center. The criminals placed numerous security guards posing as staff at a private resort. Members of armed criminal gangs were spotted among the club's patrons. The blue-haired employee confirms the need to seek help from the Heptagram Guild. And Gigi already said that he did this, but the rest of the organization's employees were not warned. Even the guildmasters were not informed of the details of the upcoming operation. The date and time of the operation will be communicated only on the day of the operation itself. One of the participants asks about the reasons for the exclusions for the Empire and the Gyeonghwa Guild. He questions the validity of such exceptions if they are based on personal connections. Min Siu explains that the Empire and Gyeonghwa knew about the drug even before it arrived in Korea, thanks to incidents overseas. That is why they were recruited to cooperate during the investigation at the landfill. The meeting participant accepts this explanation as sufficient grounds for exceptions. Minsu announces the end of the introductory part and the transition to the details of the operation. The official name of the upcoming operation is given the code word Doberman. Some time passed. The scene moved to another office. One of the guild masters expresses dissatisfaction with the current situation regarding secrecy. He criticizes the practice of holding closed meetings after a formal request for support. Reminds you that they are not cheap mercenaries from an unknown guild. The bearded man counters that he should have refused to participate if he had any complaints about the format. He reminds that the operation is being carried out in the interests of public welfare. Another participant admits that he is right but supports his colleague's dissatisfaction. And so he understands the reason why the two guilds refuse to participate in such an operation. At that moment, the main character enters the room. Minsu introduces himself to the guilds as the leader of the upcoming special operation. He thanks the masters for agreeing to help despite their busy schedules. The guildmaster greets Mingsu, recalling their previous meeting. Minsu distributes official documents with a simplified outline of the upcoming actions. The goal of the operation is to destroy the market for prohibited amplifiers for the awakened. He asks that teams be prepared for immediate deployment within a week. Minsu hints at the desirability of the personal participation of guildmasters in the operation, but he is immediately told that his requests seem too impudent. One of the masters recognizes him as a newcomer who became famous for recently completing a dungeon in just 5 days. He asks about rumors about the disappearance of a hunter 10 years ago and his return. White-haired mentions the nickname Samjong and the guy's former fame in hunting circles earlier. He asks with interest where he has been all these years and why he appeared as a newcomer. Minsu confirms his status as a newcomer to the agency, but doesn't understand how this relates to their investigation. One of those present tries to remember with bewilderment who this Samjong even is. The guildmaster begins to recall events from 10 years ago for context. He speaks of the chaotic period following the gate's emergence and the war between humans and demons, and he has trouble remembering who rose to prominence back then. The protagonist immediately mentions the documents he delivered. Minju asks to contact him once the forces are ready to participate in the operation. The guildmaster casually agrees and says goodbye until further notice. Sadoi expresses bewilderment as to why such an exceptional hunter remained forgotten for so long. The action moves to the headquarters of the Japanese branch of HMCS at the same time. The boss was talking to some employee, and suddenly she was called out. An officer reports the discovery of illegal drugs at the site of recent unrest. The branch director notes with alarm the speed at which the drug is spreading. She emphasizes the need to prevent the epidemic as quickly as possible. Asks about the progress of the search for the leader of the unrest, named Lakai Kitsune. It turns out that the leader of the criminal group is currently absent from the country. The suspicious absence of several leaders of major syndicates has been noted. Kumo's younger brother reports receiving a directive from central headquarters. A directive comes from headquarters regarding the investigation of prohibited potions. Hikari orders him to immediately prepare to leave the country on a mission. She is enthusiastic about the opportunity to finally pay off her old debt. The scene moves to the airport. Minshu irritably heads to the airport to meet his guests. He still has a lot of other things to do. He's dissatisfied with the way support is being organized without his request and with Edward's intervention. But he's called out. The arriving girls happily greet the guy they haven't seen in a while. Hikari notes his punctuality. Layla notes the lack of employment of branch managers and the fact that the main character is as gloomy as ever. Yanghwa is surprised that the urgent call to the airport turned out to be a meeting of girlfriends, and two at once. The scene suddenly shifted to the club. One of the participants in the operation has just arrived for the meeting and immediately became interested in the new product. Those present noted Daesung's authority and the commercial appeal of the new product. We discussed the Awakened Mana Doubling Amplifier and its spread throughout the world. Some express concern about the worsening situation surrounding their illegal activities. Speculation has arisen about Clown's influence on Daesung's decision to hold the meeting. Unexpectedly strong opposition from the HMCS organization was noted. The mention of the Black Mamba's demise made them take the threat more seriously. The criminals realized the need to stop underestimating their adversaries. Perhaps someone saw an opportunity for mass distribution of the drug on the market. The lack of specific information from senior management was puzzling. The Korean branch of HMCS was on Narek's trail, which put pressure on the group. But Daesung, with his call to the meeting, actually ordered them to defend their territories. Pandemonium expressed dissatisfaction with being treated as small partners. Suddenly, a man appeared at their table and called out to them. A conflict arose over seats between representatives of various criminal groups. How dare they take the royal seats? Clan member Akai Kitslane challenged the newcomers who dared to claim the best places. He demanded they leave, shaming the assembled criminals for their behavior. But he was quickly silenced with a blow. And the guy flew into his partners. One of the bandits became enraged by the insult and humiliation he received. They threatened to pull out all his teeth if he didn't stop making noise immediately, and then they threw a bucket at him. The girl spoke with disdain about the awakened people present at the meeting. The organizers demanded that the riots be stopped under threat of immediate expulsion from the meeting. One of the criminals aggressively demanded that a person unknown to him identify himself. He was reminded that even the idiot Cheon Dobuk should know the organization holding this meeting. The guy standing to the side was in shock and asked his partner why he didn't intervene, since their boss had been badly beaten. But the other guy thought even more about his future plans. Someone was surprised to recognize the man present, a man from a private guild under a different name. They asked how many personalities he had. The stranger watched with pleasure what was happening among the remaining participants. The clown appeared with a cheerful greeting and asked if the guests were full. He introduced himself as the head of Naraka and responsible for the Korean drug market. The clown assumed that many of those present were already familiar with him and his activities. He announced that Daesung had gathered them for a new product on the underground market. The drug for the awakened increases mana by 2 or even 4 times the norm. The clown officially introduced the drug's name under the Lux brand for the first time. He stated that all problems except addiction were successfully resolved in the final version. The clown suggested that everyone present had commercial interests. He emphasized the influence of the drug Lux on the balance of power in the criminal world. The clown moved on to the main reason for organizing this urgent meeting of the groups. He reported some bad news he had received from his informants within the organization. The HMCS International Headquarters has been investigating Lux from the earliest stages of its development. The clown called on the assembled groups to cooperate for the successful launch of Lux. He expressed surprise at the sudden activity of the Korean branch and also requested support. One of the criminals asked why this organization was involved in this, and the Korean branch is complete crap. Another participant whispered that this information was missing from their briefing. His neighbor recommended remaining silent and simply following the orders they had received. The clown noted that normally they would ignore the Korean investigation without any problems. But recent movements and requests for reinforcements from headquarters raised serious suspicions. This meant a swift attack on Narek with significant forces within a week. The clown proposed to join forces to organize a spectacular counterattack together. He offered free samples of Lux to demonstrate the effect to his subordinates. The failure of the raid on Narek should have made HMCS waver in the face of their strength. One of those present asked about the specific benefit of Narek's protection for them. The clown promised double the amount of the drug at the same price for the participants. He reminded that this was Daesung's personal request and should not be taken lightly. The clown stated that Lux would inevitably change the underground world regardless of Narek's fate. He gave them a choice to join this wave of change or to remain on the sidelines. The clown reminded that power became the new law of the world after the appearance of the gates everywhere. He expressed hope for a wise decision by the assembled leaders of criminal groups. And now, all that remains is to wait for their decisions. Someone quoted Lord Oribus about the true strength of humanity in this world. The true strength of humanity does not come from the manna of the gates or artificial toys. The true strength of humanity has always come from the very nature of their desires and ambitions. The scene changes. The clock shows exactly midnight as the operation moves into the active phase. The Commander-in-Chief requests the readiness of all units to begin the assault. The strike force reports full readiness for the immediate commencement of the operation. The Japanese division also takes its position. Minseu is satisfied with the number of forces and suggests first flushing the opponents out of cover. He gives the order to use the meteor shower ability throughout the club's territory. Minseu announces the immediate transition to the active phase of the entire operation. The plan for Operation Doberman, codenamed Operation Doberman, is officially launched. The scene moved back inside the club, already in the midst of the party, when toasts were being made. One of the criminals enthusiastically confirms the importance of the meeting for control of the South. His accomplice shares his excitement at the prospect of making a fortune from the new drug. At this time, the biggest shots in this system rise to the VIP room. Entering the room, the dragon praises the clown's organizational skills for the preparatory work he had done. He cleared out warehouses, hired mercenaries, and even planted his man within HMCS. Dragon acknowledges Clown's business acumen and his contribution to the overall criminal enterprise. Clown modestly attributes his success to his collaboration with Daesung and his resources. The guy instructs the clown to take further action and is about to return to China. The dragon explains his departure by the completion of all the tasks assigned to him. The clown isn't surprised that Zhang Chuan is leaving, since he's not really a fighter, but the fact that Chiwu is also leaving, even though his brother's killer is participating in the attack, surprised him. Chiwu only promises to meet Daesung. The clown only asks him to return quickly, within 1 week. A sudden loud sound immediately alerted the criminals gathered inside the building. The clown immediately suspected something was wrong. Someone runs in and shouts about bombing outside, and the complete destruction of the main entrance to the building. One of the bandits cannot believe that someone dared to bomb the city center. The clown reacts with hysterical laughter to the absurdity of what's happening. He's shaking all over. The scene shifted to the main character, who was talking on the phone with the guildmasters, who were in shock. The attack was planned for a week, but he was asking for a support team right now. Minseu explains that the situation required urgent measures to ensure public safety. However, the White Lion Guild refuses to cooperate due to the changed conditions. Minseu calmly accepts their refusal and offers to discuss cooperation in the future. His assistant reports on the successful penetration of the assault team to the first floor. Thanks to reinforcements, they were able to easily block all possible escape routes. The operation inside the building could be completed significantly faster than initially expected. Minseu is pleased that the date of the entire special operation remains secret. The employee expresses disappointment at the small number of guilds participating in the assault. However, the main character believes the available forces are sufficient, provided the surprise attack is successful. Minseu compares the operation to destroying a hornet's nest to smoke out the target. The scene shifts inside the building to Manhwa. The assault team has captured the entrance and lobby and is advancing to the upper floors of the building. All opponents in the lobby are rated as A-rank threats or lower in strength. Manhwa orders the detainees to be handed over to HMCS agents for further escort. Anyone attempting to escape is to be apprehended. But the assault team found neither drugs nor the main dealers on the building's first floor. This gave the girl pause. One of the criminals panicked and shouted for everyone to leave the club immediately. A dirty man stepped out in front of them. Sejun orders her partner to block the enemy's possible escape routes. Yanghwa immediately began to reproach Sejun for his wrong actions during the arrest of the criminals. The criminal boasts to an A-rank mercenary that he has enhanced the Lux drug to dangerous levels. He threatens mortal danger to anyone who tries to get close to his fighter. Yanghwa hesitates to touch the drugged enemy. Instead, he asks his comrades for help in dealing with the drugged enemy. Sejun activates the staff and warns of the catastrophic consequences of the man exploding in the room. He immediately uses a freezing technique on the monster. But something goes wrong, and the monster is not completely frozen. The team members watch in horror as the enemy's body begins to swell unnaturally. Sejun orders his group to immediately take up defensive positions in the room. And he asks his comrades to continue their efforts to completely freeze the monster. Yanghwa uses the wind and flame technique to suppress the exploding enemy and destroys the monster in front of her. A bandit on the sidelines approvingly evaluates the level of training and reaction of the Korean hunters. He acknowledges with mild surprise that there are worthy opponents among the local fighters. The hooded man introduces Sejun as the master of the Changhua Guild, and all the people present here as some of the few S-rank hunters from Korea who have entered the world rankings. The question arises about a possible informant who passed information to the clown from the guild. The guy denies his involvement and notes the absence of his guild in the operation. And the other guy also understands that in this scenario, the clown's plan has failed. Narak is clearly losing. Pandemonium decides not to interfere with the clown's failed operation in Naraka. No such orders were issued. Mr. Kaisa is informed of the clown's latest movements in the club building. The clown tries to urgently evacuate goods through a secret passage in the building. And now, Pandemonium officially announces its withdrawal from the Narak project and the operation. Kaisa concludes that there's no point in staying here any longer. He suggests everyone leave the building before the operation completely fails. Is he abandoning his boss? But the guy states the final defeat of the Akai Kitsune group in this clash. The criminals realize they're facing S-rank hunters and have no chance against them. The hunters express bewilderment at the presence of such powerful opponents and drain their mana. They need to retreat back and unite with other factions. The Akai Kitsune group is enraged by the perceived slights from their enemies. The gang leader calls on his men to attack despite the superiority of the enemy forces. All the other members of the group admired their boss for his courage. The madman threatens death to anyone who tries to interfere with their operation. Sejun is shocked by how fast he is and calls out to Yanghwa. Suddenly, the crazy guy is attacked by an attack with strange energy and stops him from hitting the heroine. At this moment, a bearded old man suddenly appears and offers to join the youth fight with a smile. On the upper floors of Narak, criminals are panicking and trying to find an escape route. And there were battles involving some kind of strong energy. One of the bandits experiences such a strong effect from the drug that he loses control. The news that the exit from the first floor is completely blocked comes as a shock to the criminals. The cheating guy suggests breaking the window and trying to escape using flight abilities. A criminal under the influence of Lux is confident in his ability to destroy everyone. But suddenly, a huge purple energy tail rushes among them and strikes the criminals. The girl blocks the path of bandits, trying to break through the window openings. Hikari suggests that they surrender without further resistance to avoid casualties. Kumo notices among the criminals individuals who are painfully familiar to him. Hunters recognize the detainees as internationally wanted criminals. They didn't expect to find so many big shots in this operation against the dealers. The girl gives the order to take all the criminals alive for subsequent interrogation. The scene moved to another fight, in which the guy already realized that nothing would work. And he kicked forward, straight at the opponent. The unexpected arrival of criminal reinforcements changes the balance of power in the room. The new enemies suggest that their comrades retreat while they hold off the hunters. Hikari recognizes the uniforms of the newly arrived criminals from previous cases. This is the Chandobok Syndicate, led by Dae-sung, a giant of the Asian criminal underground. The girl now decides to test her new legendary Shikigami in battle. And he summons the snake Kugutsuti, which will attack these bastards. The appearance of the summoned creatures resembles animals from different species and categories. The bandit ironically compares what is happening to a zoo because of the diversity of creatures. The girl explains that the summoned creatures are not animals and divine spirits from another world. At that moment, some magical tentacles rushed towards the bandit, and some kind of spiritual and energetic explosion occurred. Kumo is delighted to note the significant increase in his partner's strength since their last meeting. But the guy reproaches him for having time to look at her during a fight with an enemy. Kumo feels incredible pressure from the enemy's enhancement technique. The hunter decides to completely block the criminal group's possible routes of approach and repels all people around with his energy. Someone mockingly speaks of the enemy, comparing him to a squeaking rodent. The spirit, in the form of a weasel, is outraged by such disdainful treatment and insult. The spirit of the snake arouses particular hatred in another bandit, who was ready to destroy it immediately. And the bandit immediately began to run towards the girl with the intention of killing her. Hikari then activates the technique of fully blossoming his legendary spirit, Kagutsuchi. And now, technology has become a three-headed snake that is rushing towards the bastard, who closed his eyes and was already preparing to meet death face to face. But suddenly, someone quickly jumped towards him, and he blocked this powerful technology, thereby saving the bandit's life. The criminal turns to his master, Chiv, with trepidation, seeing the seriousness of the situation. Chu notes with surprise the participation of HMCS agents from other countries in this operation. Everyone watches in amazement as Master Chiwu absorbs Kagutsuchi's attack without being harmed. Master Chiwu is annoyed by the annoying ability and is ready to immediately return the attack. And then he shoots the absorbed energy back at the girl, and she flies out the window into the street. The hunters realize that they are faced with a rare counterattack ability from the enemy. Kumo screams in horror as the reflected attack hits his sister's body. But suddenly, the guy grabs her out of the air. This is Mingshu, who smirks as he chides his partner for trying to escape in the midst of battle. He believes that a fighter must complete any serious confrontation he starts. And Shivu recognizes in Mingsu a person connected to his past memories. He accuses the boy of killing his own brother during a previous confrontation. Minsu remembers the distinctive sunglasses the criminal wore. Now, Hikari is holding his technician. He confirms that the guy with the reflective ability was this man's brother. Master Chivu makes a solemn vow to avenge the death of his own brother. He vows to destroy the offender using all his strength and abilities in battle, even at the cost of his body and his life. But he wants to turn the pathetic protagonist into ashes at any cost. Minshu ironically apologizes for interrupting such a dramatic scene between them and grabs his hand. And then he declares that he already knows the ending of this story because he saw all the abilities in advance. At this time, the observer reports to Mr. Kaisa about the prepared escape route through the underground level. Mr. Kais does not immediately respond to the message, completely immersed in his thoughts. He watches the golden glow with concern, considering its color an ominous sign. Lord Keisei orders 2 subordinates to remain here and ensure the clown's safety. For now, he absolutely must not be allowed to die. They were already on their way and loading boxes into the elevator. He states that the situation is getting out of control and the fire is spreading quickly. At this time, the dragon, in despair, reproached himself for the extremely dangerous situation that had developed. The boy regretted his decision to follow China and mentally scolded his stupidity. He needed to escape quickly while Chan Dobok's squad was distracting his attention. The man did not expect that Chinu would recklessly rush into battle and was amazed by the true strength of his opponent. The dragon decided to flee immediately while all the participants in the fight were distracted by each other. Meanwhile, the main character had already defeated the Avenger and, standing on him, said that he was quite resilient. Kumo ran up to them. He quickly went to his sister to ask if she was okay. Hikari said she was now in the protagonist's debt again. His body refused to obey and could no longer withstand the colossal stress. Minshu anxiously asked his partner about her condition and thanked her for her assistance. After all, thanks to her, the surgery had been much easier and quicker. She began to talk about a captured criminal from the powerful Chan Dobok organization. The heroine assumed that an important meeting of criminal elements was taking place in the building. But the most important thing is that no medicine or drug was found during the search. Hunter Leela tried to set up a barrier, but discovered a secret emergency exit. Minsu decided to go upstairs and instructed his partner to hold off the fleeing enemies. Changgu would be here soon. The girl told him to wait. Hikari stopped him and handed him an object with words of gratitude. This artifact was enhanced with mana and obtained during their previous joint mission. The girl admitted that his incredible strength made her reconsider her life. That's why the girl began training with even greater persistence and dedication, and she was especially delighted when people came to her headquarters for help. She really wanted to be useful in this operation, but she still felt unfit. She resolved to work hard to improve herself. Her brother Kumo indignantly asked why she was giving Takemikazuchi to this man. His partner was furious that the legendary artifact was so easily given to the first person she met. The girl began to vehemently deny the misunderstanding that had arisen regarding her feelings for the guy. She's simply paying her debt. And that's all. She still has a lot to do. In her mind, she continued to deny the possibility of falling in love because of the few lives she had saved. Suddenly, someone called out to her. And turning around, she saw the main character in front of her, who was standing and looking into her eyes. The sudden appearance of Ming Shu left Hikari extremely surprised. She couldn't understand what was happening, but the main character had already grabbed one of the criminals who was trying to escape from the scene of the battle. The guy threateningly asked where exactly this cowardly man was planning to run away to. The captured man began to desperately insist that he was an ordinary civilian and not awakened. They didn't believe his words and threatened to knock out his teeth for brazen lying and selling drugs. The frightened criminal began to scream loudly and call for help so that they would let him go. Ming Zhu noted with irony the paradox between his fear of death and his trade in a dangerous potion. The guy now offered him a choice between a fatal beating and information about the cure. The frightened man immediately shouted that everything of interest was in the basement. He told about a special elevator for VIPs leading to an underground shelter, the same place where the other people with the drugs went. Minsiu was clearly not happy about having to go down to the basement to continue the operation. The boy told Jung Gil about strange things happening on the lower levels of the building. His partner asked in surprise about the existence of an underground passage in the building. The scene switched to Sijun and Yonghua. The former stated that Squad 1 had already left, but they urgently needed additional support forces. The girl replied that despite their small numbers, they decided to act while others guarded the main entrance. But seeing something ahead, she stopped and tried to stop Sijun. There were already beaten people lying ahead. An impenetrable barrier of enemies appeared in the hunter's path, completely blocking their further progress. The evidence of extensive carnage clearly indicated that a major clash had recently taken place here. Sijun noticed the opponents, and Yanhua also noticed it. They were very strong. He assessed the strength of the enemies as significantly superior to all the criminals he had previously encountered. The experienced fighter warned his comrades that they were facing extremely high-level national raiders. Her partner merely dismissively responded that he should take better care of his own health. Sejun didn't even have time to properly raise his staff. How the enemy's sudden attack caught the group of hunters almost by surprise. Sejun threatened to destroy all the drugs along with the hunters themselves. Such impudence caused an outburst of indignation in the criminal girl. A sudden change in coordinates placed the ranged fighter right in the middle of a close quarters battle. The enemy's spatial skill completely changed the balance of power in the battle. The fragile archer found himself completely defenseless in the face of an immediate threat. But the bandit didn't succeed. A powerful archer demonstrated that physical strength is more important than distance in close combat. And she hit the bastard hard with her bow and energy, knocking out a couple of his teeth and leaving him in complete shock. The unexpected turn of events caused confusion among those involved in the fight. At that moment, the elevator opened, and even Clown expressed irritation at the chaotic battle that unfolded right on the retreat route. He walked along and sarcastically remarked that only useful team members should be left. Sejun was distracted from the fight and noticed a clown mask. But a momentary loss of concentration cost one of the fighters the advantage in the battle. Manhwa also let her guard down, and the blow towards her did not take long to come. He threw her far and hard, slamming her into the wall. The clown thanked the criminals for their help and suggested that Kaise's order was involved in the matter. The question was raised about the whereabouts of his subordinates and his current solitary position. And the clown joked that while he was clearing out all the boars from Chon Dobok, he ended up completely alone and ordered to take the drugs with him. Suddenly, a sharp question was directed at the man who was trying to leave the scene. And finally, the main character entered the room, ready to finish them off right there. A threatening command was given to the group of criminals not to move. And now, they were just looking at each other. The man commented with irritation on the incredible persistence of his opponents. The clown sarcastically congratulated the attackers on their successful assault on his headquarters. He explained that he was very busy and suggested that they be satisfied with the successes they had already achieved. A warning was given not to lose everything due to greed and to disperse peacefully. Both opponents were busy, and Clown suggested that the other one take care of his comrades on the floor. Minsu asked in a rage if the clown had done this to them. His opponent stated that he did not understand what was said and that they did not have time for empty talk. And one of his subordinates, with an axe in his hands, attacked the main character. But with his iron fist ability, Siyu shot right through his opponent. The green-haired girl was in shock. Her partner, Raven, was killed with one blow right now. And for the main character, it became completely obvious that this clown was the key figure in this whole situation. The girl advised the clown to retreat at the first opportunity. But the man decided to take on the defense of this place in order to protect the drugs. The clown took off his jacket and suggested that Mingshu talk calmly instead of continuing the confrontation. But the main character immediately shot him. The clown dodged and expressed genuine amazement at the speed demonstrated by his opponent. He admitted that while he was confident in his speed, his opponent was also quite fast. He even managed to touch him. But the main character only asked whether the clown was the main supplier. When asked about the reasons for this assumption, they answered that he is the most elusive and talkative here. They threatened to knock out his teeth and demanded information about drug supply channels. The clown responded with mocking doubt that he would cooperate so easily. He admitted with resentment that he had clearly been underestimated during this confrontation. And then he immediately rushed forward towards the main character. And I tried to kick him, but the guy blocked it. And so the clown's blow landed a little higher than he had intended. Siu was surprised by the enemy's movement skill, which surpassed even Daesu's abilities in speed. The protagonist used the offensive skill Cutting Wind to neutralize the enemy. The protagonist realized that the clown was clearly outmatched. He's no match for him or Des, just a fast rat. The clown noted with bitter irony that even he had been injured in the battle. His rage at the damage he received resulted in a loud, emotional cry. How dare the main character hurt him? And he quickly soared into the air. And then he began to approach with monstrous speed and deal blow after blow to the main character. It even destroyed the walls around. But the clown stopped beating in shock when he heard the line that the main character even found his speech funny. A sarcastic question was asked about who exactly his interlocutor imagines himself to be. And Ming Xiu immediately activated the seal beneath him, and the energy began to disperse throughout the room, freezing everything around and turning it into ice spikes. The clown, in a rage, called his opponent a monster for his inhuman abilities. But Gigi hadn't finished speaking yet, so he appeared behind the clown. The man declared that he, too, was confident in his speed in the face of a dangerous enemy, and he hit him with such force that slammed the poor clown into the ice. Now the main character landed on the ground opposite the clown encased in ice. CU immediately mentally complained about the annoying complexity and side effects of using teleportation. Sejun had already come to his senses, and the main character suggested staying where he was, because now he would heal him. And then he began to heal his brother, while the green-haired girl watched them. She assessed his inhuman mana power and healing abilities with horror. It became clear that this man posed a threat to the entire Pandemonium organization. She decided that she had to immediately convey this to management, but the main character ordered her not to do anything stupid and to stay in her current position. It became clear that this man was no simple enforcer and might know the source of the drugs. Gigi approached. Nay. And pointing his hand at her, he threatened to kill her if she did not begin to tell the truth about what was happening here. And the clown has already used an extremely dangerous skill associated with the creation of extreme heat. And while the hero was just loading his iron fist to shoot the girl, the clown burst into flames with a mad laugh, breaking free from the ice around him and releasing steam everywhere. The only question that came from the main character was whether these abilities were his true strength in battle. The clown said that since he had already seen this technique, they now had no other choice. In a rage, he suggested that everyone turn to ashes right there on the spot. The girl asked him if he had gone crazy and was planning to burn down the entire area around him. But she immediately noticed with surprise how Ming Xiu already had fire energy on her. Gigi mockingly asked why he was so upset over a small scratch. And then he ordered him to cool down a little and immediately changed the energy to ice and released a stream at him like from a fire extinguisher. Immediately, ice spikes formed again, which threw the clown with force into the wall. Ming Xiu commented that his attack only tired the people and wasted their mana. Suddenly, he felt a movement of mana that had already jumped onto his hand with the bracelet. And the clown stated with satisfaction that this time, the main character was caught. The clown loudly demanded that his opponent finally understand the seriousness of the situation. The main character stated with despair that the flame absolutely refused to go out despite all efforts. His opponent gleefully declared that any attempts at resistance were utterly futile. The special penetrating flame had the ability to attach itself to the target's unique life force. It never goes out after contact with the living spirit of the victim, which is an extremely rare phenomenon. Ming Xiu turned out to be that rare user of the living spirit who wasted his energy recklessly. The clown made a caustic suggestion to turn into ashes along with his beautiful life force. But the guy only clenched his fist tighter and asked, "So what?" He rushed at the clown and defiantly asked what exactly he planned to do in this hopeless situation. They advised him to simply receive an even stronger and hotter slap from this extraordinary flame. Minxiu said he would burn the clown before he himself burned. Isn't that enough? After all, Any skill depends on the will of the caster, and after his death, the effect immediately ends. And the main character was already ready to shoot with an iron fist straight into the head of the clown bastard. But the clown fiercely rejected the very possibility of his easy death in this fierce confrontation. The main character thought his regeneration speed had truly matched the rate at which his body was being destroyed by flames. But his mana was depleting at the same catastrophic rate as his body tissue was being destroyed. And the clown understands this. The technique clearly placed enormous strain on the caster, which was crucial to exploit. His opponent easily read all these thoughts and intentions from his facial expressions and movements. The more power he uses, the faster his body will burn in this magical flame. Any further effort beyond this limit would be pure suicide for him. The main character won't even lay a finger on the clown. But Ming-Shu immediately activated the Iron Fist and 2 seals. After returning to Earth, Ming-Shu realized an important limitation of his power. The power limitation, due to the side effects of the interdimensional transition, acts as a protective shield for the body, and his mana, accumulated over 100 years, remains fully preserved in his core. But the methods of application and the structures of spells varied greatly between dimensions. Therefore, until it adapts, the body has established a natural limiter to protect against errors and overloads. And if he needs more power than is allowed, all he can do is detonate his core and remove the limiter by force. The man already sensed a way to overcome this established limitation, but the consequences of such a risky action remained completely unknown. At such a difficult moment, he especially missed the support of his old friend Freya. His opponent, Clown, still couldn't understand why he was still alive despite all the attacks. The enemy, in a rage, demanded that he finally die like a cockroach. The girl confirmed Clown's complete loss of sanity in this fight. This can't go on. The ability to force a high-ranking member of Pandemonium to reveal his true nature is too dangerous. There's no time for luxury. She decides Susie is too dangerous. Carrying out Kaisa's orders to keep Clown alive was becoming increasingly difficult. She was looking for a way to resolve the situation with just one smart move right now. But Sejun approached her from behind with a staff and ordered her to immediately stop these stupid actions and remove her hands. The girl said the bespectacled man couldn't even stand up and was giving orders. The guy assessed the situation and realized that the building was already completely surrounded from all possible sides. Most of the key figures of the criminal organization gathered in this very place. All drug suspects have already been detained by the task force. They will soon trace their escape routes. And the girl raised her hands up in despair. And then, from the other side, another adversary mockingly addressed Investigator Naori with a provocative question. He sadistically inquired about the sensation of burning with life as fuel. The clown reminded her of human nature and the limitations of the body, sarcastically suggesting that she go to her brother and write a will. His regeneration rate was noticeably slowing, indicating that his strength was waning. He didn't have much mana, and he still needed to heal Sejun and Manhwa. He considered the advisability of removing the limiter in such a critical situation. The potential destruction of the entire building from overload raised serious concerns. Suddenly, a question arose in his head about the reasons for his fear of the destruction of this delicate building. It was the Frey. And then Frey himself decided to do it for him at any cost. What made our protagonist smile was that his inner monster had returned. And he burst out with renewed vigor, frightening everyone around. The clown didn't understand what it was and how it happened. Suddenly, horns and a head appeared from the manna. And Great Lord Frey demanded breakfast after he awoke from sleep. Now the demon himself summoned the seal and spread his aura throughout the area. The clown watched in amazement as his heat technique was absorbed by his opponent. Min Siu noted with irony that Frey woke up only after all the work was completed. The main character still noted the impeccable sense of timing and asked the clown the name of the technique. I think it was called incandescence? The name of the skill was announced the moment it was activated in battle, and the clown immediately began screaming in pain. And the guy just said that now this battle will truly be to the death. Minsu recalled the previous question about the feeling of being on fire with one's own life. He admitted that he was not very good at explaining such complex things. The guy invited him to experience all these sensations for himself, and the last thing the clown managed to shout was the name of his subordinate, Arumu. And then she quietly said the name of her master, Kaise, and remembered his order. She dedicated this attack to her master and the entire Pandemonium organization without exception. Sejun realized with horror that she had transferred the skill's coordinates into her own body. Now she was burning alive. And the clown himself stood there half burnt and pulled out some kind of thing. The enraged enemy promised that they would definitely meet again next time and teleported away. Minsiu commented on the cowardly escape using a special tool, and Frey said he was quite brazen for someone who had been burned. Minsu inquired about Sejun's condition after such an intense battle. He said everything was fine. The girl's ashes were nearby. His brother noticed a strange creature that was next to them now. The protagonist pointed at him and said that he would explain now. The guy tried to find a suitable explanation for this unusual creature. It seemed to be his guest. But the hungry Lord Predator demanded that he be provided with breakfast immediately. Pandemonium's Antarctic headquarters resembled the aftermath of a hurricane. In the middle of the destroyed hall lay an exhausted blonde man, loudly groaning in pain. Dr. Shutai watched the chaos and pitiful sight with a grin. How the boy had been wounded by his own mana. The boy irritably demanded that the old man stop his smug grin. The enraged blonde stood up and shouted, threatening to kill the doctor. The response was a caustic remark that the screams only confirmed his recovery. The doctor asked pointedly if the clown remembered his very first instructions. He explained that transcendence was a poison, burning the user's body like a fuse. He recalled how he had to stitch up the guy's core to keep it from exploding. Therefore, he strongly recommended using this power extremely sparingly. The half-demon next to him immediately agreed with the doctor. The half-demon Kroll was outraged that such a famous hunter could become so weak and disgraced. Kroll recalled that he heard from Kaisa about the failed operation and the beating by the HMCS group. Kroll sarcastically stated that while the boy was resting, Lixian was cleaning up the mess. The boy cut him off abruptly, rudely calling the half-demon a stupid bastard. Dr. Shutai suddenly intervened, declaring his irritation with their squabbles. He demanded they settle their differences outside, noticing their common origins. Shutai noted that people from there have always been prone to senseless conflicts among themselves. Suddenly, Hikatan burst into the room, loudly demanding the whereabouts of Dr. Shutai. He was a second-class demon. Nikawan respectfully greeted the unexpected appearance of Lord Catan. The arrogant demon contemptuously ordered the human beings to bow to him. Lord Hitan approached the group involved in the failed Lux project. The people accompanying him reported with guilt that the recovery operation had been a complete failure. The demon sarcastically expressed his typical low opinion of people about their abilities. He revealed that Lux's true goal was to create tension among the hunters. The project allowed people to experience the potential hidden within demonic energy. Lord Catan began explaining the demonic race's great mission in this world. The demon's goal was to enlighten humanity about the true way of using mana. Mastering this energy led to understanding the power of dimensions and control over the gates. The infinite energy of other dimensions could lead the world to incredible progress. But ignorant people started a war by refusing to accept this gift 10 years ago. The Lord bitterly stated that people had never learned to use mana correctly, and therefore they have no right to be responsible for the fate of this planet. If mana escapes, it will harm all dimensions. He stated that demons are responsible for monitoring humanity. It was the demons who were to assume responsibility and control humans. Lord Catan proclaimed the demons an ancient race, guardians of the dimensional power. In response to the demon's high-flown speech, there was a skeptical grumbling about the absurdity of his statements. The conversation suddenly switched to discussing the artificial gate project as the main topic. It was announced that the upcoming gate would become a vessel for the incarnation of Lord Salasso. Dr. Shutai clarified that this was the incarnation of a second-class demon king. Lord Hatan confirmed this, noting the perfect timing after the S-rank gate's creation. He pointed out the well-known problem of S-rank gates being overrun with monsters without magic stones. It was stated that the Demon King's supreme energy would easily solve this problem after incarnation. The only problem that remains is the monstrous expenditure of mana and sacrifices for interdimensional incarnation. The ritual required a whole team of hunters of at least S rank of the highest quality. The doctor hastened to reassure Lord Catan about their readiness. The new artificial S-rank gate would inevitably attract the best hunters, like moths to a flame. Lord Hatan justified the inevitable sacrifices as preparation for the demonic race's great goal. A servant of Pandemonium named Fatel recalled the years of preparation for this event. He directly confirmed that all preparations were made specifically for the Demon King's incarnation. Lord Hatan demanded guarantees that this time nothing could interfere with their plans. At that moment, a red-haired man appeared and approached Lord Hatan. He reported the results of the investigation into the Lux Project incident and the main culprit. The hunter who thwarted their project turned out to be the very same man who stopped the embodiment 10 years ago. And at that moment, Lord Hatan received the shocking news of the man's return from the rift. His interlocutor regretfully confirmed this incredible information. The doctor became indignant at the very possibility of a person independently returning from a dimension. There was some cursing about the terrible timing of such an event, and before leaving, the order was given to continue work on the gate project no matter what. On the way out, the red-haired man asked the demon what they should do. He proposed sending a team of assassins to eliminate the threat. Lord Hatan rejected this proposal, citing the failure of the previous similar operation. And then he turned to the red-haired agent and said that they couldn't just sit there. They needed to contact someone above the VIP level. And a moment later, in another place, Kaise regretfully stated the unpleasant state of affairs on the phone. His interlocutor expressed dissatisfaction with direct contact, citing the risk to both. Case acknowledged the urgency of the situation, justifying his direct visit. He asked if his interlocutor remembered the man who defeated the 4 demon kings. Kaise reported the return of that very man and the loss of 2 of his best fighters. He explained the complexity of the situation by the hunter's affiliation with the public organization HMCS. Kaise's interlocutor asked why he should be addressing this issue. Kaise cited a direct order from Lord Hatan and the importance of the upcoming operation. He said that Lord Hatan confirmed the inevitability of Lord Salasso's upcoming incarnation. He ordered the removal of any interference, cutting off limbs from the shadow or the head directly. The primary objective was to ensure complete non-interference with the incarnation process. It became clear that it was this plan that had caused the recent unrest in the hunting world. The agent acknowledged receipt of the order and asked Lord Hatan not to worry about the outcome. He confirmed to Kaise that he would handle his part of the job. This was the mysterious agent known as Count Saint-Germain. The scene suddenly switched to pizza. Freya devoured the hamburger with delight, fully enjoying the process of eating food. Then the demon took up the chicken with the same enthusiasm, rejoicing in his physical body. His rapture reached its peak when he was able to actually chew, tear, and taste. Frey proclaimed that having a real body was the true essence of life. Minshu watched the scene with utter bewilderment, pondering over the definition of the situation. Sejun described the consequences of exceeding the mana limit, but not as an effect, but as a catastrophe. They all watched the little monster eat a delicious lunch. Sejun said he had seen hunters with summoned creatures, but his case was different. He emphasized that he had never summoned anything like this before and doubted Frey's nature. Manhwa asked if the creature was sustained by his brother's mana, as when summoned. She compared the creature to a mascot, which immediately provoked a strong reaction. Frey indignantly rejected such a comparison, recalling his status as the Great Predator. He decided to explain the situation personally, calling the people around him fools. He explained the nature of his relationship to Mingshu. They met about 10 years ago and signed a contract. The creature situation persisted even after their return to Earth. Frey explained that their souls remained bound by the contract after their return to Earth. However, the boy's initially weak strength prevented the demon from gaining physical form. Only after the final battle did Minsu's Dangjong rise to the level of a core. This finally allowed Frey to once again maintain physical embodiment in the world. Manhwa expressed confusion, having never heard of the possibility of increasing the Dangjong level. Frey proudly stated that this is a basic trait for strong dragons and demons. Sejun modestly replied that the most important thing was that no harm came to his brother. He thanked Frey for the new knowledge, including an understanding of their potential for growth. The boy asked to continue his studies, acknowledging that he had many unexplored areas. Manhwa supported him. Sejun reminded him of the need to address the aftermath. Minsu resolutely refused the offer to clean up and asked for a ride. Manhwa suggested that his brother go to the Zhonghua Guild with his sister. Frey reacted with indignation to the suggestion that he be left behind. The scene immediately shifted to the HCMS headquarters. The senior colleague greeted the junior, noticing his unexpected appearance. Minsu was surprised by the tailed beast's early arrival at headquarters after such a task. Usually, after a task of this magnitude, the team worked all night without a break. The guy inquired about the fate of that guy, letting the petty criminals pass. Meanwhile, in another location, a junior colleague reported on Yan Xuan's whereabouts. The prisoner completely refused to communicate, talking only during meals. All seized drugs have already been sent to the forensic department. Minsu ordered that any new information on the case be reported immediately. And then he headed to the interrogation cell to personally deal with the detainee, because after losing all his teeth, the detainee would start talking. The scene immediately moved closer to that very miracle room from which inhuman cries of intense pain and suffering could be heard. Two colleagues quietly discussed what was happening on the sidelines, deciding not to interfere in the process. Blood splattered across the walls of the cell. Under pressure, the person being interrogated broke down and began to beg for the opportunity to tell everything. He admitted that the drug operation Lux was run by the Ichong Gotoboki organization. The detainee revealed the global scope of the organization's activities centered around Daesung. He confirmed that Clown was a major distributor on the black market. The plan involved spreading Lux throughout the region using Narek as a base. The defendant stated that this was all the information he knew about Daesung's shipments. He swore he didn't know the identities of those behind the drug's global distribution. Minsu asked a direct question about who exactly this mysterious Daesung was. An explanation followed about Daesung's sudden appearance in the criminal world 10 years ago. He quickly built an organization and seized control of the underground almost instantly, as well as founded a sect using Asura's ability and created a large trading company. This dual identity allowed him to remain in the shadows and undetected. Mingshu said that was exactly what he wanted to hear. Minsu decided that this was enough information for now and turned the interrogation to Clown's identity. The detainee swore that he did not personally know Clown and met with him only on Daesung's orders. He acknowledged that Daesung had proven to be an extremely capable businessman in his field. The decision was made to deal with this complex situation ourselves. The information was, as usual, useless. Min-soo ordered his companion to rest and eat before meeting Dae-song. He only exhaled, nervously and heavily. The scene immediately switched. Ji stood on the roof. The official ceremony recognizing his achievements during the recent project had begun. Min-soo's promotion to semi-special class for his achievements was announced with an official ceremony. Min-soo immediately clutched the document for promotion to the semi-special class tightly. The boy reacted to the new assignment with irritation, realizing that Edward wanted to load him with work. And then he immediately turned around and saw that his conscripts were already right there. It was that grandfather and the other disciple who respectfully responded to their master's challenge by appearing before him. The old man thanked him for the artifact, which had greatly facilitated his covert work. A question was raised about the origin of this rare and somewhat suspicious artifact. The protagonist mentioned his connections to the Black Sky clan in the context of the investigation and announced a new task for the assembled agents. They were assigned to monitor certain people and report anything suspicious immediately. The old man only asked about the specific target for surveillance in this new assignment. And the protagonist mentioned a problem with information leaks during the last project, so they needed to find the hole and securely plug it. All employees transferred to HMCS from other guilds were subjected to background checks. In desperation, some suggested simply resigning to avoid the complications of the investigation. The investigation narrowed the suspects in the leak to 2 guilds in the committee library. The mention of the heptagram was made, causing surprise and anger among those present. The first suspected guild was called Seriok, and the second was the Kumgang Guild, according to the information received. The source of the information leak was located in one of these 2 organizations. And then the scene shifted. In the main hall of HMCS headquarters, the ceremony for the appointment of new investigators began. The organization expressed gratitude to all those present for their service and efforts. The agents were expected to continue their outstanding work in his new position. The ceremony continued with a mention of the recent incident involving the Forbidden Awakening potion. It was noted that the first successful resolution of this case came from the Korean branch. They not only secured the dangerous potions, but also destroyed the distribution network. The central distribution center was destroyed thanks to the efforts of the Korean team. The capture of key figures in the criminal organization was a major achievement for HMCS. Min-soo of the Korean branch was promoted to the rank of semi-special investigator. There was some dissatisfaction with the appointment of an unknown hunter to a semi-special class. Some saw this as a transitional period and a warning from the president's former faction. Questions arose about the true strength of a hunter absent from the global rankings. It was proclaimed that HMCS investigators were the shield and bullet of humanity. With the advent of the Gate, an era began on Earth where the power of skill became more important than law. And now, for the sake of well-being, they must learn to control and correctly use these forces. The appointment ceremony at HMCS headquarters has officially come to an end. Everyone left the hall and began to disperse. One senior employee shouted in anger about attempts to turn everything upside down. He angrily asked if they knew how much money he had invested to maintain HMCS's reputation. His subordinate reported that some agents were already leaning toward the vice president's side. The enraged man mentioned old Harold Bloom's remarks about Min-soo's appointment. The man simply angrily compared their actions to throwing wood into a burning house and demanded active action. The man bitterly recalled his attempts to win the former president's favor. Now, he saw the young agents looking at his position, which infuriated him. In a rage, he ordered everyone to go out and find a way to deal with this newcomer. After his subordinates left, he despairingly considered the need to use his trump card. And suddenly he remembered that he already had one such trick up his sleeve. The scene shifted back to the bar. The boss was sitting there and reacted with surprise to the mention of the Pandemonium organization. He thought they had disappeared after the demons migrated to Antarctica and was surprised by their activity. The man expressed confusion about the need to cooperate with demonic forces. He doubted the demons would benefit from such an alliance and asked a direct question about it. He was told that he was not the type of person who usually cared about such details. An irrational world that judges people solely by the strength of their innate skills was deemed important. The guy behind him knew what his boss had done for his career. A Pandemonium representative admitted to knowledge of the shady dealings of the HMCS organization. But they don't care. He explained that Pandemonium values the pure desire to become stronger above all else. His interlocutor was promised an easy path to the chairman's chair in exchange for a few small favors. And the scene switched to the present time with the evil boss. The scene immediately shifted back to the cafe. Someone was looking at the main character's new ID and was happy for him. Edward explained the global influence of HQHMCS, which surpasses any national agency. He proudly declared his rank as the organization's second highest. The rank system included 5 levels, from special to low class, with its corresponding position. A branch manager had a middle class, while a semi-special class received a guest position. Min-soo recalled with irritation his humiliating situation while working in Korea. He asked about the reason for such a massive internal upheaval within the organization. He was told that such extreme measures were required to fully utilize his power. The conversation was interrupted by a phone call from Jungu with urgent news. Min-soo immediately promised to return to resolve the issue. He reacted with surprise to what had happened during his short absence. The shocking news arrived of the death of detainee Yan Chui in his cell. The scene immediately moved to that HCMS office. The old man was already nearby. The young man reacted with disbelief to the news that had occurred during his brief absence. He demanded a detailed report of the incident at the pre-trial detention center. The grandfather replied that the preliminary conclusion indicated poisoning without any traces of entry into the cell. The version of suicide using hidden poison remained the main one, but not the only one. The wolf was waiting near the building, but did not notice anything suspicious before the incident. Min-soo received prepared reports on 2 suspect guilds for his investigation. The first report concerned the master of the Gumgong Guild, Ri Ji-hwan, with a suspicious past. There were virtually no records of his life before entering the teaching tower, and he had no relatives. After founding the guild, he primarily worked with trading companies on the sea routes. He was described as a ruthless man with a keen understanding of maritime trade routes. Min-soo inquired about the second suspected guild and its leader, Sori Hong. The guild master of Sori Hong, Lee Ye-ji, had a clean background as a typical hunter-healer. Her guild specialized in protection and healing, often working abroad with foreign hunters. Min-soo decided to personally take over the internal investigation into the information leak at HMCS. He sent Wolf to China to investigate the Qingdao Fu organization and tasked Grandfather with finding the origins of Ri Ji-hwan. The young man commented with irritation on the number of security breaches in the investigative agency. Freya was eating popcorn at the time and loudly demanding that the TV be turned on immediately to watch the breaking news. He demanded with childish irritation that the channel be changed from the boring news to something more interesting. The next moment, the TV presenter announced a breaking news release about an important event. News reported the appearance of the first S-rank gate over the Taebaek mountain range in Gangwon province. The TV channel switched to a live feed with the reporter. The S-rank gate represented a national disaster in its scale and threat. However, the resources inside the gate were commensurate with its scale, which could have been a blessing. The screen showed breaking news about the discovery of an S-rank gate in Gangwon province. The reporter asked about the absence of precedents for gates appearing simultaneously all over the world. High-ranking gates have begun appearing en masse around the world, starting in Korea. The expert was asked directly about his opinion on the current global situation. He recalled that only 20 years had passed since the gates were discovered. Humanity only adapted to the power of mana through the awakening of skills without understanding the principles. President Choi attended a summit with the leaders of countries where S-rank gates had been established. Actual raids on the gates were scheduled to begin after the summit to coordinate efforts. Minimizing losses while maximizing gains became the primary focus of the upcoming operation. A rapid and decisive response was crucial to the success of the entire mission. The scene immediately shifted to the HMCS Korea office. Everyone was on the phone. Kavos commented ironically on the strange timing of the events. He noted the appearance of an S-rank gate immediately after his transfer to headquarters. The investigation into Jan Chui's case did not even have time to begin due to new developments. Min-shu expressed suspicion that all these events seemed too perfectly coordinated. His interlocutor suggested that the gates were natural phenomena. The guy reacted with obvious skepticism to the idea of the gate's natural origin. Ming-shu's doubts reminded him of similar thoughts during the Desert Gate incident. Ming-shu considered the possibility that the gate's appearance was not accidental, but deliberate. The guy asked if anything new had emerged in the Jan Chiwi case, other than the suicide theory. Tail agreed with the need to focus on the S-rank gate, putting other investigations aside. In addition to the S-rank gate, several mid- and low-rank gates have opened in other regions. Minsu inquired about HMCS's participation in the upcoming raid on the S-rank gate. The question about HMCS's participation in the raid was answered vaguely and evasively. Mandatory mobilization orders for the Heptagram and the Hunters Association were expected domestically. Since S-rank gates usually require international cooperation, help may come from abroad. Minsu expressed doubt about President Choi's negotiating skills at the upcoming summit. The summit was held in the main hall of the International Association of Hunters for the first time in history. Given the urgency of the situation and the connection to the gate, such a measure seemed inevitable. Opening multiple high-level gates at the same time could be beneficial if one had magic stones. Someone was discussing new contracts, how to use hunters correctly, and what to do with high-level gates. President Choi was advised to seek as many allies as possible in the current situation. Korea still lacked hunters to safely raid high-level gates. The main problem was the question of possession of the magic stones after the raid's completion. The magic stones were rare minerals mined exclusively within the gates. These stones possessed incredible fuel efficiency and served as the basis for all artifacts. In the modern world, no country would provide its resources without appropriate compensation. One of those present inquired about the start time of an important international meeting. President Choi confirmed the arrival of all participants and their readiness to begin negotiations. The appearance of the Misteltein leader caused obvious surprise among the assembled summit participants. The personal appearance of the leader of Misteltein indicated the extreme seriousness of the situation. Misteltein consisted of 10 of the strongest elite members of the International Hunters Association. This group of elite hunters took control of the core of the association after the gate first appeared. Many hunters dream of joining this group, but even C-rank hunters are rejected. They require superpowers to join. He thought that they had even rejected his application a long time ago. Their leader, wearing an armband, thanked everyone for their prompt arrival despite their busy schedules and workload. Due to the emergency situation, it was proposed to begin the work of the meeting immediately. Everyone immediately took their seats, and the meeting began. It has been reported that 7 S-rank gates have appeared around the world, 1 or 2 per continent. More than 1,300 A-rank gates also appeared all over the planet at the same time. The scale of the disaster clearly exceeded initial estimates and demanded a global response. a direct question was raised about the true effectiveness of any potential international alliance. Summit participants were reminded of numerous areas for potential cooperation. It was noted that cooperation between neighboring countries could prove beneficial. One participant questioned the need for international alliances to resolve the crisis. Joint operations between several nations inevitably gave rise to disputes over resource ownership. Misteltein's representative suggested focusing on an independent solution to the gate issues. For countries with significantly low hunter populations, conflicts only exacerbated the situation. The International Hunters Association proposed directing aid under its supervision. The question arose about Misteltein's right to set standards for the international community. The diplomat directly accused the association of trying to monopolize the gate's valuable resources. A representative of Misteltein assured that the organization operates solely for the public good. And then, after discussing several points, she stated that in order to achieve peace, they needed to work together. The scene immediately moved to the street. President Choi commented with irritation on the futility of the time wasted on the summit. His assistant insisted on returning immediately to organize his own raid on the gate. It was decided to bring together the Heptagram, the Hunters Association, and HMCS for joint action. Misteltein's intervention shattered the international alliance, forcing Korea to act on its own. Then one of the henchmen asked, "What about help? And isn't HMCS a detective agency, not a clan of raiders?" They explained that the aid was being sent to countries without local branches of the Hunters Association. A reminder was given about the lack of sufficient S-rank hunters in the country. There was now a semi-special rank HMCS agent in the country to reinforce the operation. A decision was made to act in accordance with the prevailing circumstances and situation. A threat was made to force someone to work until they were completely exhausted and turned to dust. And the main character was already there, next to the portal. The scene shifted. A discussion of the situation was underway at the headquarters of the International Hunters Association of Korea. The reason for the meeting was the appearance of an S-rank gate in Gangwon Province. Word came in that the raid would be conducted exclusively by local hunters. Rumors spread among those present about Misteltein's appearance at the conference. Natural doubts arose about the possibility of a successful assault using available hunters. An assertion was made about the Hunters Association's natural right to command the operation. Those present noticed the association's chairman approaching the meeting venue. Kim Eun-ju served as the chairperson of the Korean branch of the International Association. She was asked about any information from the association's international leadership. She replied that such people don't care about their problems. They live in their own little world, and as for Misteltein, they are simply a gathering of highly skilled hunters. The boy asked Kim for the right to command an operation for his hunting association. He wanted to tell her something else, but the girl explained that she had already found out everything in the car on the way. The discussion turned to the two A-rank gates located next to the S-rank one. The assistant confirmed the dangerous proximity of the gate and the need to secure the area. He suggested first sending a reconnaissance team to the S-rank gate. Kim's plan called for a full-scale assault to begin after the raids on the A-rank gates were completed. The assistant agreed that intelligence often determined the success of an operation against an S-rank gate. They came to an agreement, and the assistant agreed to write a detailed report. He also announced the participation of HMCS main branch in the upcoming raid on the gate. Kim asked irritably about the specific representatives sent by HMCS headquarters. And the scene suddenly shifted to the gate, where there were already a bunch of organization agents studying the area. The bearded man noted the impressive appearance of the S-rank gate, noticeable even from a considerable distance. The bespectacled agent noted the uniqueness of the situation, which had gathered all the leaders of the Hexagram Guild in one place. Manhwa irritably wondered when the old man would arrive, reminding everyone of the emergency of the situation. Sejun saw that almost everyone had already gathered. The blue-haired girl immediately noted the missing member of the group, raising questions about the completeness of the squad. Someone noted the participants' early arrival with irony, suggesting selfish motives to take all the goodies. An exchange of barbs began between the participants regarding their motivation and timeliness when it came to money. The girl immediately rejected accusations of mercantilism, recalling the forced nature of mobilization. Blondin commented on the government's decision to hand over control of the operation to the association. It seems the government is doing whatever it wants. The presence of the HMCS investigative agency at the raid raised some eyebrows. The blonde man greeted Mingshu loudly and congratulated the guy on his transfer to the main branch. Gigi noted with regret that rumors among them spread too quickly. All the key participants in the upcoming operation had already gathered on the platform in front of the gates. Shortly after, Kim Yoon-ju arrived on the scene, announcing the start of the general meeting. The woman introduced herself as the head of the overall command structure for this mission. It was announced that all forces would be divided into 3 separate task forces. Within the restricted government zone, there was 1 S-rank gate and 2 A-rank facilities. Accordingly, the current target was an S-rank reconnaissance pass and a 2-rank A-rank force raid. Assistant Kim Eun-ju began announcing specific assignments to units. The first raid group included the guilds of Kumgang, Sorihan, and HMCS agents. The second raid group consisted of the guilds Empire, Solabi, and White Lion. The third, reconnaissance group, included Chonghua, the Infinite Guild, and the International Hunters Association. As previously agreed, each organization could only deploy 1 platoon. The first group was assigned the Eastern A-rank object, and the second, the Western one. The third, reconnaissance group, was tasked with studying the main S-rank gates. This distribution left the blonde feeling dissatisfied and like a cleaning chore. Kim Eun-ju retorted that safety was always the priority, and that was the only priority. The manager reassured everyone, stating that there would be no assault unless absolutely necessary. Frey immediately asked the main character about the arrogant Kim Eun-ju. Min replied that he had never met her before. The conversation then turned to Choi Dae-soo, whom the main character accused of wanting to drive them all to their deaths. After the briefing was over, one of the senior hunters, Tail, gave Ming-soo the signal to move towards the eastern gate. And after a couple of moments, they were already on their way when suddenly the blue-haired girl turned to the main character. He noticed her, but didn't look at her with a very kind gaze. The leader of Sawarihan asked the boy directly if he had thought about transferring from HMCS to their guild. Min-soo responded by simply asking a counter-question about whether they even knew each other. The girl noted that in their circles, it was now simply impossible not to know the guy. She began to extol the advantages of her guild, which specialized in healing, offering favorable conditions. Ming-shu's answer was swift and unequivocal, a firm and unambiguous no. The boy dryly replied that he had more important things to do, ending the conversation. The girl said she hadn't expected anything else. At that moment, the scout reported to his master that the entrance to the gate was already visible. As he got closer, Blondie noted that the gate looked large for an A rank, but modest compared to an S rank. The blue-haired girl also noticed the unusual location of the entrance, which was located right on the ground. Without wasting any time, the gray-haired show-off commanded everyone to go inside, declaring the principle that whoever enters first is the owner of the spoils. His subordinates immediately rushed to carry out the order, forgetting that the distribution of trophies usually occurs after the raid. Such haste on the part of competitors only elicited a sarcastic comparison with dogs from the main character from the HMCS group. The captain of the HMCS crew ordered Sorichin to hold formation and follow them, entering from the rear. The Surikan Guild's hunters confirmed receipt of the order and readiness for action. Meanwhile, the protagonist had already plunged into the portal. Inside the gate, the group found themselves in an area resembling a hot, tropical forest. Freya was also with him and complained about the heat, demanding cold drinks. The surrounding environment involuntarily reminded Ming-Shu of his past experience in the training tower. From the ground, confirmation came from other hunters that the main forces had successfully entered the gate. Reconnaissance on the nearby approaches did not find a single trace of small monsters, which was strange. Chief Sir Recon was just about to think that Kumgang's group had already managed to penetrate deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a strange and alarming sound came from the direction of the forest, which attracted everyone's attention. The captain ordered everyone to move quickly toward the sound, and the group began to move forward. Team Kumgang appeared from behind the trees, and their leader asked with a grin what the fuss was all about. They have already managed to establish their marker, claiming rights to this territory and the resources located here. And the blue-haired girl scolded the hunter named R, who suddenly rushed to attack the rare humanoid monster, which caused shock among the allies. They asked him if he had gone crazy, since they were clearly facing a rare and dangerous opponent. She tried to remind Ryu of the cardinal rule of hunting such creatures. The rarer and more humanoid the monster, the more caution one must exercise. Ryu replied sarcastically that he wasn't going to politely ask the monster's name first. He added that they were just A-rank monsters, and there was no need to worry too much. His words provoked a sharp and angry reaction from the girl. Frey calmly identified the creature, noting that it was a minotaur, and he hadn't seen one like that for a long time. The protagonist also mentioned that he had previously only encountered them in the volcanic regions of another world. This particular specimen seemed to him even smaller than those he had seen before. It was suggested that it might be a cub, and a command was given for Huang Zhengou's tail to reform its ranks. The hunter didn't understand what the most dangerous place during a hunt was. The answer was short. The most dangerous place is the area where the cub is located. Suddenly, something terrible happened, causing the hunter to curse loudly in surprise. The same strong vibration of the earth that had been felt a few moments earlier was repeated. Someone in a panic began to call for their guildmaster and run away, their voice trembling with growing horror. The cause of the panic was a giant monster that suddenly appeared in front of the group. The pressure from his roar alone was enormous, and small guilds with weak hunters turned out to be useless. The leader of one of the groups, Ryu, shouted at his own people, ordering them to shut up and go on the attack. And then a bunch of hunters from all different sides pounced on the huge minotaur monster. The girl hunter cursed loudly, not understanding why Ryu had acted so recklessly. Because as soon as they came closer, the minotaur swung his axe. And with one powerful sweeping blow, he incapacitated many fighters and stopped the attack. The girl immediately gave the order to immediately activate the healing field in the square, and the subordinates confirmed the order, quickly covering their wounded comrades. Min-Su calmly stated that the line of negligent allies was over, and it was time to act according to plan. HMCS, Captain Huang ordered all his men to take up a defensive formation. The front line was ordered to block the axe attacks, and the rear guard was ordered to counter the sound waves. And now the Minotaur was about to strike again with his axe. But he didn't succeed, because now he was held by the energy chains of a couple of dozen agents. Minshu assessed the actions of his allies with a slight smile, finding them quite good. And in a moment, the guy was already a step away from the face of the evil monster and was ready to attack the bastard. The boy cheekily asked the Minotaur what he was staring at with his cow eyes. Mingshu gave a short command to those around him to cover their eyes and then struck his cool death blow straight into the monster's face. He quietly asked his companion if it was time to use that very ability. The answer was affirmative, allowing him to use the prepared technique. But suddenly, the Minotaur started speaking in an unknown language, and the main character asked what the cow was muttering about, demanding a translation. Frey declared that he would translate this gibberish himself with his genius intellect, and it became clear that the monster was growling in pain. The monster began casting a spell, calling for the earth to rise and move. Immediately, a cry rang out that the terrain was changing, turning into a veritable labyrinth. The girl immediately gave a loud command for everyone to be on guard and not to be buried under the stones. Hunter Ryu panicked and asked what was going on, turning his attention to the floor. No one could believe that an A-rank monster was capable of using magic of such magnitude. The Minotaur called the hunters vile insects with disgust, and someone began to call for help in horror. The girl immediately asked a worrying question about Ryu's condition. The situation became critical, as the forward ranks of the defenders were completely defeated. The hunters, in a panic, began to beg their guildmaster for salvation, seeing their imminent death. But at the last moment, someone was able to activate the Iron Fist. It was the main character who was able to block the Minotaur's attack at the last second and save the guild leader and another hunter. He immediately commanded them to switch from defense to attack. The group leader was informed of the enhanced movement skills. Hunters with enhanced skills declared their readiness for decisive action. Huang enthusiastically announced the attack, intending to put all his strength into the strike. However, he expressed doubt whether his power would be enough to defeat such a powerful opponent. Any doubts were dispelled when he unleashed a devastating psychokinetic blast. And it was like a bullet pierced the monster's head, while the protagonist still held his axe down. Soon, a triumphant cry rang out, announcing that the target had been successfully hit and defeated. The stone trap had been destroyed. The surviving hunters were in shock. Some thought they had already died and could not come to their senses. The approaching members of HMCS, along with Gigi, noted with a slight grin that their allies looked completely defeated. The wounded hunter Ryu could only smile wryly in response, unable to find the words to object. The blue girl couldn't believe that the investigative agency had experience in large-scale team battles. An assistant immediately ran up to her and said that the group should regroup before new monsters appeared. The girl agreed with the need, but first to provide assistance to the wounded. Meanwhile, Huang noted that the attack worked even on such a tough skull, which was surprising. This confirmed the theory that the skill's power is highly dependent on support and timing. Suddenly, Mingshu began to leave, which caused a puzzled question about his plans. The man replied that he was only going to quickly reconnoiter the area. Frey asked him if he was going to check out the monster nest, which was a risky undertaking. The guy supported this idea, suggesting that there could be even more dangerous creatures nearby. Mingshu's companion confirmed with expertise that he could see the source of the anomaly in the distance. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a strange object that appeared in his field of vision. But the Fry also saw it and exclaimed in surprise, clearly seeing, "This is another gate." The scene moved back 3 hours, to the moment the reconnaissance team entered the S-rank gate. Then, Yonghwa Hunter guessed that the area resembled a volcanic area, but she wasn't sure. The surroundings were so strange that it was impossible to determine the time of day. Kim then decided to quickly scan the area and return, avoiding any surprises. The guilds split up to explore different directions, with Changhua taking over the southern section. Yonghwa then thought of a hunter from the Infinite Guild named Gil, who was always silent, probably because of her verbal command skill. The girl sighed quietly, expressing a desire to work with her master and not in this group. And when the others heard this, he quickly gave the order to move on, and the group began moving deeper into unknown territory. Quite a lot of time passed, but during all this time, not a single monster was encountered. Group leader Kim asked her subordinate about the results of the inspection of the area. And her assistant, standing in the protective dome, said that yes, there is something. The answer was this: no monsters or magic stones were found within a radius of 20 kilometers. However, the instruments recorded a clear concentration of mana flow in a certain place. This point of concentration turned out to be the center of the local landscape, namely a large volcano. After Kim's inspection, it became clear that there were no special attractions or threats nearby. It was deemed too risky to approach the volcano, so they decided to stay within detection range. Yanhua climbed up to take a look. There didn't seem to be anything interesting, but everyone understood that the volcano was the key anomaly of this place. Suddenly, a boot landed behind her, and Yanhua quickly turned around with her bow at the ready. It was a pity that it was that same silent hunter. The sudden appearance of Hunter Gil behind her slightly frightened the girl. She reported, writing on her notepad, that reconnaissance in the southern direction was completed and suggested that they begin their return. The girl agreed with the need for a further retreat. And then, the hunter began to write something else. And just as she finished, Hunter Kang Yoa was asked about her knowledge regarding the popular hunter Min Siu. The girl confirmed this, but asked the reason for her interlocutor's curiosity. She explained that she had reached her current level thanks to the heroes of the war 10 years ago. Her memory vividly recalled the deeds of her uncle, Choi Dai-su, and Dok Kyum-hoo, but the image of Min Siu was almost erased. Yanhua frowned. This seemed odd, given his influence and the way he was literally shaking the country's foundations. It raised the question of how such a prominent figure could have practically vanished from memory in the space of 10 years. Yanhua suggested that it would be better to ask her own master for the answer. Someone immediately ran up to them. The sudden interruption of the communication channel with the base caused panic in one of the hunters, and in a moment, they were already running to the scene of the incident. Following this, something terrifying appeared, causing the hunters to scream in horror. They couldn't understand what was happening before their eyes at that moment. They discovered mountains of corpses. And among them all was the still barely alive Commander Kim. And also the creature, who claimed to have appeared on its own, freeing the hunters from the need to be tracked down. It promised to kill each of them right on the spot, leaving no chance. The creature recalled the complete extermination of more than a dozen high-ranking hunters in the past. It became clear that this was not just a monster, but a representative of a species of a completely different level. Kim looked at him with horror and realized her helplessness in front of a real demon. But Yanhua wasn't going to give up and quickly ran up to Kim so as not to leave her to die on the ground. And she managed to grab her and pull her away at the last moment. Right after that, an explosion thundered. And then even the silent huntress took off her mask, and she used her special technique on the huge demon, shouting loudly, "Stop!" And surprisingly, this technique actually bound the monster's hands. The creature mockingly assessed the hunter's technique, but suggested demonstrating something more amusing. It simply squeezed the hand and immediately freed itself from the shackles of the silent girl. Gil, the master of the Infinite Guild, was shocked that her word team was broken so easily. The hunters quickly assessed the threat, noting the monster's intelligence and its ability to speak articulately. A loud command from Yanhua was given to not lose sight of the creature's attack trajectory for a second. The monster scornfully promised to make one of the hunters fly like an annoying insect. And the monster brought down a mini meteor shower on them, scattering the hunters across the ground. The group captain swore and ordered to pull back the enemy to save the people. It was decided to gather the survivors and urgently request reinforcements before it was too late. Yanhua had already taken out her bow and shouted furiously at the monster, calling it a despicable lizard. And now 3 fighters were shooting at the monster simultaneously, but they only hit his demonic shield. Silence immediately used another of her tearing techniques, and the demonic bastard shield immediately shattered. And then a desperate cry rang out, calling on everyone to strike at the monster while they had the chance. And the demon himself was a little shocked by this situation. And then the monster just laughed, declaring that the real fun was just beginning. And the hunters immediately began to be swept away by the demon's strong aura. A frightened female scream sounded in the direction of the huntress Gil, who was in trouble. The creature boasted that it had already torn the victim's mouth apart and was now going to break his arms as well. It commanded its opponent to immediately crumble to dust, leaving no chance. But before the blow stood Manhwa. A new command followed for the entire group to regroup into a defensive formation as quickly as possible. And a huge explosion occurred, probably comparable to an atomic one. The demon was still in complete shock. He couldn't comprehend what kind of creature this was in front of them. This explosion was then caused by Ming Shu, who did not understand how he appeared there, but was already protecting everyone from the demon monster. The scene flashed back 30 minutes to the past, inside the A-rank gate where the other group was located. Ming Shu wondered if the vision before his eyes was an illusion or reality. He suspected that they were witnessing an incredible phenomenon, a gate within another gate. Freya suggested calling it a layered gate, although the nature of the phenomenon remained questionable. The hunter firmly stated that the structure and composition of this object's mana were identical to those of a normal gate. Ryu was already standing behind him and shouted enthusiastically that he had never seen anything like this anomaly in his life. Minsu inquired about the whereabouts of the other hunters who had participated in the raid. They told him that Sarikon was treating the wounded and the rest were examining the monster carcasses for trophies. The protagonist suggested leaving the gate and first reporting this strange phenomenon to command. His companion reacted skeptically, seeing no point in retreating, and suggested throwing more people inside. The captain of the HMCS Fry team suddenly appeared and began to scold his subordinates for indiscipline. He announced with an air of importance that he would now pass judgment on their further actions. The captain pointed to two specific hunters and ordered them to enter the strange portal first. He then slapped them on the back of the head. And while they were flying into the portal, one of the chosen hunters, Ryu, indignantly shouted at the captain, calling him a crazy bean. And so the group that entered the anomaly found itself in an area resembling a volcanic terrain. Ryu complained of a dislocated hip and promised to bill the captain for treatment and moral damages. When suddenly, the main character heard some scream. Ryu was just wondering where the captain was going when he suddenly started running. And so Minsu explained to Kang Yanghua that he heard a familiar cry for help, and so he rushed to help. The girl was surprised and asked how her master ended up in that particular place. Ming Shu retorted that he should be the one asking why he was here and inquired about the gate's connection. The angry demon at this time screamed that someone dared to interrupt his exciting game with the victims. The monster promised to pierce his opponents together and swallow it in one gulp. But the protagonist held his own. Minshu briefly ordered his companion to support him in the upcoming clash. And so, together, they rushed forward, forming a fusion of their powerful energies. So now all that was left was to guess whether they would be able to defeat the demon's energy. Ryu, who came running at the end of the fight, quietly complained that such actions should have been agreed upon in advance. He wondered why there was a reconnaissance team here at all. He turned to the president of the association, but she was so shocked that she could not utter a word. And then he saw before him a massive battle, full of brutality, aimed at defeating a terrible monster. The hunter expressed utter disappointment and demoralization at the monster's might. He noted that, despite the appearance of Minsu, their group had never been considered weak before. And looking at the fight, he realized that the gap in strength was so great that doubts arose as to whether the guy was even human. Kim admitted that she had long felt this insurmountable gap between people and other races. She stated that a being of such power could not be human. It was simply impossible. Even as an S-rank hunter and the association president, she felt completely powerless. The girl thought bitterly about how she could have found herself so helpless at a critical moment. Ryu agreed that no matter how hard they fought, no matter how hard they tried, they will not be able to compare with creatures of another race. His companion hopefully noted that it was still impossible to know for sure, and there was always a chance, and he tossed her an ampule. The boy suggested that by uncovering the nature of their power, humans might at least be able to approach their level. A smirk appeared on his face. The girl looked at him in shock and began to think about his proposal. And without hesitating for a second, she quickly took the ampule. Meanwhile, Manhwa reported that the monster, despite the blows it had received, began to regenerate on its own. She exclaimed in surprise as she watched this restoration process. And also, how the monster deals fatal blows and the main character miraculously dodges them. Ming Xiu explained that this creature was a Balrog, a rare, high-ranking monster. He added that instead of a Danhyan, demons from another world have the concept of a core or core. The Balrog's ability to regenerate is their primary core ability. Yoa immediately asked if this meant that destroying the core would lead to victory over the monster. Ming Xiu smiled and asked, "Why destroy it? He can just eat it." The guy suggested that the girl find the location of the core while he distracted the monster. Yoa was at a loss, noting that she had no skills to detect such hidden objects. The Balrog cried out in rage that the annoying insects were swarming around him like pesky flies. Ming Xiu began to explain that skill was only the initial form of mana, and its use depended on will. She needed to think more simply. The core was simply a deep center within Danzan. The girl did just that. He suggested visualizing the ignition of his wind Hwarang skill to find the core. Concentrating, Manhwa found the point of maximum mana concentration within the monster, and she screamed loudly that she had finally found him. Min Xiu praised his student for accurately spotting the target, noting the benefit of her special vision. And Manhwa fired their arrow straight into the monster's back. There was a micro-explosion from such energy in one place. The Balrog caught the arrow and was furious that the insignificant insects dared to aim at his vulnerable spot. The enraged monster declared that this insolence forced him to bear his real weapon. Freya exclaimed with admiration that the Balrog with the sword Balmung was a legend even in the demon world. The hunter continued to examine the blade, especially when the demon swung the sword and commanded it to burn. Manhwa shouted the master's name in shock because now there would be a strong attack. And the demon swung straight towards the main character, who didn't even move. And what the demon saw the next second surprised him greatly. Smoke filled the stage, and Ming Xiu felt a little awkward about his initial fright. Now he blocked the sword with his bare hands and only skeptically asked where the monster got this obviously fake version of the sword. In his past, Ming Xiu celebrated 50 years since entering another world and mentally expressed gratitude for this experience. The guy stated with slight irritation that he always encountered this in a volcanic zone. The man cursed silently as he looked at the same damned sword in his opponent's hands. Even among Balrogs, only those of high rank wield the fiery sword known in the other world as a Balmung. The Balrog, armed with Balmung, possessed strength comparable to a quasi-dragon class even in the demon world, making it nearly invincible. Ming Xiu noticed that the real Balmung was not as light as it seemed in the monster's hands now. The hunter asked the monster in surprise why it was attacking him, with a crude imitation of the legendary blade. He sent the fake sword back straight into the monster's head, and it groaned as it gave up its breath and began to fall to the ground. Min Xiu never expected to encounter a monster with a regenerative core on Earth, which is typical only for the depths of dangerous zones of another world. The enraged Balrog gnashed his teeth, addressing the annoying hunters with a silent question and rage. Immediately, fiery red arrows flew at the monster, and he rushed forward just as 3 arrows pierced his monstrous body. The monster immediately turned back in shock, and he saw Manhwa, who was already preparing to release her supercharge and a couple more warriors behind her. A clear command was given, ordering everyone to immobilize the monster's body at any cost. And then the battlefield began to sparkle from the various magics and powers of the warriors. The fighters immediately reported the successful entrapment of the monster and called for blocking its path with tracking skills. But the Balrog considered it useless. Suddenly, he was bound in chains. The demon fell, but continued to mockingly offer his victims to fight as long as they wanted, eventually declaring the complete invulnerability of his regenerating body. Ming-Xiu coldly stated that the monster had already demonstrated its capabilities sufficiently. The guy announced that it was time for the Balrog to leave the stage. It sounded like a final verdict. He and Frey immediately activated the Predator technique, and a magic circle formed under them. Immediately, some kind of stone flew out of the monster's neck, and he began to wail. But the Frey did not listen to him, and immediately swallowed the core with his monstrous mouth. With obvious pleasure, the little monster absorbed the regenerative core extracted from the body of the defeated monster. Balrog felt shock and disbelief at the last moment that his source of power had been so easily stolen. The man thanked the monster for the meal with a satisfied look, as if he had just finished a regular lunch. And the protagonist immediately activated his destruction technique on the monster. The Balrog even began to howl in pain and despair. But no one cared about the monster's suffering. The hunters watching the battle couldn't believe that this terrible monster had actually been defeated. The mighty Balrog fell dead, its heart gone, and its body fell to the ground as a lifeless lump. Ryu noted with slight irony that in such situations there is not even time to calmly finish your portion. Luckily, he didn't sense any more monsters inside the gate, which was a small relief. But even for an S-rank gate, everything that was happening seemed wrong and caused a dull alarm. Manhwa came over and said that most of the staff were unable to fight and they should return as soon as possible. The student then asked her master directly how he ended up in this gate and what had happened. Ming-Xiu explained that while they were exploring the A-rank gate, they discovered another one inside and, after entering it, they found themselves here. Manhwa incredulously assumed that the A-rank and S-rank gates had somehow connected. Ryu confirmed this absurd fact, adding that the passage disappeared immediately after they arrived here. Without finding a new gate inside this one, they had no way to return to the original A-rank gate. Manhwa immediately had a logical question about the nature of the phenomenon: duplicate gates or one portal with multiple exits. Ming-Xiu guessed that these were different spaces, since the ranks of monsters and the environment in them were different. The only logical explanation seemed to be the intentional connection of the gates by someone from outside, which raised new questions. Ryu developed the idea and said that the very fact of the simultaneous appearance of gates all over the world already indicated their abnormal, artificial origin. Memory immediately turned to the incident with the illegal awakening potion inside the Middle Eastern gate. The empty gates, without mana or monsters, but with a clear structure, were reminiscent of that case, only more developed. The key word describing this gate was precisely designed, which spoke of someone behind it. Min-Xiu thought that if the three gates in Gangwon-do were connected, then there was someone's will behind it, which meant they could all be part of a plan. An artificial gate was the most likely hypothesis that explained all the oddities. Manhwa couldn't believe that someone would do such a thing and asked about the possible reasons. The idea seemed absurd to Ryu. Creating and linking a gate, violating all known laws of space? The question of who and why hung in the air, devoid of an obvious or even remotely plausible answer. Ryu asked the girl, from a technical standpoint, creating a gate was considered impossible, let alone an empty and useless one. Is that true? The main decision was to destroy these anomalous gates as quickly as possible, without expecting any benefit from them. Min-Xiu asked if even a rough map of this strange location had been drawn up. Captain Manhwa answered in the affirmative, confirming the complete absence of magic stones around. However, there was a clear concentration of mana around the volcano, making its inspection mandatory. The heart of the gate was most likely located right there, in the mouth of the volcano, which was their ultimate goal. Minsu ordered the evacuation of the wounded, and after the gate was closed, the rest were to be dealt with immediately. Ryu noted with some irony how the hunter habitually assumed the role of commander. The condition of Detachment A was more or less satisfactory, but problems could arise with Detachment B. Yanghwa assured that Sejun went with that group, and the overall goal of all the squads was the same. The girl expressed confidence that the team would cope, since it was unlikely that they would encounter anything worse than a Balrog here. It wasn't that Captain Min didn't trust Sejun, but there was an involuntary worry in his voice for his people. The scene immediately switched to Sejun, his teeth clenched in tension. He stood in front of something huge, and behind him, his entire team was visible. Only he remained alive. The scene flashed back 3 hours to Team B, where leader Sejun inquired about the results of the search for the gate's heart. He was informed that the target had not yet been found, but due to the small area of the location, the search would be completed within 3 hours. The absence of magic stones and resistance from the gates gave hope for a quick completion of the operation. Hunters from the Empire noted that empty gates did not require such a large number of people to clear. Sejun politely asked if his group could return first to check the situation outside. The commander replied that it didn't matter, as a single squad could handle an A-rank gate. Another hunter jokingly asked what would happen if, after they left, a whole mountain of magic stones were discovered. This prospect caused a light laugh, after which the decision was made to begin preparations for withdrawal. The command was given to the back hunter to prepare for return, to which he immediately agreed. The entire Imperial detachment was ordered to stop the search and immediately gather at the entrance to the gate. One of the hunters relayed the order to his partner, Byung-guk, to immediately begin retreating to the exit. However, Byung-guk asked them to wait, citing the need to complete a search of a distant area. As he walked forward, he thought irritably about the injustice because, thanks to the rare skill, he had already become a leader. The hunter's thoughts revolved around the fact that his colleague had been one of the weakest during his training. Immediately, his legs began to slip violently and could no longer support him. The guy lost his balance and flew forward, spinning. Then the ice beneath him began to crack, and he fell through. He fell onto the grass quite softly, in the lotus position, but his body and head still ached. He decided to quickly look around because he didn't understand where he was. Touching something, he suddenly stood up with a squeal and saw that he was in a clearing among corpses. Suddenly, Byung-guk noticed a body in front of him, which he recognized with fright as the hunter from Kumgang. This caused confusion, as the members of Kumgang were supposed to be in Team A, not here. Suddenly, someone asked how he'd gotten there, to which the stranger replied that he'd arrived much earlier than all of them. Byung-guk overheard the conversation and quickly ducked. Then the question was asked about who, in the opinion of the stranger's partner, released that minotaur here. The stranger confirmed the guess that the monster was a sealed guardian, specially released by someone. He said that even he couldn't have killed so many hunters on his own, so he came to help after the leaders left. He also inquired about the whereabouts of Guildmaster Li Yeji and the plans to destroy Frost Soul. The response was that the healers were too valuable as sacrifices, so she had already been sent ahead. The stranger, with a cold voice, ordered his partner in black to stop chatting and go close the gate. When asked about the clown's whereabouts, the answer was that he had probably moved to Team C. Byung-guk was shaking in fear. Suddenly, someone next to him shook his head with false regret, watching what was happening. It was a demon who discovered the boy and whispered that any cleanup must always be carried out thoroughly without leaving any witnesses. Immediately, a piercing scream was heard, and two guys turned to look at the time traveler. Immediately, they saw blood all over the floor. With a slight irritation in his voice, Demon stated that his people did not know how to clean properly. Lord Orobos' sudden appearance left people in a state of surprise. What was he doing here? Arobos reported that the doctor had opened a separate entrance. One of the men in the blue jacket asked if there were now enough victims. Lord Arobos answered negatively, reporting the problem that had arisen, the defeat of the Balrog. This news shocked the guy in black, and Arobos confirmed that the necromancer was to blame again. The plan to use Gate 3 as a phenomenon point was thwarted by the accumulation of people there, which interfered with stability. For this reason, it was decided to hold the phenomenon in another, second gate. Arobos ordered the group to close the first gate, move to the third, and avoid unnecessary actions. The number of victims in the second gate would be more than enough to perform the ritual. After so much research, it was finally possible to present the result, but there were too many obstacles. Arobos emphasized that, serving such a high being, they had no right to make the slightest mistake. The boys immediately bowed and said that they would obey in any case. Meanwhile, at the Empire's camp, it was snowing at the gates. And Commander Sejun asked with irritation why the missing person had not yet been found. The hunter who transmitted the order justified himself by saying that Kim Byung-guk was often uncontrollable, but not to such an extent. For the first time, even communication with him did not work, and hunter trackers could not determine his location. Byung-guk's signal had completely disappeared, raising concerns that he might be developing gate trap syndrome. It was proposed to urgently seek help from hunters from other guilds for a joint search. The Empire's leader turned to Master Du Kyung-ho of the Warriors Guild. Du was surprised they hadn't yet left the gate. Sejun apologized and explained the situation with the missing hunter who needed urgent retrieval. Since his own trackers were unable to cope, he asked the warriors to lend them someone to help. Do Kyung-ho readily agreed to help and immediately ordered his men to take care of the matter. His subordinate quickly responded with agreement, and Ado asked Sejun how he was managing this kindergarten. Suddenly, one of the Empire's hunters ran up to the master in panic with disturbing news. The hunter reported that multiple life signals suddenly disappeared, clearly indicating an attack. Do and Sejun immediately tensed up, and the grandfather asked, "Where is the attack being prepared from?" The hunter tracker determined that the attack signal was coming from a depth of about 200 meters underground. But almost immediately, the instrument showed that something huge and fast began to rapidly approach the surface. The distance was shrinking at a breakneck speed, from 150 to 50 meters in an instant. Immediately, the earth exploded and boulders scattered around the area. The guild leaders were the first to come closer and were shocked by what they saw. Other leaders were also shocked by what emerged from underground. The earth heaved up, and from beneath it, with a roar, appeared the monstrous fingers of a giant hand. Panic broke out among the people. Everyone was shouting and asking each other if it was a monster in front of them. Du suggested that it might be someone's hitherto unseen skill or magic. But if it were a living creature, its size and power would seem absolutely impossible for Earth. Suddenly the hand clenched tightly and even caused a shockwave. And then the lines on the palm of the monstrous hand began to diverge, forming dark cracks. The bespectacled master looked at this in shock and tried to analyze it. Immediately, an endless stream of monsters poured out of these cracks, confirming the hunter's worst fears. The warriors stared at this in horror. Someone even screamed hysterically. But it was impossible to stay in place. The monsters rushed forward, and the warriors began to run away from this delirium. The commander tried to restore order by shouting, calling on everyone to take a fighting stance in the face of the threat. However, the situation quickly descended into uncontrollable chaos and crush. The monsters' numbers exceeded the defense's capabilities, and the giant hand sowed panic, paralyzing everyone's will. Guildmaster Empire gave the order to Hunter Shin and his group to break through to the exit for help. And Sejun himself suddenly burst into a scarlet flame with his staff. It seemed he had decided to fight the undead. Hunter Shin nodded and immediately rushed to carry out this critical order. She ran with the others at the moment when Sejun and a couple of other hunters stood up to defend themselves from the maddened monsters. Many people had questions running through their heads about how the empty gates suddenly became the source of an invasion. Someone shouted, worried about the other teams, but their attention was immediately drawn to the new threat. The entrance to the gate, their only path to salvation, began to shrink in size at a catastrophic rate. Desperate cries for help began to be heard from all sides, gradually drowned out by the roar of the monsters. The monsters had already reached the rear, and the command was given to run to the exit, to crawl, just to get out. The girl immediately activated the tamer technique, and purple magic chains flew into the crowd of monsters. The first attack was more than successful. The zombies were immediately chained and neutralized for a safe time. People were ordered not to look back and to escape the trap as quickly as possible by any means necessary. But a panic cry came from the crowd. The exit, the gate, continued to narrow inexorably. Eventually they closed, and the heroes found themselves trapped in the dimension along with a crowd of endless monsters. There was nothing else to do. People started fighting, and a warning was heard that the attackers were dominated by A-rank monsters. The hunters who retained their will to fight tried to organize at least some kind of line of defense. They held on desperately, unsure how much longer this endless stream of creatures would last. Sejun also fought, taking off his jacket. Master Do Kyung-ho stated with a grim smile that the situation had reached an extremely difficult impasse. The monsters continued to erupt from the palm without stopping, as if from a bottomless well. At the same time, the giant hand itself remained completely motionless, like a lifeless mountain. The bespectacled hunter wondered if this gigantic thing could even be considered a monster. The instruments detected an unknown type of energy, similar to mana, inside the cracks on the arm. The concentration was especially strong in the cracks from which the monsters were emerging, which led to the idea that it might not be a monster, but some kind of return gate. Such phenomena have not been observed since the very first appearance of the gate 20 years ago. The idea of a hand-shaped gate seems so absurd that it was met with denial by some. It was obvious that the source spewing out hordes of monsters had to be blocked at any cost. If you can't get to the root of the problem, you have to attack the breach in reality itself. The ongoing slaughter threatened to completely destroy the detachment long before reinforcements arrived. Master Do Kyung-ho approached the leader of the empire with a request to be lifted up for the decisive blow. The master said that he would end their battle with just one powerful blow. Sejun agreed, and in his thoughts he noted with bitterness that over the years of peace, hunters had forgotten how to act in real danger. Civilization recovered too easily, leaving society soft and unprepared for threats. Sejun remembered his brother's words about how to truly master power, one must risk one's life. Only by fighting to the brink of death can one harness power and avoid being swept away by it. The guy closed his eyes from the overly powerful magic and shouted that he was ready. The hunters prepared for a powerful counterattack, gathering all their will and the remaining mana. And then Do Kyung-ho charged forward, releasing a huge amount of mana and energy in one blow. And the attack hit right on the hand, in that black portal from which the monsters were crawling. The magic crashed into and literally devoured the giant hand. After the energy ran out, all the consequences of Do's attack became visible. But the hand had no intention of stopping. The very next second, it emitted a monstrous shockwave that threw the master back. The command was given to stand firmly on our feet and prepare for the monstrous impact of the blow. Do Kyung-ho barked at his men to use all their strength in their legs to stay steady. At the moment of impact, space shook, and the palm responded with a colossal release of energy. And then, from the black hole, more and smaller hands began to emerge, many ugly pairs of hands. And suddenly, instead of a black, bottomless space, a huge eye rolled out from the middle of the hand. There was a moment of silence, and everyone froze, wondering what the hell this was. At this moment, someone was hiding behind a tree. From the scattered cloud of energy and dust, something new, even more frightening, began to emerge. The demon lord's voice, full of awe and pride, whispered that he was now descending into this world. The culmination of the ritual has arrived, the manifestation of the Lord of the Second Kingdom, the Demon King Solarso. The scene shifted back to the S-Rank gate, where Team C was located, showing a parallel development. Manhwa, surveying the area, noted that she saw no damage to the gate, but was certain it was somewhere nearby. Minsiu also noted that the number of hunters in the area seemed to have noticeably decreased. Manhwa explained that most of the soldiers were injured, so more than half had already been evacuated. Minsiu replied with slight irritation that he had given such an order himself and suggested that the girl also leave. Ryu tried to protest that they were one team, but the man rudely interrupted him, telling him to get lost. Manhwa whispered that her master had always been cold, but now his attitude seemed especially harsh. The order was given to continue a cautious search of the surrounding area, but not to go too far. Manhwa accepted the order. But then, someone called out to the main character, and he asked what and who wanted from him. Yungu suddenly appeared and said with relief that he had been looking for Minsu everywhere, wondering about his whereabouts. The guy immediately asked why Junggu was here and if Team A had finished clearing their gate. The man did not answer immediately, his pause and tone indicating the presence of serious problems. He began to explain that after Mingsu's disappearance, it was decided to leave only some of the hunters inside. Yungu himself, together with Master Frosthorn, was busy evacuating the wounded to the exit of the gate. After successfully transporting the victims to the camp, they attempted to return inside the gate. To their horror, they discovered that the passage to the gate had already been completely and irrevocably closed. Minshu reacted sharply to the news, asking about the fate of the hunters remaining inside. Yungu confirmed their worst fears. They were trapped, and communication was impossible. So the group rushed to warn the other teams and stumbled upon the evacuees from Team C. Junggu asked Minseo to first sort out the situation outside, as time was critical. He insisted on an immediate exit, as this gate could also slam shut at any moment. Manhwa anxiously turned to her master, supporting the idea of an urgent evacuation. But Minseo firmly refused, saying that he had to personally verify everything and check the situation. The girl ordered all members of Changhua to take a roll call and begin an orderly exit. The main character continued on with his friend. Ryu watched the whole situation with a slight smile. He quietly muttered that this was finally starting as planned. Soon a report was received that all members of Team C had safely left the danger zone. The successful return of the hunters was announced, and an order was given to move to the main camp. Manhwa immediately asked the chairperson of the Hunters Association what was going on and what the situation was with the other teams. The girl suggested getting to the base camp first, promising to give an explanation after collecting the data. And now they were already at the base, which was quite noisy. Everyone was running here and there, and the wounded were lying on the ground. An emergency briefing on the current status of the raid began at the camp, with all survivors gathered. Minsu immediately inquired about Sejun's whereabouts and then moved on to the report on Team A. The chairwoman said that it had become known that there were about 20 people trapped in Team A's gate, excluding the guildmasters. Team C, unlike the others, managed to evacuate completely, and their gate remained open, for now. The report shifted to Team B, which included the Empire, White Lion, and Sarabi guilds. The protagonist's brother was there. With the exception of 4 Empire hunters, the entire B team was trapped inside. Manhwa instantly shouted out in disbelief that 3 guildmasters were trapped in an A-rank gate. According to survivors, the cause was a monster in the shape of a giant hand that appeared inside. The Empire Master sent a group to get help, and it was at that moment that the entrance to the gate suddenly disappeared. Hearing this, many of the hunters couldn't believe what was happening. their faces filled with shock. Manhwa fell to her knees. Thus, the only gates available were Team C's S-rank gates. A situation where a gate would close itself before the raid was completed was unprecedented in known history. Ryu grimly stated that those trapped were effectively swallowed up by another space. The chairwoman immediately explained that humanity's current technologies did not allow the already closed gates to be reopened. Panic broke out among the hunters. People shouted about their masters and comrades who remained trapped. A harsh verdict was delivered. A rescue operation was deemed impossible. All trapped hunters were to be officially declared dead in the line of duty. The news caused a wave of despair and tears among the members of the affected guilds. However, Minshu abruptly interrupted this pessimistic mood, stating that it was not impossible. He reminded everyone that they were not dealing with an ordinary gate, but with something completely different and artificial. Such a concentration of gates, their spontaneous closing, all this contradicted known laws. The lack of resources and non-standard rank monsters indicated that this gate was a pure trap created with a specific purpose. Minsu revealed key information. Inside Team A's gate, he and Master Kumgang had found a passage leading to Team C's gate. This led to an important conclusion. The S-rank gate might also have a passage to the space where Team B was stuck. Yungu's hopeful remark suggested the possibility of salvation if this connecting route could be found. But this idea was immediately rejected, because it meant sending new people into an unknown trap. The chairperson noted that the motives and capabilities of the creator of this gate remained completely unclear, making any action extremely risky. Another girl raised a reasonable question. What if the rescue team enters and these gates also slam shut like the previous ones? Humanity lacked the technology to control existence itself or close the gates. A sober analysis of the situation led to a difficult but only correct decision: to temporarily abandon salvation. Seeking assistance from an Antarctic base was mentioned as a possible future option. This proposal provoked an immediate and sharp negative reaction from Minsu. The chairwoman calmly inquired about the reason for such a reaction, since demons possessed much more knowledge in this matter than people. The protagonist retorted that the demons themselves were most likely the creators of this anomaly. The chairwoman noted with mild irritation that demon haters still existed, despite the passage of time. She recalled that demons had helped rebuild civilization as atonement for the war they had unleashed. And now the girl asked a rhetorical question about what benefit the demons could now derive from such actions. The protagonist sarcastically stated that one cannot trust the invaders who first attacked and then offered help. Minsu dryly replied that his counterpart had not participated in that war, but was allowing himself to make loud statements. The association's chairperson, taking advantage of her position, officially announced the abandonment of the rescue operation. She announced her intention to report the situation to senior management for further decisions. The protagonist immediately exhaled and accused her of inaction during the raid. Minsu said that the chairman could do whatever he saw fit and turn to anywhere. This all really angered the girl. But he intended to carry out the rescue operation in any case, even if he had to act alone. Elsewhere, an unknown source noted that the situation was being brought under control more slowly than expected. The matter was with the international organization Mistil Thane. SS-ranked hunters were inside. Tashanka reported the successful clearing of S-rank gates in South America, but the scale of losses was high. Izanami noted that while the direct damage to the country was minor, the losses among the hunters inside the gate exceeded expectations. Merlin said such losses were natural when faced with an unprecedented phenomenon. Behind them, a red-haired girl questioned this assessment, stating that the loss of hunters on such a scale seemed excessive. The association should have intervened much more actively and decisively. Gandharva said the decline in the number of mid- and high-level hunters worldwide posed a threat to future raids. The conversation immediately took a tense turn, and someone sharply pulled up his colleague, Gandharva. St. Herman reproached her for misunderstanding the official position of their international organization. Any further intervention by such a powerful transnational structure would put countries in an awkward position. People instinctively always fear those stronger than themselves. Moreover, with the spread of so-called training towers across the world, the number of new hunters was growing. Tushunka reacted with obvious disapproval to the cynical expression, mass production. Suddenly, it was proposed to limit ourselves, for now, to observing the actions of national hunting associations. And only if their support proves insufficient will it be possible to request the rapid deployment of Mistelthane forces. Suddenly, one of those present addressed the assembled group, ordering the messenger to stop. Herman tried to block the way, citing Miss Aria's busy schedule. The messenger stuttered and apologized, but insisted on the urgency of the report he needed to deliver. He reported a request for support from Korea regarding the mysterious closure of the gates and the loss of hunters. The situation was considered extremely serious, and the messenger rushed to report it as quickly as possible. He was coldly told that the information would be passed on and was released without being allowed to participate in the main discussion. Snatching the letter from his hands, Herman angrily escorted the messenger out of the building. And then he immediately tore the papers in his hands into small pieces. After this, the scene moves back to the main characters and their portal. After most of the others had left, Min-soo noticed the unexpected presence of one of his colleagues, a familiar face. Manhwa agreed that she had expected to see someone else here, but not this particular person. The remaining interlocutor turned out to be Gillian, the master of the Muryan Desu Guild. Min-soo asked her if she was Choi Soo-ah's subordinate and if she had received permission to do so. Gillian explained her visit as a desire to repay a debt she once owed Min-soo. Due to old injuries, she was unable to use spellcasting magic, but her detection skills remained highly advanced. The government adopted a strict non-disclosure and withheld support until the S-rank gates were completely closed. This cautious stance was understandable, given the high-ranking position and the need to prevent panic. But the very fact that her participation in the rescue operation was approved spoke of an understanding of the seriousness of the crisis. Min-soo declared that her presence did not bother him as long as she did not interfere, and ordered them to enter immediately. His men were supposed to guard the gate entrance in their absence. Finally, there they are again, an old man and a moron in a bear costume. Manhwa was surprised to recognize one of the guards as a familiar mascot costume, and Jung-woo called out to them. Min-soo asked if his students had brought what he had asked them to get from Huchanra. They confirmed that they came straight from there and reported that a woman named Moo Myung had tried her best. Manhwa inquired about the nature of the artifacts brought from Huchanra. The old man began to explain that these objects were capable of forcibly supporting magical phenomena. He explained that in other worlds, such effects were called skill continuations, or support. When applied to a magic circle or the caster, they would forcibly maintain the skill without spending mana. Since this gate was clearly created by someone's mana, it could be considered a type of skill. This gave them at least half a day's safety, preventing the gate from slamming shut suddenly. This only worked if their assumptions and plan proved correct. Freya immediately noted, with slight irony, that everyone in this situation had their own wonderful plan. Min-soo gave his men at the entrance clear orders to keep an eye on things so that nothing suspicious came near. And then they turned around and went to the portal. The old man wished the master and the whole group to return back safe and sound. The scene shifted to the inside of the S-rank gate, where the main part of the rescue operation began. There was an unusual silence inside, and Jung-woo did not sense the presence of a single monster. Min-soo assigned the tasks. He himself began searching around the site of Team A's previous portal. He ordered his companions to focus on inspecting areas that hadn't been checked previously. The key to finding the passage was supposed to be the flow of mana. The more concentrated it was, the higher the chances. Hunters were told to immediately report any oddities or anomalies in the surrounding area. Soon the group reached the site of the recent battle, but the surrounding environment seemed suspiciously changed to them. Gillian noted a discrepancy. The traces of the battle were still there, but the Balrog's corpse had disappeared without a trace. She suddenly noticed something and decided to take action. Amid screams, she quickly pulled Yanghua away from danger by the shoulders. Yanghua screamed, confirming that it definitely wasn't there. There was now bubbling lava in front of them. Gillian immediately decided to use her technique on this strange lava. The man instantly assessed the situation and announced that they had fallen under the influence of an illusion cast on space. The thought that there was someone else in the gate besides them caused alarm among the hunters. The natural question arose about the possibility of simply breaking this illusion by force. Gillian explained that this was difficult as they were already deep within the trap, and awareness was only the first step. Trying to return to the place where the master was could lead them to a completely different place. All paths had already changed, or were leading in the wrong direction due to distorted perception. These techniques related to skills such as spatial and conscious domination. The protagonist and his friend also found themselves in an illusion. The only sure solution was to find the caster maintaining the illusion. And so, the protagonist decided to use the rain technique. Suddenly, it started to rain, which was a completely abnormal and strange phenomenon inside the gate. Yanghua suggested that this could also be part of the work of whoever created the illusion. Galleon suggested an alternative theory. Perhaps it was a skill of one of their allies. A thought struck Yanhua, and she exclaimed that she seemed to recognize the nature of this rain. Yungu admitted that for a moment she mistook it for a real shower of arrows and was frightened. Minshu confirmed that it was indeed a rain of arrows, but the allies saw it as ordinary rain. He loudly suggested to the one hiding to come out voluntarily if he did not want to be pierced through and through. Someone's exclamation of admiration confirmed that Yukasin's suspicions were absolutely correct. It became clear that they were facing a far from ordinary enemy since he was able to detect them like that. Yukasin turned out to be right, and the one hiding in the illusion was definitely the very person they were looking for. The man in the illusion turned out to be the very hero of the war 10 years ago, the conqueror of the Demon Kings. The name of the legendary hunter who disappeared into another dimension was Mad Dog Ming Xiu. One of the opponents admitted that he'd only known the guy by rumor, but his actual presence was astonishing. His partner immediately warned him against letting his guard down, addressing him by the name Jin Do Hua. Minxiu responded by saying that he also knew something about the people standing in front of him. The guy contemptuously called their organization Pandemonium a rabble that groveled before demons. Jindo Hua noted with a chuckle the sharpness of his vis-a-vis eyes and tongue. He added that the hunter's brain, apparently, was working well, so he suggested getting down to business. Instead of idle talk, he suggested they immediately demonstrate their strength to each other. Mingxiu declared that he didn't care what they wanted by siding with the demons. But as people living on the same planet, they should be ashamed of their actions. Clinging to the stronger side and betraying one's family, that was what he considered true shame. The main character's allies were already approaching from behind. Since ancient times, people like them have always acted in exactly this way, causing only contempt. His final line was that they should be beaten to dust even on a rainy day. Yanhua, observing the unfolding events, became completely convinced of the artificial origin of this gate. She suggested to the master that she and Gillian deal with this enemy on their own. But her companion, looking at the enemy, reacted with great surprise and recognition. Gillian said the name of the serial killer, Jin Do Hua, with shock. Minxiu asked if this was really the infamous criminal. Zhanggu confirmed that he was the serial killer who had killed many key government officials. It happened in the chaos after the war, and everyone thought he had received a life sentence in a special prison. Jin Do-hwa feigned regret at his partner, claiming he had been recognized immediately. He explained that he had originally planned to simply chase them away with an illusion, but that his plans had changed. The current situation, he said, was even more beneficial to their overall plan. The more victims are trapped, the better for their ritual. He ordered his accomplice, Ukasin, to block all exits from here during this time. Ukasin reluctantly replied that he was working only on orders and had no intention of overworking without pay. Gillian angrily asked Jin Do-hwa how he dared to walk freely after betraying the country and the teacher. He looked closely and recognized in her the quiet girl from the past and noted how much she had grown. But he added that her naive ignorance, apparently, had not changed at all over the years. The description of his SS rank Hongrang fan skill, which distorted the illusory world, appeared in the air. Galleon shouted to her crew to calm down, reminding them that everything that was happening was just an illusion. Freya exclaimed greedily that this skill looked very delicious, and he wanted to absorb it. A description of his S-rank ice shield, capable of repelling magical attacks, popped up nearby. Min Su ordered Yonghwa to capture Wuxin, who was clearly trying to block the exit of the gate. Jin Do-hwa was surprised to see someone directly counter his illusions with mana. He approached Min-seo, hinting that perhaps their destinies were similarly cursed. Jin Do-hwa recalled that 10 years ago they fought on different fronts, but the hero's fame was loud. However, this hero was thrown into another dimension and quickly forgotten. At the same time, he himself was instantly transformed into a crazed serial killer in the eyes of society. He accused ignorant humanity of erasing facts and distorting them for their own benefit. That is how, according to him, the world rotted from within, only outwardly maintaining the appearance of restoration. Ukasin continued to fight with the two female warriors. With their magic, they almost made a traffic light. Minshu cut him off abruptly, declaring that he was not going to listen to these excuses. The guy emphasized that he never killed innocents for the sake of his ideals and did not grovel before demons. Jin Do-hwa retorted that his opponent only knew part of the truth and that he too did not kill innocents for fun. While Mingshu was away, the world turned into a slaughterhouse, only pretending to be restored. He asked the main question: would the hunter's straightforward determination change when he learned the whole truth? At least they won't find out this answer here and now, since time has almost been won. With these words, Jin Do-hwa turned to his partner, Ukasin, confirming the success of their plan. The character furiously accused Jin Do-hwa of betrayal, not believing what was happening. The illusion began to crumble, and a warning sounded to everyone around to be more careful. She all cracked and gathered into a ring of the serial killer bastard. As he was leaving, Jin Do-hwa promised Mad Dog to meet again next time. Frey noted with frustration that the tasty skill was slipping away through the time gate. It became obvious that the enemies had been carrying portable gates with them the entire time. The betrayal angered Ukasin because the exit door had not yet completely closed. He couldn't cope alone and decided to move in the direction their leader was heading. The girls rushed in pursuit to prevent the escaped enemy from escaping completely. And Yonghwa, armed with her bow, shot and hit the fleeing bastard right on the spot. He immediately began to choke on blood, and the hole in his body began to glow red. Inside the existing gate, another portal suddenly began to form. This is where Ukasin fell. It appears that the attackers were freely creating connecting passages here. The question remained whether this passage actually led to the place where Sejun was. There was no time to waste, so he ordered the passage to be guarded while the others went forward. He immediately landed in that winter dimension where his brother's entire squad was killed. There was only one path ahead, and Ming Shu was determined to follow it to the end. They were on the right path, but the surrounding environment gave them vague doubts. Were they already late for the main events? Judging by the surroundings, there was no direct battle here, but rather a methodical retreat. He immediately began to question the wounded hunters about what had happened here. The situation was grave, as all the surviving hunters had serious injuries. The number of wounded was too great to treat each one sequentially. Min Shu suggested using a special core to mass heal all the wounded. The Balrog's regeneration core was perfect for this difficult situation. The second core, Revival for Healing skill, has been activated. Immediately, all the corpses around were shrouded in magic like barbed wire. Some people have even already started to rise. Hunter Shin Jisoo came to her senses, feeling a strange weakness and pain throughout her body. Ming Xiu confirmed that the huntress's consciousness had cleared and she could speak. He demanded that she immediately explain the entire situation that had developed here. The endless waves of monsters were becoming increasingly irritating and tiring for the hunters. A warning sounded of an attack from the left, and they'd already lost count of the waves of monsters. In the conditions of continuous combat, they could no longer keep track of how much time had passed. The gates were closed, their strength was waning, and despair was beginning to grow among the people. They could be destroyed not only by the monster plague, but also by the gate confinement syndrome. Du continued to fight, although without any hope. He dealt blow after blow to that ill-fated hand, but the giant thug with the eye continued to regenerate. It was pointless to chop down the creatures that regenerated endlessly from the hand. These gates were like someone's stomach, slowly digesting the people who entered them. It became clear that they were dealing with gates that had their own will and consciousness. All the evidence pointed to the gate being an artificial, created structure. Sejun remembered how they all discussed it together, and he realized that his brother's theory seemed to be absolutely correct. Then Sejun confirmed with a grin that his theories had always proven correct. Do Kyung-ho happily greeted Min-soo, who had finally appeared. Sejun was surprised how Min-soo had managed to get here in the first place, since the exit had disappeared. A logical question arose. How did Ming-soo get inside if the exit was closed? The hunter explained that the entire area was a 3-layer trap. The attackers possessed cores for creating gate cores and transport routes. Their plan was to isolate the group underground as sacrifices. The idea of isolating and naming the victim left the hunters completely baffled. The main character did not understand where this monster hand came from. His brother explained that the hand beast had suddenly erupted from the ground while they were searching for the gate's heart. Ming-shu told the wounded hunter to seek treatment first and then speak. Du explained that the eye on his hand was regenerating and new monsters were constantly emerging from the palm. It was possible to get to the hand, but attacking it directly was pointless. This meant that the core of the monster was located in the place where the hand grew into the ground. The other warriors greeted the master with relief, who had come to save them, and Do asked if the core was the monster's weak point. Ming Jiu confirmed that the creature was drawing power from another dimension through this point. This core could be the key to destroying this entire artificial, trapped space. Transferring immense power between dimensions always carries great risk. Even Ming Shu himself, upon returning to his own world, could only use a fraction of his powers. The monster probably compensated for the risk by absorbing the lives of the hunters trapped here. Hearing this, Sejun began to guess the true nature of what they had encountered. He wasn't certain, but it could have been an incredibly powerful being from another world. The involvement of Pandemonium indicated a connection with the demonic race and its higher representatives. The thought of a possible confrontation with the Demon King shocked the hunters. However, this being was different from the fourth Demon King defeated 10 years ago. But regardless of its origin and essence, there was one clear goal. Under no circumstances was this creature allowed to escape into the ordinary world. Min-soo asked the group if they had enough strength to distract the monster long enough for it to make its way into the tunnel. Do Kyung-ho tried to stop him, reminding him that physical attacks against the monster were futile. Min-soo was confident in his plan. If the power line was cut, the structure would collapse. Sejun rushed after him, not wanting to let his brother go on a dangerous mission alone. But he fell from weakness, and his other partner called out to the captain in alarm, worried about his condition after his injuries. Min-soo told him not to strain himself and promised to get everyone out of this trap soon. And now all that was left for Sejun to do was watch and hope that his brother could save them. Everyone who could rushed into battle alongside the main character, including Master Do with his katana. At this moment, Ming-shu directed the magical currents straight to his feet, which gave him flash speed and the ability to quickly escape from the undead. Soon he broke away from them and jumped down into the cave. Someone appeared in the depths of the tunnel and said that he was expecting Ming-shu to arrive. With irony in his voice, the clown also noted that he was beginning to get used to this underground place. He expressed surprise that both Wukasin and possibly Jin Do-hwa had made it here. The clown confirmed that he had predicted Ming-shu would discover this place. Min-soo asked if they always worked in pairs and turned his attention to his new friend, who had escaped after a previous heavy defeat. The clown cut him off rudely, declaring that the hunter should have stopped his investigation long ago. It didn't matter whether Ming-shu had been banished to another dimension by his former allies or not. 10 years proved enough for the world to completely change without his intervention. During this time, people had time to deeply study the nature of mana and gates, achieving new results. The artificial gate and the ongoing ritual were presented as the culmination of this research. According to him, humanity had reached its limits and a new era was now dawning. Any resistance from the likes of Ming-shu was doomed to failure. Ming-shu countered that despite their defeat, his opponent wouldn't stop chattering. He called them weaklings who cling to demons and repeat memorized speeches. The point was that you can't achieve real power just by borrowing it from someone else. The clown admitted that Ming-shu had already learned and understood too much for their plans. His partner immediately ordered Clown to retreat and report everything to Lord Ouroboros, while he himself volunteered to stay. Yu Uto of Pandemonium stated that he would personally deal with this dangerous hunter. He repeated the order for Clown to retreat, leaving Ming-shu to fight him alone. The protagonist was initially indignant, not understanding why the clown should retreat before the fight. But then he gave in, shrugged his shoulders, and agreed that the outcome would have been the same either way. The clown swore quietly at being chased away so quickly, and he clenched his fist in anger. But still, like an obedient boy, he ran away. Yu Uto announced that a real battle between two powerful forces would now begin. He loudly challenged Ming-shu, the conqueror of the fourth Demon King, to a fight. Introducing himself as Yu Uto, the third rank of Pandemonium, he vowed not to run or hide. Min-shu replied dryly that he was not very good at remembering faces. However, after a moment, he still admitted that his opponent's face seemed familiar to him. He recognized him as a hunter from the Frost Soul Guild, where he was hiding under a guise. Yes, it was exactly the same face he had once seen in the ranks of that guild. Ming-shu remarked with disdain that he was now putting on airs after infiltrating the guild under a false name. If he really doesn't intend to run and hide, then it's time to start the fight. Min-soo demanded that his opponent answer the question honestly and without tricks. Yuto then asked in shock if the main character had intentionally broken his own protective shield earlier, and now they were faced with their energies again. The guy demanded to know their true purpose, mentioning drug trafficking and the creation of gates. He was particularly interested in the reason for the murder of the innocent teenager John Min-jun. Hearing that name, Yu Uto realized that this incident had been the trigger. He noted with irritation that all sorts of lowlifes were always causing him problems. Ming-shu ordered him to speak frankly, without prevarication or concealing his true motives. But Yu Uto refused to reveal Pandemonium's goals, stating his unwillingness to do so. He suggested that Min-soo ask Clown, who knows more, about Min-jun after the fight. He swung his sword and put all his energy into it for a killing blow. However, this proposal was made on the condition that Ming Shu himself remained alive at that time. Ming Shu only cursed in response to his opponent's brazen self-confidence. Yu Uto admitted that his opponent possesses quite impressive speed, but the tricks that worked against small fry would no longer be enough against him. Ming Shu internally assessed the amount of mana remaining at his disposal. There was critically little of it left, especially after using the core for healing. Unlike regular skills, activating a core consumed all of a Dantian's mana. Even though he'd opened several Dantians equal to the number of cores, the side effects still lingered. Therefore, it was necessary to minimize costs and end the battle with one decisive blow. Yu Uto mockingly asked if this was all his renowned opponent could do. He stated that by tearing Minsu apart, he would prove his superiority over Jin Do-hwa. The main character then flew into the wall with great force. For him, this would be tantamount to a personal victory over that very Jin Do-hwa. Yu Uto admitted that Pandemonium's ideals about the true power of mana do not interest him. His goal was a lawless world that they would create where only the strongest would rule. His dream was a society of endless war and total survival of the fittest. Ming Shu immediately grabbed his sword with his hand. We've seen this somewhere before. The protagonist was skeptical about this idea, considering it complete nonsense. Immediately, the sword in the bastard's hands began to crack. This surprised him greatly. Gigi said that if he liked the idea of living according to the laws of the wild so much, then he needed to go all the way. The guy suggested that for complete happiness, he turn back and become a naked animal. Blood immediately began to gush from the bastard's mouth, and the villain himself flew into the wall. Gigi added that it is precisely the most empty-headed idiots who dream of generals' epaulets in war. Minshu promised to leave only his chatty mouth alone and to smash everything else to dust. Yu Uto was enraged to see the damage to his legendary blade, Muramasa. He shouted in a rage that his opponent was an ignorant piece of scum. At that moment, someone with long nails and black skin snapped their fingers. And then, several black rods flew at Yuto, piercing his body from all sides. A new voice suddenly appeared and praised Mingshu with respectful mockery. The stranger apologized for the rudeness and bad manners of the just-defeated Yu Uto. Freya exclaimed in horror that the figure that had appeared was clearly a demon. Ming Shu, unsurprised, stated that he had finally decided to show himself. The demon replied that he had been watching everything that had happened since they had entered here. He stated that due to the necromancer's abilities, their original plan had already failed. Minshu responded by suggesting that if he wanted to fight, they should stop chatting and get straight to the point. The demon replied that he had no intention of fighting, otherwise he wouldn't have killed his own servant. Instead, he came to make Mingshu a concrete and lucrative offer. Part of this offer was to hand over the person who killed Jung Min Jun. In conclusion, he directly asked Mingshu if he would like to join forces with him. The question of a possible alliance was raised again, the demon clearly seeking an answer. He politely but firmly repeated his offer of cooperation. Minshu asked incredulously about handing over the killer since he was one of their own. Frey cut the demon off abruptly, not believing his words and accusing him of lying. The demon objected that among his kind, as among people, there were different values. Mingshu mockingly asked about the meaning of killing and creating gates if he was so different. He replied that this could be considered the beginning of a plan to summon true power. He acknowledged that the artificial gate's imperfections had led to unforeseen failures. The demon stated that any great success is built on many previous failures and mistakes. He believed that the opportunity to gain such a talented ally was worth any sacrifice. In exchange for the lost summoning, he promised to give Mingshu something much more powerful. But the main character wouldn't listen. Minshu responded indignantly that he was clearly being taken for a complete idiot. He could not trust someone who so easily betrayed and killed even his own comrades. The demon stated with theatrical regret that the negotiations had reached a dead end. He stated that Minzu had just rejected the easiest way to solve his problem. The influence of pandemonium is already deeply rooted in the foundations of society across the planet. Even publicly exposing their organization is no longer capable of fundamentally changing anything. In a world where those in power crave rank and resources, few would refuse the help of demons. As they parted, the demon suggested that Mingshu contact him if he changed his mind. He called himself and his supporters merely guides, messengers of mana. Their sole purpose was to spread the true nature of mana throughout all dimensions. Minshu cut him off rudely, calling everything he said bright but useless chatter. Frey asked again, with surprise and disbelief at the word messengers he had heard. Suddenly the situation above escalated, and a cry was heard, warning of a monster attack. One of the hunters ordered the hunters who were still able to fight to immediately block the passage. The entire space of the gate began to shake, indicating the onset of instability. Siju noticed this and realized that it seemed to have begun. Du shouted at the demon in rage, asking what he had planned this time. Suddenly, after the attack, the eye on the hand began to bleed and a crack remained. And the monster immediately let out a shrill cry of pain. Unexpectedly, their attacks finally began to damage the giant hand's body. The old master immediately realized that this was their chance, and it could not be missed under any circumstances. The order was given to ignore the small monsters and concentrate all fire on the main target. The other agents shouted that they would deal with the distracting creatures. The red-haired one called on everyone still standing to protect the guildmaster for the final blow. And the old master immediately ordered the monster to die. Gathering the last of their strength, the hunters unleashed a hail of attacks on the monstrous hand. And even after receiving wounds, the giant hand still struck back. Even on the brink of death, the demonic creature continued to desperately resist. Sijun, who had recovered from his wounds, rushed forward to cover the attackers. Other hunters planned to sever the base of the arm, where it drew its strength with one powerful blow. They immediately launched two powerful attacks, and they flew straight into the eye of the demonic hand. His blow hit its target, and the arm's structure began to quickly disintegrate. The monsters spawned by the hand began to crumble into dust, one after another. And all the hunters were at the end of their strength, but were glad that they seemed to have succeeded. Sijun screamed in horror that his brother might still be under the collapsing mass. Du tried to calm him down, saying that a strong guy like his brother would definitely get out on his own. Minsu himself, climbing out from under the rubble, confirmed that he had coped. Du Kyung-ho turned to Minsu, noticing the pulsating object in his hand, the heart of the gate. Sijun was surprised where he'd found it, having searched the entire dungeon himself. Minsu suggested explaining everything later, and now hurrying to the exit before complete collapse. The rescued hunters were relieved to see the light of the exit and rushed towards it. They congratulated each other on their survival, not believing that the nightmare was finally over. A quick roll call confirmed that all survivors were present. The group began an orderly exit from the collapsing gate, helping the wounded. Sijun noticed his brother's fatigue, but he brushed it off, saying that there was still a lot of work ahead. Gigi said that he has something to show him. Ming Xiu showed the heart of the gate, on the surface of which strange writing was visible. Frey explained that it was the language of demons and offered to translate the inscription for everyone. The inscription read, "All things shall fall before pandemonium," which was their motto or threat. Hearing the translation, the hunter froze, fully realizing the scale of the confrontation. Ming Xiu grimly confirmed their worst suspicions about their true enemies. Now they knew exactly who they would have to fight in the very near future. Minsu mentally promised the deceased Minjun to complete the work he had started. After making sure that no one was left behind, the group finally left the dying gate. Finally jumping into the gate, the guy exhaled, expressing complete psychological fatigue from these anomalies. The moment the last survivor left the gate, Korea's first S-rank invasion was officially eliminated. Journalists immediately began asking questions about rumors of an attack inside and who had devised the rescue plan. The next question concerned the most important thing. Were any mana stones retrieved from the gate? Mingshu paused, searching for the right words to answer this pressing question. The guy complained of sudden dizziness, feeling very tired after everything he had experienced. That evening, an emergency address to the country's citizens was broadcast on all channels. Kim Yoon-jul, director of the Korean branch of the International Hunters Association, appeared on the screen. She reported the successful destruction of 3 gates, one of which was of the rare S rank. It was announced that the quarantine in the mountainous region would soon be lifted and that additional research would be conducted. The director was informed that the full data was still being processed and asked for a loss report. Kim Eun-jul stated that the deceased hunters will receive compensation and will have a state funeral. Next came a crucial question about the scale of the resources found within the S-rank gate. The question was about confirming the quantity of mana stones in the neutralized high-class anomaly. The answer was disappointing. No resources were obtained from within the gate. It was hypothesized that the gates were mutations, so-called derivative gates. All information received will be sent to the association headquarters for global analysis. There was even talk of requesting assistance from a base located in Antarctica. This idea provoked a sharp objection from those gathered around the television, since it was those who created the demonic gates who were offering help. At this point, Minsu was furiously shouting at the chairman through the screen, not understanding why she was silent about what had happened. The man expressed irritation, feeling he had been dragged into listening to this official nonsense for no reason. Du calmly urged him to calm down, noting that such a problem could not be rushed. The master explained that the pro-demonic faction currently dominates the global elite. Racial discrimination has become an absolute taboo in the modern world. Even the initial public hostility after the war softened during their years of silence. 10 years of non-aggression on their part rendered the demons a distant force for ordinary people. However, during this time, they quietly integrated themselves into the world's key systems, aiding in its restoration. The pirate next to them concluded that the situation was an extremely complex and multi-layered problem. The main character asked in his heart what he should do with all this information. In response, the man decided to first say something important, taking a short conversational pause. With all seriousness, he thanked Mingshu for the work he had done at that gate. The guy advised not to worry, as there was a lot of other evidence and witnesses. The man agreed with Do Kyung-ho, admitting that the time for open confrontation had not yet come. Even if there were traitors in the Heptagram Guild, then haste will only harm the matter. It was decided to start with a slow internal cleansing and only then move on to open combat. The man sincerely did not want his land to be devastated by demonic forces again. The protagonist was surprised by the sudden change and the intentions of his former enemy who wanted to become supreme. Previously, he wanted to achieve this title at any cost, regardless of the consequences and methods. The scene immediately switched abruptly to a shining horizon. All the heroes were standing in the clearing. In the foreground will be Minsu, his brother, and Yonghwa. The last one was too joyful on this sunny day. At this time, Gillian stood shyly to the side and watched how the heroes communicated. Now the boy understood that power gained through empty, borrowed strength was unreliable. It was like a throne perched high in the clouds without any real foundation. After a recent fight with the protagonist and watching his journey to this point, a painful realization came to him. The pirate still wanted to fight, but now his goals and methods had changed. So he decided to prepare the ground for a future decisive confrontation. The goal was to root out known traitors and strengthen his position without succumbing to external pressure. But before that, the man needed to say something very important and personal. With all sincerity, he offered Mingshu his deep and belated apologies. The guy wanted to apologize for the 10 years he had to hide after winning. The boy watched this silently, regretting his tacit agreement to erase everything connected to that hero. Perhaps he simply wanted to forget about the existence of a wall he could not overcome. The man admitted that he had taken the easy way out, suggested by others, without even fully realizing it. With utmost sincerity in his voice, he apologized to Mingshu for everything that had happened. The guy replied with irritation that these endless apologies were starting to get seriously annoying. Minsu countered that the one who should apologize was Yonghua first, not him. The pirate replied that he planned to meet her separately, and the protagonist turned the conversation to plans. The pirate named informing the Mistlethane Guild as the first point of his plan. In response, a reasonable question was raised about the possible revenge of the demons whose traces were discovered. Mingshu explained that an official statement from the strongest guild would tie their hands. However, a doubt arose. If pandemonium was in the heptagram, then who could guarantee the purity of Mistlethane? Moreover, according to Do Gyang-ho, there were plenty of ardent adherents of the demonic race there as well. The man agreed that many in the guild maintained close ties with demons, but Mistlethane's power and influence created a system of mutual control within the guild. An official accusation of demonic ties would make past machinations too visible. The guy warned that, when confronting the demons, another major obstacle would arise. This obstacle was the anti-demon state called Saltode. After the war, the anti-demons, like their enemies, were banished to harsh and inhospitable lands. But unlike the demons' Antarctic base, their state is not recognized by the international community. Most people didn't even suspect such a country existed anywhere. The complete absence of diplomatic relations concealed the true state of affairs within. The prevailing opinion among experts was that the anti-demons were under the control of the demons. The pirate explained that anti-demons are either children of mixed marriages or people who have been exposed to concentrated demonic energy for a long time. The guy doubted that such statistics automatically made anti-demons allies of demons. The question then arose, is the mysterious organization IZ connected specifically with the state of Sultode? The pirate replied that he was hearing this name for the first time and knew nothing about them. Du Kyung-ho also confirmed the complete absence of any information about this organization. But if the group IZ really was connected to the anti-demons, that changed things. The stage shifted to a desert-like setting. This meant that this was where key information, or even potential allies, could be found. But soon, the scene shifted back to the city, and the South Korean S-rank gate suddenly disappeared. What happened seemed incredible. Such a powerful object simply vanished into thin air. No one could explain where it had gone. Of all the gates that appeared simultaneously, that anomaly was among the top 10 most powerful. The loss of such an object threatened serious consequences. The astonished interlocutors noted that everything had happened too quickly. They hadn't even had time to deploy Mist Island troops nearby for support. One of those present added that a key role was played by an agent from HMCS headquarters who worked closely with them. This person was part of the vice president's inner circle. The conversation turned to Cargill Wan, who, according to the speakers, was nervous. He'd been demoted in the Hunters Association and then gained real power at HMCS. But since the former official turned out to be connected to the Mistilton faction, the situation became more complicated. He wouldn't simply give up the chairman's seat. Without the involvement of that newcomer, everything would have long since taken a different course. Suddenly, someone remarked that the Korean branch had never worked so efficiently before. Such a prompt resolution was genuinely surprising. One of the men doubted that branch head Kim Eun-ju truly possessed the necessary skills. Her reputation suggested otherwise. She was considered an outside appointee. An indignant voice was heard. Why even appoint a supportive hunter to the position of head hunter? She was essentially just a figurehead. The girl shushed her talkative colleague, urging him to keep his voice down. They were afraid their words might reach their boss. However, the assistant told Kim Eun-ju to ignore them. But she ignored the gossip and let her subordinates continue chattering. She knew there was some truth to their words. However, the girl also didn't hide her bewilderment. Her requests for support had been ignored, and a report had been demanded immediately after the raid. The double standards were irritating. Kim Eun-ju asked about Chairman Choi Dae-sung, asking why he had personally attended this report. He alone was able to wear her down. Her assistant immediately reminded him of the chairman's long-held dream, to reach the Elite 10 of Mistletoe. Ever since his days as a hunter, he had worked tirelessly toward this goal. But even frequent public appearances didn't guarantee the desired result. The girl understood that zeal alone wasn't enough. Even so, getting onto the coveted list was incredibly difficult. Competition among the strongest remained fierce. Mistletoe or not, the hunters were ultimately no different from one another. They were united by a common human nature. Even the most powerful weren't gods. The scene shifted to the conference room, with a bottle of water at every seat. Then, the stern voice of the blindfolded girl was heard. Such a statement could not be ignored. She asked tensely if this meant that demons were involved in the recent incident with the Korean S-rank gate. She was retorted, reminded of how dangerous such a statement was in these times. Jumping to conclusions could be harmful. The pirate also agreed, but pointed out that the evidence was too clear to be dismissed as coincidence. He was forced to reveal the truth. Pandemonium. The man recalled the traitors who had chosen to serve the demons 10 years ago. Now, their traces were surfacing everywhere where incidents occurred. He could have laid out all his findings at the Leadership Council, but he saw a problem with that. Why not pass the information on to Mistletoe first, since they were already allies? The blindfolded listener acknowledged that the decision had been correct. This was not an issue to be dismissed lightly. The threat looming over the world was too grave. The situation did not tolerate frivolity. It could not be ignored. Even after so many years, the fact remained. Those people had betrayed humanity. Their guilt would not be erased by time. Pirate immediately recalled the scandal involving the illegal stimulant drug and the recent reports of artificial gateways. If all these cases are connected, the scale of the problem will be colossal. Urgent intervention was required. This would mean the direct involvement of the demons. Then, Mistletoe would personally send an expedition to the Antarctic base. Her assistant timidly objected, reminding her that cooperation with those forces had helped in the recent incident. But her superior insisted on extreme caution. Until the situation becomes clearer, Mistletoe will continue to collect data on the gates on his own. To avoid panic among the population, she asked that what she had heard not be disclosed to anyone until further notice. They should first wait for their call. Once they have enough irrefutable evidence, then they can act. Only with a solid foundation will they be able to begin an investigation at the Antarctic base. She asked me to trust them for a little while longer and promised that everything would work out. All I had to do was wait a little longer. The scene shifted back to the city. A mocking voice was heard from a completely different place. The red-haired guy confirmed that the enemy was resilient. Despite everything, he was still breathing. Before him stood the weakest member of the Pandemonium, Clown. Now it sounded more like an insulting nickname. Surprisingly, this guy survived, while Ukasin and Yuto died in the operation. An indignant Clown retorted that the mission wasn't his at all. It turned out that Yuto was the one who ordered him to summon Lord Orobas. But the idiot didn't realize that the backup he summoned would kill him. Kaizei said he always thought that reckless dog would soon be thrown out, but he never expected it to be so pathetic. Suddenly, a man approached them. It was Zani from Pandemonium, and asked the clown if he had just returned from Saltrod. He looked far too relaxed. He was ordered to move faster because the top ranks of Pandemonium were disappearing one after another. Wasting time and men at such a time was unavoidable. The redhead was surprised by the rush. Their superiors were still alive and well, but his interlocutor merely clicked his tongue in irritation. The main problem was identified as Jin Do Hua, the madman who had been released. The wild dog was of no use, no matter how strong he was. Apparently, this guy had failed the mission again and disappeared without a trace. This latest failure only caused irritation. The clown then asked what exactly was being proposed. The answer was short. Reinforcements were needed. It was time to recruit new members to Pandemonium. The old cadres were no longer up to the task. Zacne asked if there were any specific candidates in mind. He himself said he had such a person in mind. The conversation turned to the great Dae Sung from Northeast Asia. He had no official rank, but on the black market, he was considered S-class. This guy was already indirectly involved in the Lux case, so it was expected that he would readily accept the offer. Upon hearing the name, Kaisei winced and admitted he hated the guy. It was impossible to communicate normally with him. He was told to stop whining and find another candidate himself, preferably someone with real power in the hunter world. The clown followed up with a follow-up question. Would anyone with an S rank or higher be suitable? Then he volunteered to handle the second recruit himself. This newcomer would be less of a problem than that Dae Sung. He remembered how Kim Un-ju had broken down that time. The interlocutor reluctantly agreed and added that it would be nice to be useful at least once. This especially applied to the clown. Kaisei grinned and asked them to leave the boy alone. He was emotionally traumatized by the series of humiliations. But the answer was rude. Such scum doesn't get injured. Such trash doesn't change. Besides, it's not obedient enough. It seemed that half-breed demoness was to blame for everything. She was the one ruining the whole picture. Zahn decided to personally go to Saltrod next time. He intended to crush them all until they learned their place. Meanwhile, Red wanted to ask about the new batch of interdimensional mana stones. They told them that the person he needed was probably currently at a council of higher demons. He'd have to wait. They added that he promised to present new results of his research. The meeting was held precisely for this purpose. The scene shifted to a laboratory. 5 people were visible, 1 scientist and 5 demons. The demon Hikatan spoke first, surprised to hear about the return gate. There was nothing new in the idea. And the demon girl Ruslana said that the entrance to this world used to work roughly the same way. Monsters appearing while traveling back through dimensions are common. The enormous demon Oribas then gently addressed his beloved and asked her not to worry. Lord Soyaso did not leave them empty-handed. The girl irritably ordered him to be quiet. The demon Tatar suggested first listening to what they were shown, then they could decide whether Oribas's mistake could be corrected. And then we were finally shown Dr. Shutai, who expressed his sincere honor to be present at this meeting. He called upon the great givers of power, clearly seeking their favor. All the demons shuddered violently at this. Before presenting the new development, the doctor decided to report on the results of his plans. It was necessary to summarize the interim results. He pointed to graphs showing the number of casualties sustained through Operation Artificial Gate. The operation involved replicating existing S-rank gates and infiltrating them with agents. The goal was to sacrifice S-rank hunters who entered the raid zone. This was the plan to summon the Demon King of the Second Circle, Sol Yaso. As a result, many hunters died, and the perpetrators successfully collected high-quality mana patterns. The plan partially worked. Unfortunately, an unforeseen incident occurred at the GX8 gate, which had been prepared for Sol Yaso's descent. This disrupted the process at the thought form formation stage. Ruslana, the second apostle of the third circle, and Hikatan, the first apostle of the first circle, listened to this with disgruntled expressions. However, Orobas, the first apostle of the second demonic circle, exclaimed that the fact of transmitting mana to the demonic world through artificial gates was already a significant achievement. The demon declared they had proven their case. Their masterpiece would be completed on a grander scale. However, Tatar, the first apostle of the third circle, mockingly advised against making him laugh. Such pathos was inappropriate after failure. That's precisely why the failure was so painful. The potential was there, but the results were zero. They built a gate perfectly capable of summoning the Demon King's thought form, but the operation failed due to a lack of power. He also asked about the excessive traces left inside those gates. They couldn't be ignored. Aroba suggested dumping this whole mess on the Jude race, those damned half-breeds. At times like these, those half-wits could be useful. Hikatan said that half-breeds had become too brazen lately, so the current moment was perfect for such a setup. Tatar chided Orobas for not making excuses. The plan's slow execution was a real problem. A shout immediately rang out. Enough! The argument had gone too far. Ruslana countered that no one was suffering more from the failure to summon Lord Solyaso than his own apostle Orobas. Orobas indignantly asked if anyone really thought he wanted to ruin everything. He smiled and placed his hand on his girlfriend. He tried to justify himself by claiming that this failure wasn't his fault. The reasons lay elsewhere. It all happened because of the killer of the fourth Demon King. However, Hikatan wanted to talk about Lux. The results were worse than expected, as progress was slower than planned. Plus, the once useless HMCS organization suddenly began working. Orobas said that if that man had not returned, every stage of their plan would have gone smoothly. Hikatan said the problem was that half-breeds were allowed to roam freely, if it weren't for the information leak from the beast. But Tatar objected, saying it all started with the fourth Demon King's mistake. Instead of finishing off his opponent, he was sent to another dimension. Suddenly, the demon turned to Babelnor, expecting agreement with this point of view. Babelnor, the first apostle of the Demon King's fourth circle, appeared on the screen. In reality, he was just some weak, poor boy. Babelnor countered, his voice trembling, that the fourth king had done everything possible before his death. He didn't want to blame him. He also said that an ordinary person is incapable of altering or controlling the existence of the gate without its help. The hunter's return from the demonic world was completely unpredictable. Tatar nodded reassuringly and said he understood everything. That ended the argument. Orobas also admitted he was curious about the topic. They were still unable to determine what power the boy had used to return from the abyss. He said he'd watched him fight during his last operation, and much had seemed strange. His gaze was riveted on his every movement. It turned out he possessed the power of living souls, a rare but not unique phenomenon. His skills were numerous and refined, but still within the bounds of human capabilities. But the black, glowing energy the boy absorbed from the Balrog's core? It resembled demonic mana, but it didn't match it. It defied logic. Ruslana was shocked. A human absorbing the core? A dark force that wasn't magic? Such a thing seemed completely impossible. A bead of sweat rolled down Babelnor's face, and he quietly said, "Ancient power." He said that in the demonic world, even mentioning it was forbidden. However, it was said that the ancient power also glowed with a black light, if that man had found the ancient records while in the abyss. However, Tatar sharply objected, saying that this was all simply nonsense, since their ancestors had destroyed all traces of such things. Didn't the boy study history? Babelnor was called a lost dog after the death of his fourth king. But they asked him not to ruin everything with nonsense. He should have been grateful they'd left him in the research lab instead of sending him back to the demon world. All that was required of him was to quietly continue his research alongside the human doctor. The descent of the next demon king had to be ensured. However, Ruslana stepped forward and asked Tatar not to be so harsh. She approached Babelnor and gently stroked him, telling him he only needed to be patient for a little while. Then their great lord Asmodeus would descend and honor Babelnor's devotion by officially making him his apostle. Then she turned and asked the doctor, "Was this guy really useful?" The doctor assured her that no human could match the demon's wisdom. But Oribas immediately intervened, admitting that Ming Shu had clearly learned some new power in another world. Perhaps it was just faking magic, nothing serious. What's important is that the boy had surpassed their human subordinates from Pandemonium. Hikatan asked if he was stronger than the third circle. Oribas wasn't sure, but he noticed that Ming Shu played with ordinary S-rank hunters like they were ants. The difference in strength was colossal. Tatar objected that this dirty power would mean nothing when Lord Asmodeus appeared. For now, they should focus on producing higher quality mana patterns through their soldiers. He approached the doctor and asked if the newcomer's tower project remained intact. Shutai confirmed it, but asked for forgiveness. The matter is still under consideration. Security at the towers in each country has been significantly strengthened. The situation with the towers was clearly unnerving. Oribas said those towers were factories for producing victims. Quality soldiers would never emerge from there. But Babelnor said that the newbie tower suppresses the natural awakenings, so leaving it untouched is beneficial. But he also noticed that among the hunters who awaken naturally, such unique individuals as the Demon King's killer appeared too often. Oribas advised against causing a fuss out of frustration. Emotions were getting in the way. The next planned operation needed to be carried out carefully. He clapped his hands and ordered the entire team to return to the first step. And then he asked the doctor what new project he was proposing using the return gate. And finally, they got to the really interesting topic for Dr. Shutai. His face broke into a smile, and the scene immediately switched to some futuristic center. We were shown Lord Hikatan ordering Kaisa to go and convey the next plan to the third circle. He emphasized that failure was unacceptable this time. Everyone needed to understand the gravity of the situation. And Kaise understood this. He bowed again and accepted the order and then walked away. At this time, Hikatan analyzed everything that had happened and realized that Ruslana and Tatar from the third circle were becoming more and more brazen every day. The four circles of demon kings once balanced the power between the worlds, but that balance has collapsed. Chaos has ensued. Lord Asmodeus' third circle. Since then, the third circle has seized the fourth's domain, and its faction has grown too powerful. Everyone knew this, but pretended not to. The fate of this planet is now decided by the next true ring of the demonic world. It is there that the main stakes lie. Hikatan refused to end up like Babelnor. Without a master, an apostle becomes powerless. He didn't want that fate. The first Demon King, Kraken, was the first to mention this planet's potential usefulness. It was worth remembering. And then he called out to Kais and asked, "Is he still here?" Kais immediately replied, "He is still here." And seeing that his red-haired assistant was still there, Hikatan ordered him to contact Diakon. The demon realized he needed to move his pieces early, without waiting for the situation to worsen. Time was of the essence. The scene finally shifted to the protagonist's house. A girl and an old man were playing outside, and a surprised voice noticed that Choi Dae-soo, of all people, actually bowed his head. Sejun asked if he had contacted the main character again since then. Min-soo said he had contacted Misteltein. They told him they've launched their own secret investigation. So far, it doesn't look like they plan to declare demons their enemies. But Sejun said that when the president of a country comes with evidence in hand, it's impossible to ignore. The protagonist thought, should I contact him anytime soon? Who knows? Min-soo thought they might be ashamed of how much they'd already covered up. heard that the Antarctic base had volunteered to help with the gate incident. It seems they're preemptively worrying about public opinion, laying the groundwork. They've been helping with raids and reconnaissance in areas where hunters are scarce, and even cleared several A-rank gates. A news item about an Antarctic base that had gone live appeared on the screen. 6 hours ago, 25.5 million views. Remembering what had happened before, the main character thought that since they had already shown their faces, they had decided there was no point in hiding any longer. Now, they were acting openly. Sejun immediately said that they'd have to wait, at least until the gate incident was over. When Misteltein announced its official position, then it would be clear. If they acted now, the desperate regions would see it as nothing more than a provocation. So the guy said they'd have to keep their eyes wide open and pretend not to notice all this mess. Sejun began to think further. Choi Dae-soo's apology was one thing, but submitting an official report to Misteltein from above would damage his reputation. An unexpected move. But our hero said that if he had any conscience, he needed to act now, not put it off. Delay would only make matters worse. Finally, Manhwa intervened, saying that she had recently contacted him as well. Of course, old resentments won't disappear overnight, but still, he remains her only family, so she still thinks about the possibility of reconciliation. Sejun advised not just talking, but shaking more land or property out of him, make him pay. Minsoo agreed to drain him dry. Then the girl stood up and said that she understood them, and now they needed to call everyone inside. It was time to have lunch together. Sejun noticed that, of all the idiots outside, Zion was the most mature. The door to the house opened immediately. It was Sion, with Frey on her head, reporting to the boss that he had a visitor. The visit was unexpected. And then a blonde man came into them, who immediately noted that the guy had built himself a pretty good shelter. The protagonist thought he looked familiar. Wasn't he the vice president of HMCS? But he still asked, "What the hell is he doing here?" The guest replied that he had come in person to receive a report on the gates from the Korean branch and to say thank you. And grab a bite to eat while he's here. He was clearly in a good mood. Gigi thought his silver tongue had become even more slippery. The guy immediately suggested throwing an end-of-year party and having everyone get some food. Minsoo asked ironically, "Is this really his house? Maybe he should have asked permission before inviting himself over." He tried to laugh it off, though. Who wouldn't welcome Edward? Only ex-convicts don't like him. At the end, they showed two snowmen. It was the old man and his assistant, Bamko and Gaviakui, who hid like that. The scene immediately changed. Food was on the table, and Edward asked if they had heard the rumor. The cooperation of the Korean HMCS helped complete the raid in record time. He took a glass of wine and reported that, thanks to this, they received requests for cooperation from all over the world. But unfortunately, the gate incident continues outside of Korea. In regions with weak hunters, things are dire. International aid is desperately needed, and the death toll continues to rise. The situation remains dire. Minsoo immediately objected. Shouldn't the International Hunters Association have taken care of this? Laughing, the interviewer agreed, but reminded them that they were still human, so even among vulnerable regions, priorities had to be determined. They couldn't save everyone. Their combat power is too small for the scale of the crisis, and many countries have not even seen the deployment of forces yet. And from these places, the first to be pushed aside, obviously, the hint was clear. He said that it would be Sultad. The main character immediately tensed up upon hearing this name. He immediately started asking questions. Was he talking about the land of the Half-Bloods? Had a gate appeared there too? Edward was surprised that the boy knew about Sultad. The blonde said it wasn't just A rank, but S rank. They were so closed off that they didn't even realize when a gate opened within their own borders. But recently, they did send a request for assistance to the HMCS Middle East branch. Manhwa was surprised. Why not the association? Such matters are usually resolved through them. Xion simply ate. After finishing his glass, Edward said the Hunters Association had a long history of ignoring problems. Trust in it had long been lost. The International Hunters Association usually manages the status of the gates and monitors them. However, Sultan is extremely reluctant to allow outsiders into its territory, so cooperation has been minimal. Moreover, they weren't treated as equals from the start. The discrimination was blatant. And with the rest of the world in such chaos, who cares about their problems? Manhwa realized that even if Sultan had asked for help first, he would still have been ignored. Sejun quickly added that the fact that such a place had turned to HMCS for support spoke volumes. They usually kept to themselves. Edward confirmed that this only shows how dire the situation is inside. He didn't have time to continue as the main character immediately volunteered to go there. Minsu realized that the guest had come all this way only for this question. He had business there anyway, so he agreed to take it on. It wasn't an unnecessary request. Edward immediately thanked him and apologized for disturbing him after such a major incident. Minshu immediately noticed that the boy was being completely overworked. It would be worth giving him a break. A question arose. Were they really that short of capable people? The scene shifted back to the city, and we could see a huge tower. Two agents stood next to her, discussing how there weren't a single S rank in this stream, and A ranks were practically non-existent. Apparently, talent was truly drying up. They discussed how today's children are overly coddled in hothouse conditions, and is the education in academies even adequate? After all, the youth arrive, receive a rank assessment, and leave without even saying hello. There's no hope for them, and their elders are disrespected. In the old days, the academy was a true school of survival. Back then, seniors were treated differently. At the sight of a senior, they bowed almost to the ground and reported in a loud voice. But then, someone addressed them from behind. Two men approached them and asked if hunters were registered here. The more radical of the two turned to them and asked what these children were doing there. They replied that they had been told to come here for registration and skill assessment. They were rudely told that they needed to leave the training tower first and then come. Did they really think they could just walk in the front door and ask for a hunting license? It doesn't work that way. His colleague immediately wondered out loud how children are raised these days. It's a complete mess. The boys timidly noted that they hadn't attended the Hunters Academy. Their abilities had awakened spontaneously. Hearing this, the senior hunter couldn't believe it. Did they just open their eyes one day and become awakened? That couldn't happen. But the boys confirmed that that's exactly what happened. Then the elder said that since they were naturally awakened, they needed to show what they were capable of. His companion was surprised again. Natural awakened ones? They hadn't been seen like that for many years, a rarity these days. The first one decided to guess their rank and dismissively called them complete trash. He expected little from them. However, the next moment, the boys were grabbed and lifted into the air. This is exactly what those children did, whom they did not even hope for and considered weaklings. At this moment, the bull panicked and screamed, demanding to be lowered to the ground. His friend's reaction was also violent. He squealed like a girl. Immediately, someone approached Choi Kang-al from behind and asked him to calm down and not push himself. The situation was getting out of control. After apologizing, the boy admitted he wasn't yet very good at controlling his strength. He lacked experience. The two older men collapsed to the ground. Then he asked his arrogant elders what rank he was. He beat them with one hand. But the scene immediately switched to the deserted Sultan. Demons and half-demons were walking the streets of the city when suddenly someone asked about the heart of the gate. One half-demon told another that no one knew how many people had been swallowed by that gate. The losses were enormous. They've been hiding here for over 15 years, holding their breath. The heavens are truly cruel to them. Who would have thought that an S-rank gate would open right in the middle of the city square? The blow was unexpected. Another demon stated that the portal was draining all the mana around the city, so it couldn't be left unattended. Something had to be done. But seeing a pile of injured people lying on the floor, he asked if they were reinforcements from IZ. Help had finally arrived. However, they barely made it back alive. As expected, their combat power was sorely lacking. What should they do? Immediately, they were approached and ordered to return to their posts. Everyone except medical personnel. Order had to be maintained. The half-breeds immediately turned to Lady Cersei and asked if there was still an answer to their request for support. Cersei told them that everyone was worried, but asked them not to panic too much. The chieftain was doing everything she could to resolve this crisis. All hope lay with her. The scene immediately moved inside one of the houses, showing an interesting interior. And then the blonde apologized to the two girls sitting in the chair, to that same crow, for dragging her so far because of these problems. But Verona answered her sister that it was probably she who should apologize. She decided to explain how things were going. The girl told me that within IZ, a whole pro-demonic faction had also taken a bunch of people and fled to Antarctica. The betrayal hit hard. They gathered as many reinforcements as they could, excluding those who were away on other missions, but that was their limit. Namir, the leader of Soltoda, replied that everything was fine, as one couldn't rely on others forever. Most problems needed to be solved independently. Finally getting up, the crow said it was time to go. She promised to gather even more reinforcements, but in the meantime, she asked them to make do with those who had already arrived. Before leaving, she decided to ask if they'd sent out a request for help to the people. She was interested in the outside world's reaction. The chief confirmed. The Hunters Association ignored him, as expected, but HMCS promised to contact him soon. To be honest, Namir still didn't know if they would actually help. Doubts plagued her. She turned to the girl across from her. But the crow just smiled and told her little sister not to worry. Entering the portal, she left behind only a smile and words about how there are some worthy people among us. Not all of them are the same. After the voice faded, Namir began to doubt what Verona was saying with such certainty. Was it right to reveal the unstable situation in Soltoda to people? From the moment half-breeds appeared in this world, they've always been treading on thin ice, born without understanding why. Twisted by the demonic energy spilled out after the war, the demons treated them like cattle and slaves, and humans shunned them as demonic spies. Since then, they've barely survived in silence, unwanted by anyone. Existence was hard, and if this choice takes away their last refuge, what would happen? The fear of losing everything was enormous. However, suddenly the leader's name was called, and she shuddered. Cersei approached and announced that the Antarctic base had arrived. The news took everyone by surprise. Namir asked in surprise, "Straight from the Antarctic base?" She certainly didn't expect that. The scene immediately moved to another guest room, where the girl met two demons. One of them put his feet up on the table and noticed that the new leader was truly no slouch. She managed to attract the demon's attention. Then Sakun, a low-class demon, the second circle, indignantly asked, "A noble demon comes so far and they don't even run out to bow? Impudence!" He chuckled, asking if they thought it was enough to just stare at them. It wasn't enough. Sakun kicked the vase and shouted, introducing himself as Lord Hikatan's apostle from the second circle, demanding respect. The demon ordered them to kneel and greet them properly, calling half-breeds an inferior race. Namir merely stared at her reflection in the puddle left by the broken vase. Then she broke her silence and asked, "Haven't the demons always considered them their shame and trash?" She asked, "If they're so disgusting, why come here and show off?" Here, another demon, Dotan, also a low-class second circle demon, joined the conversation and asked, "What can such brutes as they do if they don't even know the intentions of the great lords?" He then declared that they should weep with gratitude for having sent ambassadors to this dirty sandbox at all. Namir countered that no matter the noble reason, since they had already been exiled, half-breeds had no reason to serve demons. A proud reply. She officially announced that Sultad rejects your envoy's request. The refusal was firm and irrevocable. The demon Sakuni was surprised and mockingly asked if they weren't afraid of the consequences. Doton only shouted indignantly, "What impudence!" He stood before the girl and said that just because these lesser creatures called her chief, she thought so much of herself. But she looked like she could be blown away by a single breath. The demon offered to remind her of her place. He could smash her beautiful, shameless face and kill a couple of children for good measure. Maybe that would set her straight? The girl didn't even bat an eyelid at all these pathetic threats. However, she decided not to stand there and decided to remind everyone that this was the land of half-breeds. A green aura began to swirl in the air. She activated her wave and threw Doton back, saying that it doesn't matter what kind of demons they are, because if they touch them on this earth. As the leader of the half-breeds, and an awakened one, she would not sit idly by and watch. Her eyes were ready for battle. While one demon was still tumbling across the floor, Sakun laughed nervously and admitted she had sharp claws. But was she sure that was wise? They knew, after all, that an S-rank gate had opened in the center of Sultada Square. The information was unpleasant. The demons had the advantage. Sakun began shouting that a bunch of pathetic, inferior creatures couldn't clear these gates on their own. No one would help the damned half-breeds, not even humans. No matter how strong she is, she won't stand against the entire demonic world. He asked, "Is the leader of the half-breeds really so stupid that she would put her entire people at risk because of pride?" The assistant had already grabbed the sword and shouted indignantly, "How dare he say such a thing?" But Namir ordered Cersei to stop. The demon remarked dismissively that if they were so weak, they should at least know when to obey. He added that they were even lower than livestock. Sakun said it was a mistake to even think these creatures were capable of intelligent conversation. The demon commanded his companion, Doton, to rise, saying it was time to return. And so, having risen, Sakun grunted with displeasure and said as a parting word that high-ranking demons would visit this place soon. Perhaps even the apostles themselves would come here. Cersei could only glare after the demon bastards. Still, turning around one last time, Sakun advised the half-breeds to be prepared to serve the demons properly by then. They had no choice anyway. He threatened that if they continued in the same spirit, they would be skinned alive in the middle of the square. Cersei stood sweating and worried as she addressed her leader. But Namir turned around with will in her eyes and asked her assistant not to worry. She promised they would find a way out of this mess. There was still hope. Just then, Min Su, his fellow assistant, the red-haired girl, and the jeep appeared.